I'm in charge of SCP, Chapter 51. Jongju woke up from his bed, very depressed. He always felt that a force in the underworld didn't want him to figure things out. Why else was the timing so coincidental each time he was there, interrupting him just when he was about to make progress in his investigation? The first time he had returned to his world, Jongju had made a few posts, and now someone had replied. Perhaps a survivor of the Red Moon incident. Even if he couldn't contact that person, it would be better if he could even look at the content of the replies. Jongju grunted quietly. Geniuses were indeed envied by the gods. After a moment of sulking, he glanced at the wall clock. It was 5:30 a.m. Sleep was definitely out of the question, so he decided to go out for some fresh air. But before he did, he decided to take a pee. He needed something to warm up his brain for activities. Jongju's dormitory building was not far from Site 14. The site's main building was taller and had a better view, so he decided to go to the roof of the main building to see the view. Site 14 had just experienced an infiltration and containment breach, and the site's defenses were one level higher than before. According to the general situation, the early morning should be the time when the guards are most likely to relax and get sleepy. But now, they were all in high guard, watching every corner for any signs of the unusual. When they saw Jongju, the two guards at the entrance immediately put their feet together and saluted. Now Jongju's reputation within Site 14 was even higher than that new site director, Huang Xingguan, due to the popularity he had accumulated by saving his colleagues twice. Jongju nodded his head in salute. He was going up this time and didn't want to bother other staff in the containment area. He took the elevator and made his way to the roof of the building. The sky was already with white clouds glowing like a pearl. Jongju took a breath of fresh air and was about to do some stretching exercises, the 8th set of radio gymnastics or something, when he suddenly saw a person standing by the railing at the edge of the building. Looking from the front and back, the long hair flowing through the body, it was clear that the person was Yang Shui. Of course, it was her. As soon as he saw her, Jongju drowned in a cloud of thoughts. Ever since that day at the airport helping with Lei Shan's departure, Yang Shui looked at him differently. To describe it, she saw Jongju as her ex-husband who returned triumphantly after years of searching their children, thinking they had run away with a negative heart but had endured the humiliation of being undercover in an enemy camp. Jongju was stunned by her look. If not because this was a parallel world, he should probably think about what he did when he was young. He must find Lei Shan and ask him what he had said to Yang Shui at that time. Yang Shui was leaning on the railing, looking into the distance. Ever since her uncle retired and the site was reorganized, she has been caught up in a certain mood. After a few days of thinking about it, she finally knew what she felt. It was anger because of her incompetence. Ever since Jongju had come to Site 14, she had relied on him a little too much. Starting with the SCP-682 containment breach incident and all the way to the Zhangzhou University ceremony. Jongju had saved her many times, and she hadn't been able to help much or even burdened him. As a senior researcher and doctor of the Foundation, she shouldn't be like this. Before she met Jongju, she always thought of herself as a strong and independent woman. After all, within Site 14, she had the most vital operational skills and was trusted by others. Now it seemed that was false, or rather, she was a bogus. She was still far from being strong compared to the powerful ones. She had to make herself strong as well. She was lost in her thought. A noisy voice can be heard behind her. The cool breeze has letters, the autumn moon has no boundaries, thanks to my sentimental emotions these few days. Although I am not as dashing and suave as a jade tree, I have a broad mind and strong arms. Jongju walked to her side without looking away. Long night and couldn't put your mind away, huh? I thought I was the only one who was having that trouble, so you couldn't sleep too, Dr. Yang. Yang Shui glanced at him and didn't say anything. If it were an ordinary person, he would probably feel a little embarrassed after making a fool of himself. But Jiangju was a man with a face as thick as a wall, and he only believed in one thing. As long as you don't feel embarrassed, it's others who are embarrassed. He plopped down next to Yang Shui and looked out into the distance as well. Dr. Yang is so excited to get up so early to see the early moon. Today is the first day of the year, and it's almost dawn when you can see the early moon. Yang Shui glanced at him and said, "What do you want?" "I don't want anything." Jiangju laughed and turned around to lean on the railing, looking into her eyes. "It's you, Dr. Yang. I see you've been absent-minded these days, not even going to the lab. What's wrong? Did that kid Lei Shan give you a memory delete sedation?" Jiangju was right. She had been missing out on her work and acting out of the ordinary in her current state. Yang Shui was silent, not knowing how to answer his question. Jiangju shrugged. "I heard that you studied a double doctorate in biology and chemistry in college, so let me ask you a question. What do you think is the biggest difference between humans and animals?" Yang Shui knew about the answer. As she was just about to speak, she was interrupted by Jiangju. "Don't fool me with those dead concepts you learned from books. Let me tell you, the biggest difference between humans and animals are, first, people can use tools. Second, people can cooperate." Jiangju's expression gradually became serious. Even the most powerful individuals need other individuals. They need others to help them. Whether they are people or things, to make things happen, you can't work alone in this world. Jiangju meant something, not knowing if he had guessed what was going on inside her mind. Yang Shui lowered her head and thought about what he said. A moment later, Yang Shui said, "I want to find my father." Her voice was so small that Jiangju didn't hear her for a moment. "What?" "I'm going to look for my father, but not now." Yang Shui raised her head. "I know that I'm too weak to be qualified involved in what happened back then. I must become strong." Seeing Yang Shui finally rekindle her fighting spirit, Jiangju smiled and applauded. "Wow, that's right, Dr. Yang. You don't have to be presumptuous, and you have an advantage over yourself. You still seem to have a good sense of self-knowledge so far." Talking to Jiangju had to be a very tiring thing to do. One second he's comforting you, and next, that comfort will turn into a mockery. Yang Shui covered her forehead. How helpless she had to be. "Jiangju, you just said that you couldn't do it alone to make things happen. What can you say about yourself?" Yang Shui looked at him. "Did you also go through other people's help and guidance?" "Me?" Jiangju pointed at himself as if he had heard the world's funniest joke. "Dr. Yang, didn't I tell you that I'm a genius? Geniuses are destined to be alone. Hey, it's not easy to live in my position." SCPX Anomalous Subject Monitoring Session. Internal Group Communication Line, 5970786661. Chapter 52. After a conversation with Jiangju, Yang Shui made up her mind that she wanted to find out the truth about her father's disappearance, and her first priority was to become stronger. She called Guanpeng, the captain of the Red Ying Mobile Task Force. The team had already known about Yang Wenbei and started to comfort Yang Shui. After a few simple chats, he learned that Yang Shui was asking for help from him. Guessing Yang Shui's purpose, he left an address for her. Jiangju and Yang Shui drove to a small village 100 kilometers south of Jiangzhou City on the weekend. The village looks very dilapidated, with only a few people around. Looking at the architectural style, it seemed that the village had some history that they protected it. Most of the people that live here are old, sick, and disabled. As for the young people, they moved to the city long ago. Following Guanpeng's instructions, Jiangju and Yang Shui carried a pound of beef and a pot of high-quality wine to a family at the end of the village. But unfortunately, no one was home. The two were walking around the village trying to find someone to ask, but then they suddenly heard a loud shout. Old Chentio you stole my chickens again. That chicken is for my grandson to lay eggs to eat. Your precious grandson looks white and fat, unlike your son. Go ask your grandson-in-law. Father and son do not look like each other, ha ha ha. This person is on another level, and Zhangju secretly thumbs up, can't wait to find a small notebook to write it down. However, Yang Shui frowned slightly. As a girl, it was not easy to accept such jokes. Old man Chen was chased with a broomstick. He ran wildly, and his legs were swift. He soon left the neighbor far behind, and he turned around to taunt others, and the rabbit won the race again. Ha ha ha. Two people still have a business. They had no time to catch him and planning to leave. Zhangju and Yang Shui didn't expect old man Chen's head turned back. Tisk tisk, this is at least 10 years old red sorghum. Good wine, good wine. He looked down and sniffed the bag in Zhangju's hand, enjoying it immensely. Just by smelling it, he knew what kind of wine Zhangju was carrying in his hand and what year it was. Without saying anything else, this old man was definitely a connoisseur in this aspect of wine drinking. Zhangju smiled and pointed to the very back of the village. Old man, just to confirm. Is that Chen Xiaoyi's house over there? Do you know where he went? The old man's face changed. What are you looking him for? Zhangju and Yang Shui looked at each other and smiled. Don't get the wrong idea. We were introduced to him and told to ask him for help. Look. Zhangju lifted the things in his hands. Is there any point carrying these things if we're only looking for trouble? Oh, that's it, huh? The old man hemmed and hawed. I am Chen Xiaoyi, what do you want from me? Let me see what other goodies have you brought, he said and turned his attention to the bag. Yang Shui hurriedly stopped him. Old man, are you really Chen Xiaoyi? Yeah. The old man patted his chest. If you don't believe me, you can ask the others here. They call me Old Chen here, but yeah, I'm Chen Xiaoyi. Yang Shui said, so, do you know a person called Guanpeng? Guanpeng. The old man snorted, that brat is my disciple, the most untalented one. He has been expelled from my school. I have nothing to say about him. Chen Xiaoyi, formerly known as Chen Shangwu, was a famous Zen master of martial arts. He mastered Chen's fist and sword method, and he fought worldwide without any rival. When he was at the height of his popularity, he had a match with Christina, a foreign boxing champion. He lost against her, retired from the martial arts world, and no one wondered about his disappearance. Unexpectedly, he had lived such a miserable life after his golden times. Yang Shui never knew that Uncle Guan was a disciple of this Master Chen and was expelled from the school because of his dull qualifications. Old man Chen invited both of them into his home, and Yang Shui explained the purpose of her visit. When he heard that he would take a woman as his disciple, old man Chen sucked his teeth straight. Girl, you are already an adult. It's too late to learn these things. You can learn basic movement, but you have to go through a lot of training. Plus, you look fragile. So, why bother? Yang Shui had already prepared herself mentally. Master, I don't want to become an expert, I just, she glanced at Zhangju, don't want to be a burden for others. Old man Chen looked at Yang Shui, then at Zhangju, and gave a long sigh, so that's how it is. Old man Chen reached out and tried to grab Zhangju's arm. Zhangju instinctively pulled back his hands, but old man Chen suddenly increased his speed. Zhangju didn't even have time to change his stance before his entire arm was caught by old man Chen's hand. This old man's skill was excellent. Zhangju gave a dark grunt and was about to speak when he heard old man Chen say, I see that you are a young man with good bones. Would you like to learn it from me? Learn what? Cooking. Zhangju schemed his mouth secretly. But on second thought, his kung fu was self-taught and not systematic. So, it was not as powerful as normal kung fu, which was one of his shortcomings. Learning from this old man didn't seem like a bad idea. Zhang Ju sighed, "Hey, since you are so passionate, then I will reluctantly agree. Let's make a deal. You can't ask me to seek revenge on that boxing champion. I'm not interested in that matter." Old man Chen laughed, a strange look flashed in his eyes. "No need that kind of bullshit novel revenge story. It's not my type of character either." This old man really knows everything about martial arts. Zhang Ju and Yang Shui looked at each other and smiled, feeling their spirit had rejuvenated. The next period of time, Zhang Ju and Yang Shui both ran to old man Chen's house whenever they could. It was no longer possible for adults to learn martial arts from the basic things like the horse riding stance. Old man Chen's teaching idea was to teach only the basic movement. As for them, it was the ride stance. It was enough to deal with the average person. As for what level they can eventually achieve, it still depends on their ability. A few months had passed. Under the guidance of old man Chen, Zhang Ju and Yang Shui's training session had come to an end. Guanpeng brought in a few MTF members to practice with them. Yang Shui could already endure dozens of attacks in an actual battle without any trouble. Zhang Ju easily defeated his opponent. Of course, he did not use any special abilities. Otherwise, Guanpeng would be killed in seconds. After the match, Guanpeng made a phone call to the village. After the phone call, Guanpeng cautiously said, "Hey, second uncle." "Yes, it's me. Can you not always say in front of them that my qualifications are too poor? You were beaten up all over the place by your wife, so I saw it, and you were angry about it to the point you refused to teach me." Old Chen's voice came from the other side of the phone, "You brat. The next time you came here to the village, I'll rip your skin." Because of Zhang Ju's presence, the research at Site 14 had gone smoothly, and the incident of the containment breach had never happened again, and those miserable researchers had finally lived a few months of peace. And millions of miles away from them, a massive storm was approaching. Chapter 53. Say, what's his name anyway? In the dark cabin, Yang Shui was tied to a chair. Her arms were taped with a belt as if she was a mentally ill patient. A man with a black hood held a leather whip in his hand and stood in front of her. "Dr. Yang. How about you tell me the name of that person, then I will let you go?" the interrogator asked her. "Keep dreaming." Yang Shui said, "I won't tell you anything even if it costs my life." What a boring line. Stop watching those useless dramas. I can't just let you die easily. The interrogator sneered and pressed the remote control switch in his hand. An electric current passed through Yang Shui's body. Yang Shui's body was shaking uncontrollably, so painful that she was about to die. She gripped the armrests of the chair, her fingertips began to turn white, her sweat had soaked her hair, but she did not make a sound from the beginning to the end. "Heh, I'm surprised you can still talk." The interrogator increased the voltage, "But I don't think you can recover from this." "Ack." Yang Shui made a painful sound in her throat. The interrogator laughed wildly. "Have you changed your mind? Come on, just say it. As long as you say the name of that person, I will let you go immediately." "I won't say." The shock increased time by time. Yang Shui's was at her limit, but she never gave up. After another half a minute, her eyes rolled back, and she passed out. The interrogator hurriedly pressed the stop button and removed the electrode pieces attached to Yang Shui's body one by one. "If it continues like this, she will really die." He put Yang Shui on his back and looked like he wanted to take her out for medical treatment. Just at that moment, she pulled out a knife from her hand and placed it on his neck. The interrogator was shocked. Yang Shui's weak voice can be heard faintly, "I won." Seeing that Yang Shui was still conscious, the interrogator was surprised, shook his head, and put Yang Shui back on the chair. Then he took the hood off, and surprisingly, it was Zhang Ju. Zhang Ju looked at Yang Shui, who was already very weak, and sighed, Why didn't you just give up? Yang Shui was catching her breath. The attack she had just done had taken all of her strength. She said word by word, I said. I wanted to become strong. I don't want to become a burden to you. What a stubborn person. Zhang Ju no longer knew what to say about her. In order to train her willpower, she had taken the initiative to ask Zhang Ju to interrogate her in the same way he treated prisoners. In the past few days, she had survived waterboarding, starvation, and this time, electrocution. Zhang Ju had tried everything he could to get her to surrender. Zhang Ju did not doubt that even if he had to burn her alive, Yang Shui would have been able to endure it. It had to be said that in terms of enduring pain, at some point, men might not be as good as women, especially persistent women. After a while, Yang Shui regained some of her strength. Zhang Ju still helped her go to the medical ward in the site for a checkup, confirming that there were no after effects left, and only then did he feel relieved. Because they had come to the medical ward so often in the past few days, the doctors in the infirmary looked at the two of them a little differently. Zhang Ju even heard the doctor and nurse were muttering words like domestic violence. If not because of Yang Shui, he would have punched that doctor. It must be because I'm handsome. He's just jealous. Yang Shui did not do this on purpose. She had learned it from Zhang Ju. Ever since she had fainted from using her powers too much at the last university festival, Zhang Ju had learned from his mistakes and decided to train his mental strength. And the way he trained it was unique. He didn't sleep at all. Without the help of others, he relied entirely on his willpower and achieved the feat of not sleeping for 3 days. If it were an ordinary person, I'm afraid he would have been sent to the hospital because of brain damage. But for Zhang Ju, relying on his ability to heal himself made his training infinitely more effective. Bragging that he could last a year without sleep. Until one day, Xiao Lu from the lab smiled and said, "Advisor Zhang, your hairline seems to have shifted back a little." Zhang Ju let out a scream and immediately ran back to his room. Looking in front of a mirror for most of the day and let out a long sigh of relief after confirming that he was joking. But in the end, the joke made him give up his childish approach. Nothing was more important than his hair. In the past few months, besides practicing martial arts and training his spiritual power, Zhang Ju had also done something very important. He had studied that reality anchor carefully. During the Site 14 infiltration, this thing had saved his life and indirectly the lives of hundreds of thousands of people around Zhangzhou City. After many attempts, he already knows the general use of this thing. As long as he concentrates his mind and imagines what he wants or visualizes, this detonator-like thing can help him to materialize something to an extent. For example, he can materialize a burger out of thin air or make a table disappear. But his experiments with all living things have failed. As for now, the largest thing he could do was to change the size of a room into nothing. On top of that, he noticed that the reality anchor had a cooldown. When activated, it takes nearly 20 hours before he can continue using it for the second time. Although the reality anchor had many utilities and also drawbacks, Zhang Ju still carried it around with him as an emergency clutch device. Especially now that he had SCP-106's, the Old Man, pocket dimension ability, he usually kept the reality anchor in the pocket dimension and summoned it when he had to use it, definitely giving his enemies a big surprise. He also remembered that the kind SCP-106 seemed wanted him to give a bouquet of flowers to someone. If only he had the chance to let Lei Shan do it for him, he would have some opportunity to slack off. In a way, Zhang Ju thought his life would be peaceful for a while, but things did not go as planned. On this day, Site 14 had an unexpected guest. After being personally welcomed by Site Director Huang, he called Zhang Ju to the lounge. Zhang Ju pushed the door and saw a white, slim European man. When he saw Zhang Ju, he smiled and extended his hand. "Hello, Advisor Zhang. My name is Hell, and I'm from Site 17. Good Chinese. Zhang Ju shrugged his shoulders and extended his hand to shake his. A bad feeling lingered in his heart. A few people took their seats. Hell continued the conversation he had just had with Huang Xingwen. Site Director Huang, the purpose of my coming to the CN branch this time is to ask Advisor Zhang to come with me to Site 17. We need his help, and I don't know if it's convenient. Well, Huang Xingwen paused and did not answer directly, but looked at Zhang Ju and asked what he meant. Zhang Ju was a special advisor, only a level lower than the O5 Council, and even if Huang Xingwen wanted to do him a favor, he couldn't command him. I don't want to go. Zhang Ju refused without even thinking about it. He always felt that there was a trap waiting for him. Hell was slightly stunned, not expecting Zhang Ju to refuse it simply. Advisor Zhang, as a member of the SCP Foundation, it is only right that we help each other. Zhang Ju spread his hands. It's not that I don't want to help you guys or anything. It's just that I'm very busy right now, eating, sleeping, and playing cards every day. Comforting the young hearts of the injured women at this site, I don't have time to travel around. Hell argued, Advisor Zhang, how can you be so dash? Stop. Zhang Ju cut his sentence, how I work is my business, and it's none of your business how should I work. Now, you have 5 seconds to convince me why I should help you. Otherwise, I'm going to the toilet. 5, 4 dash. Zhang Ju began to count. Hell froze on the spot, completely unable to adapt to Zhang Ju's style. 3, 2 dash. Just as Zhang Ju was about to count to 1, Hell hurriedly shouted, SCP-053 says she wants to see you. What did you say? Zhang Ju frowned. His face turned serious. Seeing that he was finally not counting down, Hell took a deep breath and said, SCP-053, the young girl. She wanted to see you. Chapter 54. For unknown reasons, Shirley and SCP-682 were picked up from Site 14. Zhang Ju didn't know where they had gone. Despite his high authority and he could have checked through the internal database, he didn't do that. The Foundation is a very strict organization and will not do something that does not make sense. There must be a reason for the O5 Council to make that decision, just like they trust him. Hearing that Shirley wanted to see him, Zhang Ju's expression eased slightly. He picked up his cup and took a sip of water. Tell me, what's the situation? Seeing that there was hope, Hell immediately said, Advisor Zhang. Ever since SCP-053 was brought to Site 17 a few months ago, her behavior has become unusual. Unusual? Zhang Ju's brows furrowed. Right. Hell said, according to the observation records provided by Site 14. SCP-053 has been very cooperative as long as she was given toys and food on a regular basis. But recently, she has become irritable, constantly asking to interact with other people and saying that she wants to see you. As usual, people began to have homicidal thoughts after being around her for a long time, and we can't help it. Zhang Ju's face was getting grim, while Hell's voice was getting dimmer. In the distance, both Hell and Huang Xingwen could only look at Zhang Ju with bemused eyes, waiting for him to make a decision. Zhang Ju sat on the sofa, with his grim face considering the situation. Shirley was the first SCP he came into contact with after coming to this world, he gave even the name. He had different emotions for Shirley. Not to mention that she was the reason he is still alive. Shirley's self-healing ability had helped him a lot. Shirley behaved out of the usual, and he could not ignore it. But deep within himself, he sensed something ominous. If he agreed to Hell's offer and went to Site 17 together, something would definitely happen. That is a good hunter's intuition of danger, just like when he faced the nobody. Zhang Ju cupped his chin, his fingers twitching at a very fast rate as if he was weighing them up. Hell was a bit nervous. However, he wouldn't be punished much if Zhang Ju didn't accept his offer but failed to complete the mission. The deputy Site 17 director, Harvey, would definitely give him a penalty. Fortunately, Jong-ju didn't have much time to think about it because he didn't have any other options. He sighed and asked, "When are we leaving?" Seeing Jong-ju's response, Hell was relieved and said, "The situation of SCP-053 is not too stable. So, if it's possible, we can depart in just a moment." Jong-ju nodded. "At the moment, I still have a few experiments on hand that needs to be wrapped up. I'll make the arrangements, and we'll leave in 3 days." On the roof of Site 14, Jong-ju was holding the railing and gazing into the distance. The sound of footsteps came from behind him, and without guessing, he knew who it was. "Dr. Yang, you're still up even this late? Could it be that you're looking for me to perform some stimulating and loving activities?" The trash talk didn't even need to go through the head. It just came out of his mouth. Yang Shui had already been immune to these verbal phrases and gave him a blank look. "I heard that you are going to Site 17. Yeah." Jong-ju nodded. "Shirley misses me, but also I don't want to leave." Hearing his voice seemed a bit helpless, Yang Shui said, "So you're not leaving?" "I wanted to see Shirley." Jong-ju said, "But I always have a very bad feeling. If it were you, knowing that there is a trap in front of you, would you go?" This was nonsense to ask. Yang Shui hesitated. "Then don't go there. Not going is even worse." Jong-ju sighed, "With Shirley's current state. If she can't see me, it's estimated that something more malicious will happen." The atmosphere became serious. Yang Shui suddenly thought of something, covered his lips, and laughed. "You can go without fear. I will burn the paper for you." Jong-ju froze and then sighed. "It's not easy to learn from past mistakes. The world is getting worse, and people's minds are still the same." 3 days later, Peking Airport. Jong-ju carried his suitcase and waited for the security check. Hell followed along, seemingly afraid that he would run off halfway. He chuckled about that possibility until they went through security, and only then could Hell relax. Site 17 is located at the foot of the Alps in southeastern France, and there is no direct flight from Zhangzhou to France, so they had to catch a flight from Peking to Jingzhou and then fly from Jingzhou to France. "Hey, handsome, can you help me carry my suitcase?" A flirtatious voice came from behind them, and Jong-ju couldn't help but winced at the voice at least 4 times. "Handsome man, don't pretend you can't hear me. The suitcase here is heavy, you know." A slender finger with a black lace glove rested on his shoulder. "Will you help me? I can't seem to lift it." Hell turned around and wanted to help, but he coughed violently when he saw the lady's face. A woman with black heels, black stockings, and a black trench coat was looking at Jong-ju with a smile on her face. Her appearance could be described, and only 2 words were perfect to portray her: charming and captivating. The moment he saw her, Hell didn't even dare to move, afraid that his carelessness would ruin her appearance. Jong-ju mechanically twisted his head, and after seeing the woman's attire, he let out a chortle. "Holy shit, this woman is black from top to bottom." The woman in the black dress shook her finger. "Handsome, that's not polite." Jong-ju had thought this was just a small incident. But after boarding the plane, the woman followed him all the way. Hell had bought 2 window seats in front and Jong-ju in the back. The woman happened to be sitting right next to Jong-ju. Jong-ju didn't think he could attract such a gorgeous woman. Some abilities were, of course, invisible. He thought this might be one of his abilities to attract such a figure. But the woman just gave him a flirtatious smile, leaned back on her chair, and closed her eyes. Was he being too sensitive? Jong-ju rolled his eyes. It might be that he was too handsome to believe it himself. The plane took off. It took more than 10 hours to fly from Jingzhou to where Site 17 was located, and with the time difference, they chose to leave at night so that they could arrive at their destination at approximately afternoon local time. Zhangju put on an eye mask and prepared for a good night's sleep while praying that nothing would happen on the plane. On this journey, he had many dreams. Dreaming that Site 14 was nuked after he left, and again dreaming that Shirley was crying for him. In short, sleep was not too restful for him. By the time he woke up, the plane was still moving smoothly, and it was already dawn, probably around 7 o'clock local time. Most of the passengers around him were still awake, asleep in their seats. Hell was drooling his shirt, and the woman in black was flipping through a magazine. Zhangju breathed a light sigh of relief. Everything seemed to be normal. According to the itinerary, they were now in Europe, and below the plane should be the Alps. In Zhangju's world, the Alps is a famous scenic spot. He hadn't been off the plane yet, so he couldn't help but take a couple more looks. He was admiring the beauty of the Alps when suddenly, someone shouted, "Look, what is that?" Zhangju's heart thumped, and he hurriedly looked in the direction that the person pointed, only to see that a huge black shadow was gradually flying towards them from the side and back of the plane. They were on a Boeing 1027, over 100 meters long. It was like the difference between a chicken and an eagle compared to the black shadow. The black shadow gradually approached from behind, covering the sky. Hell had woken up. He and Zhangju looked at each other and nodded. Hell called the stewardess, opened the suitcase, and took out a small telescope. Zhangju took the binoculars to the window and finally saw the face of the massive black shadow. Holy shit, it's a fucking dragon. Chapter 55. Zhangju looked through the binoculars. A red dragon was flapping its wings in the direction of the plane. With the aircraft seat reference, the estimated dragon's wings spread 300 to 400 meters, a colossal dragon. Zhangju thought about the ancient Chinese legends about the rock bird. However, the rock bird was only a legend. But the dragon was real and approaching them closer. The plane was fast, but the dragon was even faster. It was approaching the aircraft with every flap of its wings. After a few minutes, the passengers on the plane could already see it with their naked eyes. Fuck. Can someone tell me what the hell is that? Is that a special effect? It must be special effects. Stewardess. Help. The cabin was thrown into chaos. Hell passed a wink to Zhangju and nodded, so he left his seat with his assistant and walked in the direction of the cockpit. The guard on duty stopped them. What do you want to do? Hell pulled out an unknown ID from his pocket. International police. The plane is currently in distress, and according to Article 235, Paragraph 45 of international law, we will assist in taking control of this aircraft. Huh. The guard froze. His head was still thinking about Article 235, Paragraph 45 of international law, only to see Hell make a hand slash, and he fainted. On the other side, Hell's assistant also took advantage of the chaos to bring down two guards. The way they did it was clean. They must have done this a lot. For the SCP Foundation's field agents, hijacking a plane seemed to be exceptionally easy. Zhangju didn't care how Hell took over the plane, and his attention was focused on the red dragon. At this moment, the dragon was only about 1,000 or 2,000 meters away from the plane, and Zhangju could even see the fiery red scales on its body. Was this some kind of anomalous creature? Zhangju thought hard about it but couldn't find an SCP that matched the characteristics. It probably wasn't included, he thought. The woman in black had somehow returned to her seat, looked at the giant dragon through the window, and said, "It's beautiful." The other passengers on the plane were already in a panic, while this woman was calm. Zhangju couldn't help but glance at her. The flight attendant was on the verge of losing control of the chaos. Suddenly the plane's radio went on. "Hello passengers, this is the captain of this aircraft. Due to an encounter with an unidentified flying object, the aircraft was performing an emergency landing and expected to land in Italy in 30 minutes. Please understand the inconvenience caused by the disturbance. Jongju knew it was Hell's voice as soon as he heard it. He and his assistant took less than 10 minutes to lay their hands on the plane. It was true that the SCP Foundation was full of monsters inside. Once the broadcast came out, the passengers started to complain. What? Italy. I have a business to do. Yes. Can you afford to be responsible for delaying our time? Of course, some value their lives more than anything else. What are you all arguing about? Don't you know what's going on? Who are you? Yeah, why should we listen to you? Come on, don't start a fight. No matter how much they complained, the plane's temporary route change would not change, knowing that there were still a few passengers screaming for the airline to be responsible for their losses. At that moment, a flight attendant found the unconscious guards in the bathroom and screamed. The flight attendant pressed the alarm, but unbeknownst to her, all the guards in the cabin had been taken out by Hell and his assistants. The cabin, which had quieted down, boiled over again. But before they could make a scene, the giant dragon approached the plane again, this time with huge flames spewing out of its mouth. Oh, God! Someone, please help! What the hell is that? Hell no, I don't want to die here. Jongju took advantage of the chaos to gather several flight attendants and pulled out the Foundation's forged documents. I am Jongju, the leader of the Global Secret Service Demon Eradication Team, and I am now officially informing you that the plane has been taken over by my colleagues. So, if you don't want to die, calm down the passengers, and you will naturally be released from the plane when we arrive in Italy. Global Secret Service Demon Elimination Team. Several stewardesses looked at each other. They had never heard of such an organization in all their years of life. Seeing that they couldn't be fooled, Jongju pointed out the plane window. Look at that big guy. Do you think I'm joking? Compared to hijacking the plane, the threat outside was obviously more direct, and those flight attendants didn't dare to speak. Okay. Jongju waved his hand. Your task now is to calm the passengers until the plane lands. We'll take care of the rest. A stewardess timidly said, you guys can deal with that. That giant dragon. Jongju laughed. I can't say for sure, but we are professionals in dealing with such things. Jongju returned to his seat and continued to observe the giant dragon. The woman in black looked at him with a smile. Handsome, what did you do just now? At first, Jongju had noticed that only this woman in black was the calmest person on the entire plane, seemingly not afraid of the dragon outside. For an average person, it would be good if she didn't wet her pants when the plane encountered an unidentified flying object. Let alone a woman. Jongju looked at her and narrowed his eyes. Lady, you seem to have some problems. The woman in black giggled. Little boy, you're wrong about this. It's not me who has a problem. It's the world. Her flirtatious look was like a snake. The flight attendants finally calmed down the passengers and accepted that the plane had changed its route. The dragon parted ways with the plane 10 minutes later and flew deeper into the Alps. It did not look like it intended to attack the plane. The crowd was relieved and began to discuss what it was. Someone had already used a camera to record the dragon's appearance, and once it was uploaded to the internet, it would definitely cause an uproar. Jongju looked around and silently wrote down the people who took that. 3 hours later, the plane landed at an emergency airport in Italy. The SCP Foundation agents who had been waiting at the airport immediately took over the plane. The rest of the people on board were subjected to an examination, and any audio or video equipment was destroyed except for Jongju, Hell, and his assistant's device. Seeing this, some of the passengers began to shout and curse. Hell casually shut down some lousy passengers before they began to cooperate. Jongju saw the Foundation's security personnel take them all inside a room, supposedly to undergo A-level amnestic sedation. When they woke up, they would not remember what had happened in the last few hours. Jongju watched them enter the small dark room one by one and frowned. Hell, where is the woman sitting next to me? Hell froze and hurriedly called his assistant to check all the passengers. A few minutes later, he came to Jongju with a confused look. After the plane landed, the woman said she needed to go to the bathroom. The two security officers that went with her were found unconscious in the bathroom, and the woman was gone. Heh, quite a slippery snake. Hell asked, should we send someone after her? No need. Jongju shook his head, knowing her ability, 2 or 3 security members are no match for her, and we can't send more than that. So, let's take care of this problem first. I have a feeling, he narrowed his eyes, that we'll meet again. The closest site to here was Site 17. Those who came over to deal with this incident were Hell's colleagues, and Jongju saw several people greet him. A leader-like man walked over, surrounded by people. Hell greeted him and introduced him to Jongju. This is our deputy site director, Harvey. Hell pointed to Harvey, and Sir Harvey, this is Dash. No need for an introduction. I recognized him. If it isn't Advisor Jong, ha ha ha. Harvey is about 40 years old. His body is like a wine barrel game with a long decaying body. If he were a government official, asking about it would never harm him in any way. He smiled and shook Jongju's hand with a glint in his eyes. Like a smiling tiger. He might have been fooled by his cheerfulness if it was someone else. But as always, Jongju was a man of character. To deal with these kinds of people, Jongju had his way of dealing with them. He spoke in broken English and said, "Oh, so you are Sir Harvey. My admiration for you is as great as a river, and if anyone dares to speak ill of you, I swear that I will kick their ass. Advisor Jong, allow me to express my highest praise to you. Your arrival has made the future of the Foundation brighter than before." He he he. Ha 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 ha. The two men hugged each other and bragged about each other as if they were old friends who hadn't seen each other for years. Who would have thought this was the first time they met? Hell quietly asked his assistant, "Do you think that two of them were that confident in believing themselves?" The assistant wanted to tell the truth but was afraid that Harvey's inner circle would hear and then give him a penalty, so he could only cough. "Whether you believe it or not, I believe it anyway." The two talked to each other when a staff member came to Harvey's side and whispered to him. Harvey grunted after hearing it. "Advisor Jong, I'm afraid we can't go back to Site 17 to meet SCP-053 first," he said. "Oh." Jongju raised his eyebrows, "What's wrong?" Harvey spread his hands, "Our trouble-loving little buddy, you know, the bunch of lunatics who want to destroy everything anomalous is in a fucking trouble again." Chapter 56. GOC, or the Global Occult Coalition. It is a branch agency of the United Nations that consists of 108 paranormal organizations with the motto protecting people, whether they like it or not. As an anomaly agency led by an international government organization, it differs most from the Foundation in its approach to those anomalous objects. If the Foundation's goal is relatively just to secure, contain, and protect, then the GOC's goal is to destroy, and destroy. They spare no effort to destroy all discovered anomalies, whether they are harmful to humanity or not. Because they are backed by the United Nations, they are richer and more militarized than the SCP Foundation, with very advanced conventional combat weapons. I'm afraid the Foundation would be no match for them if they didn't use anomalous weaponry to engage in combat. But as we all know, the scary thing about the Foundation is that you never know how many tricks they had left. The Foundation has several means of rebooting the world alone, unmatched by any other organization. Because the Foundation hosts so many anomalous objects, the GOC is aware of the Foundation's existence, and the relationship between the two is very tense. However, due to the common principle of protection and confidentiality, the two sides still cooperate from time to time, which can be said to be a love-hate situation. However, it must be admitted that the Foundation is still the most professional when it comes to handling anomalies. Sometimes the GOC will cause irreparable consequences due to the mishandling of the anomalous objects, and then the Foundation will need to come out and take care of it. One of the most famous examples is SCP-1609, the remains of a chair. SCP-1609 was originally a chair that would teleport as soon as you wanted to sit down. It would teleport to another place. For an anomalous object, it was common and pretty safe. But the GOC didn't think about it, and they wanted to destroy it. When they threw it to a wood chipper, it made SCP-1609 hurt, scared, and angry. To the point, it fought back. SCP-1609 went from harmless to deadly in a matter of minutes because of the GOC, and it killed at least 3 members of the GOC. Of course, how many unknown ones is unclear. The Foundation then took the chair and would not even use its teleportation ability to leave the site where it was contained, fearing that others would harm it. This incident was written as a textbook guide in the SCP Foundation's documentation, thus proving why the Foundation's approach was right, and the GOC was wrong. So, when the GOC was mentioned, almost everyone in the Foundation looked dissatisfied because they were the pros in handling those anomalies. That's why when Harvey said things like troublemaking buddies and crazy people who want to destroy all anomalous objects, Jong-ju knew who he was talking about right away. The fact that the GOC had come for help meant that things had gotten so bad that they were out of their control, and they had to ask for help from the Foundation. That's why Harvey said Jong-ju wouldn't be able to see Shirley today. How about it, Advisor Jong? Do you want to come with me to see what strange things those lunatics have come up with? To be honest, long before he arrived, Jong-ju had been prepared to be pitted, but he was a bit helpless when it came to something like this. God knows he just wanted to take a hot shower, read a web novel, and push the unscrupulous authors to post more updates. Who the hell wants to work when you can relax? But knowing he was unfamiliar with the area, he could only do as he pleased. He sighed and said, "Okay, we'll go see it together." A few people rushed all the way back to the city from the emergency airport and only had a casual meal on the way, then transferred to another car. Finally, in the late afternoon, they arrived in a small town called Naya. Across the street from the town were the Alps. But as soon as they reached the town entrance, they were blocked by a large number of cars. It seemed to be a lot of people gathered here, making this originally peaceful town instantly lively. Most of them were holding cameras or phones in their hands, pointing at the sky where there were only stars, wondering what they were waiting for. "Fuck. What's going on?" Harvey said angrily, "These aren't tourists at all. People are really a pain in the ass." He just casually said it. Both he and Jong-ju knew that this time of the year was not the peak tourist season, and these people also obviously did not look like travelers but rather more like media reporters. They must have gotten some information and arrived here to get a first-hand news report. If many media outlets made the existence of the anomaly public at the same time, even the SCP Foundation would have a headache figuring out how to get past this. They can't just do a memory wipe on all the TV viewers. Jong-ju and Harvey looked at each other, knowing that the situation was much more serious than they thought, and they had to find the person in charge of the GOC here immediately. 20 minutes later, they squeezed into a cafe on foot. In the single room in the far corner, they met the GOC representative. It was a black-bearded man, tough-looking and a bit naive. After Jong-ju and Harvey both took their seats, the man grunted, "Deputy Site Director, you guys came really quickly." The tone was quite dissatisfied, and it looked like he knew Harvey. Deputy Site Director Harvey is originally a smiling tiger expert at hiding his true emotion, but this time he was angered because of that man's words. He gritted his teeth and said, "If you hadn't made such a big deal, the town wouldn't have been swamped by those group of reporters. Take a look at yourselves. You have so many advanced weapons. Even my grandmother could handle this type of situation herself. Only people from the Foundation will always rely on their grandmother. The two of them were trash-talking to each other, and Zhang had a headache just listening to them from the sidelines. This was too childish. He could have cursed them out if they were just hanging together, but now was not the perfect time to do such things. Zhang slammed his fist on the table with a bang. You two shut the fuck up. You, decayed stomach face, and you, stained beard, are not lover birds. If you dare to quarrel again, believe me, I'll tear your mouths and feed it to the fishes. I'm in a hurry to get back to my wife and kids. They were full of energy, but Zhang was even more powerful than them. They were tough, but Zhang was tougher than them. The bearded man from the GOC was scolded and froze. It took him a long time to realize, and he asked Harvey, "Who is this guy?" Harvey grunted, "His identity is classified. But what I can tell you is that, if he really meant that, I suggest you run away as far as you could. Before Foundation made an assumption about your guys' wrongdoings. Say it, what trouble you guys have caused again." The bearded man looked at Zhang and snarked, not understanding why Harvey would be scornful about him asking about that young person. He didn't bother to think about why. He just hummed softly, "We didn't do anything either. Just released a dragon from the underground, that's all." Chapter 57. The black-bearded person was named Davis. Unlike Harvey, who had a personality like a smiling tiger. He was a straight shooter, the kind of guy who didn't think twice before anything. He also knew that the GOC was in trouble again and didn't dare to look Zhang in the eye, his voice getting smaller and smaller. What the fuck? That was the only word that came to Zhang mind. The giant red flying dragon that the GOC had released was their fault. No wonder so many reporters had gathered here. They should have been told by eyewitnesses that they all wanted to get first-hand information. What a pain in the neck. A flying dragon that big would be easily seen by the public. Fortunately, its nest is in the Alps, blocking those reporters. Otherwise, the front-page headlines of major media tomorrow would be shocking. The dragon really exists. That's not true. Zhang thought about it and said, "Aren't you GOC guys would use any means to destroy the anomalies? Why don't you guys just kill it?" Speaking of it, bearded Davis' face was ugly as if he had eaten shit. It's not that they don't want to destroy it, but the dragon simply can't be killed. Davis said, "We tried to use machine guns, explosives, laser weapons, long-range missiles, biochemical weapons, but all failed. Moreover, it seems to have become more and more powerful. Getting stronger and stronger?" Zhang realized that something was wrong. A dragon that can't be killed is normal. For this kind of hard-to-kill creature, the Foundation has all the ways to deal with it. But, this seemed to be a big problem when it comes to a self-adapting creature. Zhang said, "Tell us more about the creature in full detail." Davis said, "When we first found it, he was just a small flying dragon with a wingspan of fewer than 5 meters. According to the procedure, our staff proceeds to terminate it. They shot it with a dozen heavy machine guns and were beaten to death. But it did not die. Its body recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye and became larger than before. Growing to more than 10 meters long, then, my crew used a rocket launcher, and the result was the same. After killing it time over time, it would only recover, and the size would be larger than before. Last week, we used biological weapons but still failed to destroy it. The preliminary estimate of that dragon now has a wingspan of 350 meters, and as for the weight, we can't estimate it." Listening to Davis, GOC used all conventional weapons on that dragon to kill it. Zhang wanted to ask him if GOC was still planning to deploy nukes on it if the Foundation didn't come to help. Instead of killing the target, these attempts had become a feeder for the dragon to be more powerful. All that couldn't kill it would only make it stronger. This is exactly like SCP-682 but with wings. Zhang looked at Davis and asked, "Since you already know that characteristic of the dragon, Why do you have to test it again and again? That's because, Davis was momentarily speechless, not knowing how to answer him. Forget it. Seeing his tangled face, Zhangju waved his hand and guessed the reason behind it. I guess the GOC didn't think this dragon was any different at first, thinking it was just an ordinary anomalous creature. But as the termination goes, they were already too late by the time they found out what the problem was. At this time, they could have turned it to the Foundation. But on the one hand, it was a shameless thing to do, and on the other hand, they were worried that the United Nations would blame them. So, they chose to throw their weight around and continue to use all kinds of advanced weapons in an attempt to find the dragon's weakness. Unfortunately, they failed. The little dragon turned into a behemoth and inflicted a considerable number of casualties on the GOC staff. Then it was witnessed by some people visiting the Alps, and things got out of hand. What a stupid way of thinking. At this point, Zhangju just wanted to slap that bearded man's face and slam him against the wall, buckling all the way down. Things are not complicated. Harvey also guessed the reason behind it, and he mocked, "You GOC really a bunch of stupid people, huh? A random termination team uses those random biological weapons. Unlike the Foundation, we are more strategic. When it comes to dealing with this kind of anomalies, we rely on our brain." Harvey grimaced. Davis wanted to retort, but knowing that he was now begging for help, he could only mutter a few words and did not speak. Zhangju's fingers kept tapping on the table, and after a moment, he said, "Deputy Site Director Harvey, what should we do now?" Harvey laughed, "Are you kidding? Zhangju, you are a special advisor approved by the O5 Council. The same rank as the site directors. Site 17 invited you to guide the work. I wouldn't dare to teach you the ropes. Regarding this matter, just lead us on what we should do and assist you. I, Harvey, are ready for your order." Harvey had just said he didn't dare to reveal Zhangju's identity, and now he was holding him in high regard, afraid that Davis didn't know who was in charge now. His whole paragraph had one purpose: to dump the pot. You can know from Davis' description that this dragon is not a monster to be messed with, and now there are so many reporters are in the area. One mistake will make the whole world know about the existence of those anomalous monsters, and maybe even the Foundation will be exposed. Of course, someone had to take responsibility if something happened, and Zhangju was the one who was willing to hold that burden. However, for Zhangju, he was thinking about a plan that hadn't finished yet, knowing what he would face later. On the one hand, he had an advantage in containing anomalous creatures, and the information he had in his head was incomparable to others. On the other hand, he was confident to the point of conceit. At all times, he wants to take control to command others to do things, but he can't just do whatever he wants to do. It can be said that the question he asked was on purpose because he already knew how Harvey would answer. Both are human, ready for their willingness to fight and suffer. After they set up their mind, they looked at each other and smiled. Zhangju said, "Deputy Site Director Harvey, I'll try my best. Bearded old man, I need detailed information about your termination of the dragon, including the time of execution, the weapon used, the time it took to recover, its speed, etc. The more detailed it is, the better, and also, give me a map of the Alps." He licked his lips and felt some excitement as if something hidden in his genes had been ignited. Zhangju did things with precise planning, and even those who had just come into contact with him could feel that confidence, thus allowing people to trust his decisions. This is something that Yang Shui would describe him the best, knowing that when the SCP-682 containment breach incident occurred, it was Zhangju who saved the day. Harvey asked, "Advisor Zhangju, what do you need the map of the Alps for?" "Deputy Site Director Harvey, haven't you heard that in the lair of a giant dragon, there are usually treasures that lurk beneath it?" Zhangju narrowed his eyes and smiled, "Let's sneak into the Alps and shoot the hell out of it." Chapter 58. He was sleepless. Jiangju, relying on his ability to stay up all night, finished reading all the GOC's information on that giant dragon, analyzed, and organized a plan. He had guessed that source of that dragon's power must come from the heart. The following day, under the leadership of Davis, Jiangju, and Hell, the others headed for the GOC's camp in the Alps. At 7:30 a.m., the foot of the Alps was already surrounded by a large group of people. Most of them were media reporters, but some travelers had come here to see the view. It looked like it was only a matter of time before they were exposed if they didn't get rid of that dragon quickly. After learning about the information last night, Harvey had already reported the whole thing to the Foundation's headquarters, and the nearest mobile task force team was already heading their position. But they were running out of time, and Jiangju decided to go to the mountain first to see what was going on. At the same time, Harvey stayed behind to wait and meet up with the mobile task force that was on their way. A few people hiking with their equipment on their backs take the regular tourist route. There were also travelers and citizen journalists around rallying with their cameras, keeping their eye out to the sky and the mountains, expecting to see the dragon. When the temperature gradually shrinks, the people around the area gradually move out and evacuate themselves. After all, everyone was here to make money while relaxing, there is no need to be so desperate about it. Jiangju and the others set out in the morning, and by the time it was afternoon, they had arrived at an altitude of more than 2,000 meters. The temperature had fallen a little lower. Several people took out the clothes they had prepared and put them on, warming them in the process. Let's take a break. Jiangju looked around, found a relatively flat rock, and stood on it to look out into the distance. It's close to the snow line further up, so we need to resupply and energy up. The weather was cloudy and dreary, making their climb a little more difficult. The number of travelers around them gradually decreased, and most of those who made it this far were rock climbing enthusiasts, and those journalists carrying cameras had long since disappeared. Advisor Zhang, you seem to be very familiar with this place, Hell said. Jiangju nodded. As a Chinese person who lived two different lives, he was not as familiar with the Alps as he was with the Alpine lollipop candy. He spent all night long memorizing all the known information regarding the Alps and the dragon. He doesn't know if it was because this world had SCP, but the Alps here were already far from what he knew, and the geological landscape had changed significantly. Several people who finished their meal picked up their climbing picks, ropes, and other equipment moving forward to their destination. They went all the way deep into the Alps, not knowing how far they had gone. Along the way, Davis kept adjusting the direction of the north compass to make sure the group did not go off track. When it was evening, the group pulled out their tents and sat inside to organize their equipment. Davis opened the map with his finger on the top of the marked location. This is where the dragon is often spotted. Our camp is located about 2,000 meters from it. Around that area, not far away from here. At our current pace, we should be able to arrive at noon tomorrow, hopefully in time before things erupt. The Alps can be windy at night, which is not suitable for hiking. So, Jiangju and the others had to camp in their tents. During the day, they just ate some dried meat haphazardly to catch up with the schedule. A small fireplace was created to cook some canned food to eat. To survive in the wild, do not try not to use a campfire to roast meat or cook canned food. It is easy to attract wild animals, but since they are already deep in the Alps, there aren't any wild animals that would ambush them. Jiangju raised his suspicion when footsteps suddenly came from outside the tent. Both the SCP Foundation and the GOC had elite field agents. Even though their footstep barely made any noise, it couldn't be hidden from anyone's ears. Especially from Jiangju. He was trained to listen to the sound of footsteps when playing games at midnight. A few people looked at each other and continued to laugh while their hands all touched their backpacks. Judging from the sound of footsteps, the one outside was not a wild animal but a person. If a wild animal appears in the middle of the night in this mountain, it'll be a piece of cake to handle the situation. But if it's a person, it will be a little bit troublesome. The sound of talking and laughing continued, and the footsteps came closer to them little by little. 5 meters. 4 meters. 3 meters. Just when the people outside were only 2 meters away from the tent, Hal's assistant opened the door tent. Like two fierce tigers, Hal and Davis pounced on the people outside the tent. Bang. Bang. Ugh. Gah. 2 seconds later, the miserable screams of both Hal and Davis can be heard. Both Jongju and Hal's assistant froze. What kind of person on the outside could instantly put those two fierce men down? Those two were no ordinary people. Jongju had seen Hal's combat ability, and even though he had studied the Chinese arts with Old Man Chen for more than half a year, he couldn't be sure that he'd get away in this situation without using his ability. Not to mention the fact that Davis was standing on the sidelines. That mysterious person must be powerful and may have some special ability. They did not wait for Hal and Davis to return to their senses. The person outside had already opened the tent door. It was a pair of slender hands with black lace gloves. Then came a sweet female voice. "Good evening, little boy." With anger, Hal and Davis covered their punched and swollen cheeks with their hands and hid in the corner of the tent. Hal's assistant took a bottle of ointment and wiped their bruises. The woman in black had taken off her gloves and was waiting in front of the campfire. Seeing Jongju's strange expression, she smiled flirtatiously. "What is it, little boy? Aren't you glad to see me again?" The woman's power is extraordinary, and she even stalked all the way to follow Jongju. She had a purpose for doing so and didn't know which side she belonged to now. Seeing that she did not see any foreigners, Jongju stretched his hand. "Lady, could you tell me who are you and what's your name? Otherwise, if you come to my house in the future, should I introduce you to my colleagues as my second uncle's niece-in-law?" It took the woman in black a while to understand what Jongju had meant. Instead of caring about Jongju's verbal flirtation, she stretched out her index finger and pointed it at Jongju. "What is it, little boy? Do you want to take advantage of me? Please do. I'll be gentle." Her voice was sweet, and her expression was flirtatious, like a hideous snake luring their prey. Hal, his assistant, and Davis were so attracted by her appearance that their mouths watered. What a pervert! Jongju didn't affected by her at all if not for his upright bravery in not letting himself be attached to women. Things may have gotten into a bad situation. But then again, with the strength that this woman had just shown, it would not be difficult to destroy them in the deep mountains, even if they were just a few old men. Of course, even if he couldn't beat her, Jongju still could defend himself. For Jongju, being teased by a woman was something that he had never experienced before. When he was about to fight back, he heard a loud rumble followed by the ground shaking. An earthquake. Jongju was about to tell everyone to run out of their tent. Davis suddenly remembered something and called out, "Quick! Look above. That flying dragon must have appeared." Chapter 59. Deep in the Alps, a red dragon was soaring through the sky. The dragon was massive, and it created a big gust of wind. Fortunately, it was dark, and this place was deserted. Otherwise, the dragon's appearance must have shocked the world, and all biologists will be crazy about it. The dragon hovered in the air and let out a roar from its mouth. The loud sound echoed in the Alps and caused avalanches in the Alps valleys. Jongju and the others stepped out of their tents to see a huge red shadow hovering in the distant sky. Its cries echoed within the mountain tops while the distant valleys kept rumbling. It was a good thing the place they had chosen to camp was a small and isolated top far from any snow patches, or they would have been buried in snow. Jongju had seen the dragon on the plain, and when he saw it again from the ground, the enormous size still took his breath away. Hal gulped and stammered, "Davis, you call this a small dragon? Oh my God! What's wrong with my eyes? Why can't I see anything?" Davis looked away. Jiangju stared at the giant dragon in the distance, calculating in his mind quietly. What a behemoth, how to subdue and contain this creature without any weapon at all. Among several people, only the woman in black did not have any expression. She looked at the giant dragon in the distance. A strange glint in her eyes can be seen. They were admiring the giant dragon when suddenly, the dragon turned around and flew over in the direction they were located. Holy shit! Seeing where the dragon was heading, Jiangju shouted, "Run!" In his desperation, he shouted in Chinese. But at a time like this, the tone he made can be understood even by someone who doesn't speak Chinese. Hell and Davis didn't even need to listen to Jiangju. They instinctively turned their heads and ran down the hill. It's a good thing that they're running separately. Jiangju cursed, speeding up his pace. Fearing that if he were not fast enough, he would be swallowed by the dragon. The dragon flapped its wings and flew straight towards the mountain peak where they were camping, clearing the area of several thousand meters in an instant. While running, Jiangju looked back, and he was shocked. The dragon was only a few hundred meters away from them, and he could even see the dragon's fiery eyes. It's over. Jiangju thought. What ability does he have available to fight a giant dragon? Hell and Davis also realized the problem. No matter how fast they run, they can't escape from the dragon that was tailing them. Several people stopped at the mountainside. They were looking at the flying dragon, waiting for death. Advisor Zhang, do you have any last words? I just want to know what your assistant's name is. Bearded man, why do you even contain that creature? To kill them later. It is the GOC's duty to protect humans from any harm. Then protect me instead. SCP Foundation staff is not under our protection. That is blatant discrimination. Okay, you don't need to be rude. Jiangju waved his hand and gathered the three of them to his side. He had no choice. He was going to use the old man's pocket dimension ability to dodge the first wave of attacks first. As for how to counterattack it, he'll think about it later. However, a scene that surprised them happened. The dragon did not fly towards them but directly crashed its head into the mountain peak. Boom! A huge impact can be heard, and the ground was shaken. Several people were stunned by the scene. What had just happened? That giant dragon crashed into the mountain with its head? Was it nicknamed the Gong Dragon? While Jiangju was amazed, the dragon hovered and rose into the air again, accelerating towards another mountain peak. Boom! It crashed into the mountain peak once again. This time several people could see it very clearly. The top of that dragon's head was already bubbling with red blood, but it still crashed its head into the mountainside. What exactly was that dragon thinking? Looking for a lost loved one? Jiangju grunted in his heart. Several other people also had puzzled expressions on their faces. Hell said, Davis, what exactly did you guys do to it? It can't even see straight. Davis scratched his head, nothing really. Except for peeing in its direction. An hour later, the dragon flew away with a wound. Left a few people with gusts made from its wings. Jiangju looked around. Since the giant dragon appeared, the woman in black was nowhere to be found. Disappeared like a mysterious person again. The four remaining crew returned to their camp and fixed the tent that had collapsed. A few people didn't have the guts to sleep, keeping their eyes wide open until dawn. Jiangju kept thinking. Why would the dragon act like that? Did it really have something to think about? He was content, and he wanted to take a look inside its nest. Dawn was set, they continued to head towards the GOC's camp as originally planned. They spared no time for rest. This time they quickened their pace and finally saw a tent in the late afternoon, appearing not far from the opposite hillside. Hey, I'm back, Davis called out toward the camp before being followed by Hell. Oh! Davis looked at Hell in horror, thinking that the SCP Foundation men were going to kill him. SHH. Zhangju put his index finger to his mouth, signaling him to be silent. For the first time back at the camp, Davis had let his guard down a bit. Zhangju and Ha'ir hadn't let their guard down. Something was not right about the GOC's camp. Hell's assistant picked up an eggshell from the corner of the rock. Zhangju swept the snow off the rocks with his foot, and there was some blood faintly sprayed on it, bright red and still fresh by the looks of it. There had obviously been a fight here, and it was very recent. The camp was still there, but it was too quiet, and there was no human life at all. Davis also realized that something was wrong. According to the procedure, the camp should have sent someone to meet them, but it didn't. Even the 24-hour guard post was gone. Something's wrong. Davis broke out in a cold sweat. In order to execute that dragon, the GOC camp has many advanced weapons. Even if a small army came here to rob them, it would be a hard thing to deal with. From the time he left until now, it was only about 3 days. How could the GOC guards be wiped out so quickly? Who did this? Several people approached the camp step by step, cautiously. The camp was empty, except for a few tents. All other weapons and equipment had disappeared. The GOC personnel stationed here aren't anywhere to be seen. Even their dead bodies are nowhere to be found. This ruled out the possibility of a dragon attack. Could it be the woman in black from last night? Zhangju didn't think so. If she had killed everyone with whatever ability she had, it was possible. But what about the weapons and equipment? How could she have carried them away alone? Zhangju looked around and found an insulated water cup. He unscrewed the water cup, poured it into his hand, and found that the water was still hot. It looked like the place had been attacked just a few hours ago. Who had done it? Zhangju was thinking about it. Suddenly, Hell's assistant shouted from the other side, "Come here. There's someone alive in here." Chapter 60. Hell's assistant found a man under the cliff, hiding behind a rock and showing only half his body, not knowing whether he was alive or dead. If not for his sharp eyes, maybe the man would never have been found. Hell took out a rope, put it on his body, went down the cliff, and brought him up. The man was bathed in blood. They couldn't see his face with a helmet on. The armed suit printed with the words GOC signaled his identity. He must be a GOC personnel. Hell carried him on his back, and after Zhangju checked his vital signs and confirmed that he was still alive, he searched his whole body and then dismounted all his weapons and equipment. "What are you doing?" Davis yelled with anger. The entire GOC crew was missing and had probably met their demise. This person was their only hope of finding the rest of GOC's personnel. Although Zhangju didn't trust him enough, he sighed and patted Davis's shoulder. "Bearded man. Don't be blinded by hatred and anger. You are a field agent. There are things that you should know better than I do. No matter when or where, ensuring safety is the first priority." Zhangju stopped Davis' anger by giving him words through his mouth. Everyone had disappeared, and only this man remained here, which was a problem in itself. That cliff was hidden, but the enemy was powerful enough to wipe them all. How could they make such a small mistake like this? The current situation was as if someone had deliberately left him here, waiting for others to rescue him. The temperature on the mountain peak was low, and the GOC personnel was wearing armed helmets, so that Davis couldn't have known everyone. Although this man was wearing a GOC uniform, no one knew if he was a member of the GOC personnel and the one who should be guarding the camp. Listening to Zhangju's words, Davis also thought about that point. As a GOC field agent, his brain wasn't slow. But the situation at the camp was so bizarre that it had slowed his ability to think. Foundation's personnel was always rigorous in their work, and he had to admit that Zhu Zhang was right. Davis clenched his fist, opened the goggles on the man's helmet. He wiped a little of the blood off his face and tried to see the survivor's face. "Hunter. Davis screamed. It seemed he knew this man. Jiangju and Hell looked at each other. In that case, they should be able to figure out what the hell had happened here. With the help of Jiangju and the others, Hunter finally woke up 3 hours later. He was a little weak, leaning against the rock with frightened eyes. He was staggered after experiencing something terrible. Jiangju handed him a cup of hot water. No need to rush. Take your time. Hunter closed his eyes and tried to remember what had happened. His body trembled slightly. Those memories were not so good. About 10 minutes later, he spoke. Ever since Davis left, strange things had happened in the camp one after another. Starting that night, people from the camp started disappearing for no reason. Some were out on patrol and never came back. Others were even more horrific. 1 second, I was talking to them, and when I turned around, they were gone. Captain Bruno began to count. At 8 o'clock, it was 135 personnel. At 9 o'clock on the second count, there were less than 120 people. Everyone started to panic, and I was a little scared. The captain gathered everyone together. Several team leaders discussed how they should react to the situation. They felt that this place was experiencing weird stuff and everyone decided to leave the place the next day. In the morning, everyone's eyes were red, and many of them could no longer speak. It was time for us to retreat. I packed up my equipment and was preparing to leave the tent. But who would have known that my partner, Arthur, stabbed me with a dagger? I knocked him out and tried to get out for help. But I found that everyone had gone mad and killed each other. I saw Captain Bruno shoot Vice Captain Dennis in the head and then get blown up by another guy with a rocket launcher. Everyone was going crazy. A couple of guys tried to come over to kill me. I ran all the way to the exit and fell off a cliff in a hurry. After that, I didn't know anything else. When Hunter finished speaking, all of them looked at each other puzzled at what had just happened. Jiangju cupped his chin with his fingers, processing the information Hunter had conveyed. All of the GOC's personnel had inexplicably disappeared and then killed each other. He thought through his brain and hadn't come up with any anomalous object or phenomenon that could turn everyone like that. If we were to combine the weird things that happened here with an SCP object, it would look a bit like the Hanged King's tragedy. But the GOC personnel is here to carry out a mission. Did they perform the drama here? Just thinking about it made him feel unsympathetic. Jiangju's brow furrowed slightly. There was something weird about this. If they couldn't find out what had caused it, they had to evacuate immediately and stop the MTF squads from heading here. Otherwise, everyone would face the fate as the others. Compared to that giant dragon, this unknown danger is rather more frightening. Hell was also thinking about the situation and asked, Advisor Zhang, what should we do? Jiangju said, according to Hunter, the GOC camp began to show abnormalities after being stationed here overnight. It looks like it should be an anomalous phenomenon that disturbs everyone's thoughts. The GOC personnel, like the SCP Foundation personnel, have mostly undergone special mental training. If they can't resist it, the MTF wouldn't have the chance to survive it. We must first inform them to stay away from here. Jiangju narrowed his eyes. Another thing to confirm is whether what happened here is related to that giant dragon. Hunter said faintly, about that. I don't think that has anything to do with the dragon. Oh. Jiangju raised his eyebrows and looked at him. Why is that so? Just a hunch, Hunter said. It gives me the feeling that it's more like a geomagnetic field or something like that. As long as we get out of here, we won't be affected. So that's how it is. Jiangju gave a long sigh and casually pulled out the sidearm he was carrying and played with it in his hands. He said to Hell, how about this, rather than having your assistant escort Hunter down the mountain? The rest of us will stick to the plan. We will wait here for the MTF team to arrive, and then we'll search the dragon's nest. Hunter coughed violently twice. No, Don't stay here. Something will definitely happen. Seeing his response, Zhang Ju smiled. If Yang Shui had been here, she would have understood that this meant Zhang Ju already had a good idea of the situation. Well, the show ends here. He pointed the gun in his hand at Hunter's head. Tell me, who are you really? Chapter 61. Advisor Zhang, what are you doing? Seeing Zhang Ju unexpectedly draw his gun at Hunter, Davis looked puzzled. The incident happened suddenly, and all of them were startled by Zhang Ju's sudden action. Hell and his assistant were all from SCP Foundation, so they didn't dare to interrupt him. After the Side 14 infiltration, Zhang Ju's reputation at the Foundation was already very big. He must have had his reasons for doing so. Zhang Ju pointed his gun at Hunter's head and smiled at Davis. Bearded man, haven't you noticed by now? He's not Hunter at all. How come? Hearing what had Zhang Ju said, Davis was shocked. Hunter and I are very good friends. There is no way someone could pretend to be Hunter. There is something that only I know about him. He has a scar on his left ear that was cut out by an enemy when he saved my life. I remember the shape of the scar, and no one else could recreate that. Davis was adamant but left hell shocked. He looked at Hunter sitting on the bench, and indeed Hunter's left earlobe was missing a piece of flesh. The scar was indistinct, and it looks like it happened a long time ago. Something like that is tough to replicate. Hunter immediately said, Davis, don't trust these SCP Foundation people. They're trying to divide us. Davis looked at Zhang Ju and then at Hunter. His hands started to move to his waist, where he had his sidearm. Hell and his assistant immediately looked at Davis, fearing that he would suddenly make an attack. The situation was tense for a while. The GOC and the Foundation have always been in a love-hate situation. Although they have worked together, it's not unheard of for them to go at each other with knives and guns. The conflict was imminent. It was nothing different for Zhang Ju. Davis, I know you won't believe what I say. But it's easy to prove that this man is not Hunter. Just take off his helmet. Take off the helmet. Davis didn't understand what Zhang Ju meant. Neither did Hell and his assistant. The situation was still the same. Zhang Ju was a good talker, and he always found a way to make you follow his rhythm. After he finished, he immediately turned his gaze to Hunter. Are you willing to take off your helmet for everyone to see? Zhang Ju's gaze was sharp, like a falcon's eye. Hunter was instantly caught in his gaze and stammered, No, why would I take off my helmet? Davis, don't listen to him. Let's take them out together. Davis was not an ordinary person. He can't betray his friend just because Zhang Ju says so. But Hunter was acting strange and seemed to be a bit helpless, as if there was something odd about his helmet. Hunter, take off your helmet. Davis said, I promise you, if he's wrong, I'll gladly help you. Even if it cost my life, I will not betray the organization. Seeing that Davis also began to doubt himself, Hunter said sharply, No, Davis, you have to believe me. They are using you. What a fucking nuisance. Zhang Ju couldn't stand to watch his fake act anymore. He pulled the trigger in his hand. Bang. The sound of gunfire could be heard, and everyone froze. No one expected Zhang Ju to shoot. Davis thought Zhang Ju was going to kill him, his eyes turned red, and he was ready to fight him. Zhang Ju immediately waved his hand and pointed in Hunter's direction. Look. It turned out that Zhang Ju's shot had not hit Hunter's body but had broken the lacing of his helmet. The helmet broke away from Hunter's head with a strong shock and fell to the ground. Davis looked over at Hunter, and he was stunned. Not only him, even Hell and his assistant were dumbfounded. Their jaw opened wide. The original Hunter looked like Davis, a big black man. The current Hunter, although still wearing the GOC armed suit, his face turned out to be a white man, had a mustache, and looked at least 50 or 60 years old. You're Davis's brain suddenly jams, unable to speak of what he just saw. Hell and his assistant also looked at Zhangju, seeking an explanation. Only Zhangju did not show the slightest surprise at the real-life version of the transformation that had just happened, as if he had expected such an outcome. Zhangju maintained his posture, his pistol still pointed at Hunter's head, picked up the helmet that had fallen, and turned it around in his hand. "It's simple," he said, "this is not a GOC helmet at all, but SCP-180. Item no, SCP-180, Identity Thieving Hat. Object Class, Euclid. Description: SCP-180 appears as a hat or other form of headwear or hair accessory. Any individual who places SCP-180 on their head will have their identity stolen by the hat. This effect causes the original host to be completely unrecognizable, even to people strongly familiar with the person. Once SCP-180 has stolen the identity of a host subject, when SCP-180 is placed upon any other subject's head, the identity of the first subject, host, is imprinted on the second subject. This is possible not only for people but for animals and inanimate objects. For example, subjects have mistaken dogs, statues, and coffee tables for the host of SCP-180 when the hat is placed on these objects. SCP-180's appearance changes upon changing host. However, the effect is only visual. The object has appeared as a top hat, a skull cap, a baseball cap, a bandana, a hair clip, a hijab, and a motorcycle helmet. Research has been unable to explain how and why radiation, visual and infrared, is manipulated by SCP-180 to produce false images. Special containment procedures, for security reasons, all headwear, including hair clips and bows, is restricted in the containment site. Anyone violating this rule is subject to a complete physical search, auditing of travel within the site, and DNA identity testing. Hearing what had Zhangju said, Hell remembered that a long time ago, the Foundation had a theft incident resulting in multiple anomalous items being taken from their site. One of which was SCP-180. It's not that he didn't know about it. He just didn't expect at all that SCP-180 would appear here. But this also raised questions for Hell. SCP-180 would steal the original owner's identity and overlay it on the current owner's body, and even Hunter's good friend Davis had failed to recognize it. How did Zhangju know he was a fake? After being revealed by Zhangju, that white Hunter changed from a wounded Hunter look just a moment ago. His expression became profoundly inexplicable, as if he wasn't worried about his situation at all. It looked like even if his identity was recognized, he still had the confidence to escape or even to kill them here. He looked at Zhangju and asked with a smile, "The Foundation is really talented. Young man, you are sharp. Can you tell me how you figured me out?" According to the usual formula, our protagonist should list a lot of details that are difficult to observe, tell the person's weaknesses, boast of his keen observation and precise reasoning, and end with, "When you eliminate all impossible situations, there will be only one detail left for me to conclude." No matter how unbelievable is the outcome, to complete a beautiful pretense. Knowing Zhangju, he didn't play by the rule. He took a step and slapped the white Hunter's head. "I haven't said anything, and who gave you the permission to talk?" Chapter 62. Zhangju is not an omniscient god, and he was able to recognize the fake Hunter's disguise for his own reasons. It had been known that everyone had disappeared and only one person remained here, so that person itself was suspicious. Zhangju maintained this skeptical attitude throughout the exchange and discovered the fake Hunter's mistake. When Zhangju mentioned the dragon, he looked a little unnatural. When Zhangju tried to push the topic further and said he would find the dragon's nest, he panicked. It looked as if he didn't want anyone to go near this GOC camp, let alone search for the dragon's nest. "I'm just joking." The only reason Zhangju recognized the fake Hunter is that he wasn't affected by SCP-180 at all. When Hell carried the fake Hunter up from the cliff, he was a white man in his 50s with a mustache in Zhangju's eyes. In just a glance, it was clear that something was not right. But when Davis recognized him at once, Zhang-Ju didn't say anything more. But upon observing their interaction, Zhang-Ju felt something was off. How could these two people be friends? Their styles didn't match. Knowing a few anomalous objects stolen from the Foundation months ago, Zhang-Ju immediately guessed the situation. He had always been the only one to lie to others, but this was the first time he had been lied to. If he didn't beat him up and make him crippled, how could he still be in the protagonist's circle in the future? The fake hunter originally wanted to pretend to be mysterious to have more time to spend with them. But he did not expect that a young man called Zhang-Ju would blow his cover. Without saying a word, he came up and gave him a big slap on the head, and he was dumbfounded by what had just happened. The imaginary battle of wits between him and Zhang-Ju didn't happen. This Zhang-Ju was different from all the enemies he had ever encountered. Fake Hunter had been in this business for many years. He was considered a senior. It was the first time in all these years that he had been insulted by someone like this. You. He pointed at Zhang-Ju, too angry to speak. You what? Zhang-Ju smacked his finger away. Stop pointing your fingers at me or I'll chop it off and serve it to hell. Fake Hunter glared at Zhang-Ju, but his finger didn't dare to stick out anymore. Judging from Zhang-Ju's previous action, he believed that his opponent could do it. But what he didn't expect was that he had lowered his hand, and Zhang-Ju slapped him with another yell. What the hell are you looking at? Under the eaves of the house, one has to bow down. Zhang-Ju had a gun in his hand, and the fake hunter wanted to take advantage of the opportunity to seize it. Zhang-Ju had been very alert, making him feel like there was hope, but afraid that it would be failed and he would receive another slap for nothing. For the matter of not being able to look directly at Zhang-Ju, he had used SCP-1013 and SCP-087-1 abilities to give his impression that Zhang-Ju is not playing around. Zhang-Ju was in the middle of a fight when Hell finally couldn't stand watching and quietly pulled his sleeve. Advisor Zhang, you should stop fighting for now. As a matter of urgency, we should first figure out who he is and where the GOC personnel has gone. Davis' eyes became red. Advisor Zhang, let me do the interrogation. I promise to make him tell the truth. A glimmer of hope flashed in Fake Hunter's eyes. As long as he didn't have to face Zhang-Ju, he was still very confident in dealing with the others. But what he didn't expect was that his hope was flushed in the next second. Only to hear Zhang-Ju say, what a nuisance. Just drag him out and throw him off the cliff. There are only a few people in the Serpent's Hand anyway. Even if we kill him, no one will avenge him. Fake Hunter faintly froze, and his face sank. How do you know I'm a member of the Serpent's Hand? Seeing that he had indeed admitted it, Zhang-Ju gave a heated smile. I actually don't know about that. Now that you've mentioned it, now I do know you're a Serpent's Hand member. It turned out that Zhang-Ju was actually tricking him. Fake Hunter was furious. You brat dash. Hell, bring me a knife. Seeing that Hell was rummaging around in his backpack, Fake Hunter immediately withdrew his finger. He grunted and looked away. His original plan was to make a fake story that Chaos Insurgency did it. After all, the Chaos Insurgency's purpose was unknown, and it often did unexpected things, which made it the best choice to blame them. As long as something went wrong, it would be fitting to dump it on them. But unfortunately, Zhang-Ju had revealed his identity in one go. That he's from the Serpent's Hand. Like the GOC, the Serpent's Hand is an important organization in the SCP Foundation universe. But compared to other organizations, they seem to be more mysterious and unpredictable. The total number of people in this organization is unknown, their technology is unknown, the number of SCP objects owned is unknown, and the threat level is unknown. We know that they are very dangerous, and their numbers are growing rapidly as more anomalies appear in the world. Don't think it is as big as Chaos Insurgency and GOC, but it is hard to give an accurate estimation. It is believed to be responsible for many containment breaches, and even the SCP Foundation has not suffered much at its hands. While there are many unknowns about this mysterious organization, the goal is clear: to free any anomalous objects in the world, especially humanoid and SCP entities with higher intelligence. They stand against the containment and destruction of SCP objects, especially those that don't need to be destroyed. They believe that humans and anomalies could coexist in the world. It can be said that the purpose of the Serpent's Hand is the exact opposite of the GOC. Because of this, the two organizations were always fighting each other with their own belief. They attack and infiltrate each other, and much of the information about the Serpent's Hand in the SCP Foundation is provided by the GOC. The headquarters of the Serpent's Hand is located in the Wanderer's Library, located in an unknown place. In addition to the members of the Serpent's Hand, it isn't easy to enter the Wanderer's Library for people from other organizations. The GOC once raided the library and hanged the librarians. Eventually, they were kicked out of the library and never allowed to enter again. In a nutshell, Serpent's Hand is an organization that lives up to its name and shouldn't be messed with. Knowing the identity of the fake hunter, Hell was stunned. He asked Zhangju, "What are we going to do with this person?" Zhangju thought for a moment. "Deputy Site Director Harvey and the MTF squad will be here in a few hours. You and Davis keep an eye on him and let Harvey transport him back to headquarters. Then leave him to those bigwigs." Hell was a field agent and always shied away from such things that had to do with politics. He and Zhangju had always thought, just don't let things get to you anyway. Advisor Zhang. Hell hesitated for a few seconds before responding, "Keep an eye on him and wait for Deputy Site Director Harvey. What about you? What are you gonna do?" "Me." Zhangju pointed to himself and then to Hell's shoulder patch. "Hey, watch your rank before you speak like that. What am I going to do is none of your business." After hearing his words, Hell's expression went sour as if he was about to vomit, knowing what he had just said. Zhangju felt comfy with his action. It felt so good to press people with power, and he should do this more often in the future as it was good for his physical and mental health. As for his purpose, he doesn't say that he was going to find that dragon's nest. Chapter 63. The GOC camp was attacked. All of the personnel and equipment had disappeared. After Zhangju's initial interrogation of the fake hunter, it was confirmed that the incident was the work of the Serpent's Hand. Unlike the GOC, the Serpent's Hand was more adept at using unusual items in combat, and the GOC camp might have been completely wiped out without any preparation at all. As for where those GOC people were now, whether they were alive or dead, they would have to wait for further interrogation by the professional team. But Zhangju couldn't wait. He had more important things to do now. Find the dragon's nest. It was clear that the reason this Serpent's Hand person had risked staying here was to stop the GOC support team or the SCP Foundation from continuing to investigate the dragon. It was simple to do what your enemy didn't want you to do. He never thought about that so-called dragon's treasure. Zhangju had noticed that the dragon was acting a little strange. When Zhangju had first seen it, it had obviously wanted to attack that plane. But in the end, it had given up. Last night, it came to swoop Zhangju and the others at their camp and changed its mind at the last minute. It was even going so far as to bang its head on the mountain peak. Looking at this inconsistency alone, this giant dragon seems to be suffering from a split personality. Just like SCP-106. The fact that the Serpent's Hand attached to the dragon so much made him feel that things were not so simple and that there must be some secret hidden in this dragon. Thinking about it, Zhangju wanted to spit at the GOC again. This dragon was the first creature they found that they tried to capture it for so long, but they didn't find any valuable clues regarding the dragon itself. Instead, they were afraid of the Serpent's Hand's action to free the dragon. So they thought about killing it, which was a stupid idea. But talking like this doesn't change anything, and the GOC had already paid the price for their action. What we need to do now is to quickly find the dragon, to see what lurks beneath its body. Jiangju had a hunch that there would be nothing left if he were too late. Without further ado, Jiangju arranged for Hell and his assistant to stay at the GOC camp and wait to rendezvous with Harvey behind them. As for Jiangju, he continued onward to finish the job. "Why can't I go with you, Advisor Jiang?" Hell hesitated. "It's too dangerous to go out alone in the middle of these deep mountains." "No way." Jiangju waved his hand and pointed at the somewhat disheveled Davis and the tied-up fake hunter. "These two aren't competent enough for me. To make them obedient, you must suppress them with strength. If you leave with me, believe it or not, that assistant of yours won't even a bone left to be spared." Hell looked at Jiangju, then at his assistant, and sighed, "But Advisor Jiang, if anything happens to you, I'm afraid that when the time comes, I'll be the one who gets the bones gnawed." "Blah blah blah, what nonsense." Jiangju kicked him in the ass. "You're just making something that's not going to happen at all. You sounded like someone who will get into trouble or worry about yourselves. All right, cut the crap. I'm leaving. You two be careful." Jiangju put on his hiking bag and continued to head deeper into the mountain range, not giving Hell a chance to react. He didn't even notice that he had just done the most undesirable thing he should have done to reassure Hell: stand up against himself. This is a fatal act. Under various coincidental circumstances, Jiangju set out alone on the road to find the dragon's nest. In order to facilitate the observation of the dragon, GOC's camp is not far from its nest, only a few kilometers in a straight line. If it's any closer than that, it will be attacked by the dragon. But these few kilometers of mountain road is quite a long and dangerous walk. Anyone who has experience in the wilderness knows that a person traveling alone and two people traveling together is a huge difference. Jiangju's decision to venture forth was not a deliberate act of seeking death but to fulfill his promise to meet Shirley. He had a bad feeling that if he didn't go there as fast as possible, something more sinister would happen. The good thing is that he now has a variety of abilities around. If something happens, he can use his self-healing ability with no problem, which is why he didn't let Hell go with him. The GOC had already grasped the general direction of the dragon's nest, but because it was too dangerous, it had not been approached. Jiangju brought a map and a compass to advance with difficulty step by step slowly. In his mind, he kept recalling all the information provided by the GOC about that giant dragon. Influenced by his father, Jiangju had done special memory training since he was a child and mastered storing any information in his head similar to a bookshelf. What he didn't use would be put aside. If he needed to access it, he could simply open the corresponding book and recall the corresponding thing. Therefore, as long as he has read the SCP documents, he more or less will have the information he needed for in a type of situation. He felt so familiar with the dragon that he was sure he must have seen a description of it somewhere, but no matter how much he searched, he could not find an SCP number with characteristics that matched it. The more it attacked with advanced weapons, the more powerful it became. An enhanced version of SCP-682? No, it doesn't look like it. Maybe likeable, but had the same regeneration ability as SCP-682. So what exactly was it? With this question in mind, Jiangju marched onward. After an unknown amount of time, the sky gradually became dark. In the distance, a big black dark cloud was formed. Jiangju didn't know how to observe the weather on a snowy mountain, but he knew that this was never a good thing. He had to find the dragon cave quickly. Otherwise, this place would turn into a crypt for his eternal rest. Half an hour later, the gale began to howl. Jiangju opened his map with difficulty and looked at his compass, finding that he was only a few hundred meters from the marked point. But as he looked around, there was nothing but white snow with no sign of the so-called dragon's nest. The wind was getting stronger and stronger, mixed with snow particles hitting his face. Jiangju could hardly open his eyes. He brought up his goggles and looked around. The blizzard was coming, and he had to find a place to hide immediately. Even the dragon hides in his nest to escape the power of nature, let alone him standing against the blizzard himself. The snow and wind soon became bigger. Jiangju found a large rock with a gap that looked like it was big enough to hide a person in. He turned his backpack to his chest and leaned against the rock, but the gap looked smaller than he thought, and he couldn't quite get in. Jiangju took out his hiking pick and gave it a few strokes. He found that the rock was not as strong as it looked. Soon he plowed out an adult-sized hole out. Wow, the rock crumbled in layers with his last few heavy blows, surprisingly revealing a hole underneath. Holy shit! Accidental discovery? How could this happen? Jiangju was still in disbelief as he pulled out his flashlight and shone it down to see how deep it was. The wind outside was getting stronger and stronger. He hesitated to jump in. Then, a sudden whirlwind hit him and slammed him hard against the rock. Jiangju was struck on the head by the protruding rocks. He felt the sky was spinning. His feet were floating and falling backward into the hole. Chapter 64. After an unknown amount of time, Jiangju woke up with his head and body in a state of pain. He knew that Shirley's self-healing ability had saved his life again. It was dark, but fortunately, the flashlight and backpack had fallen right next to him. The SCP-issued flashlight was made in excellent quality, so he picked it up, tapped it twice in his hand, and it came back on. The place where he had fallen was a vast black cave with very sharp edges, certainly not naturally formed but not artificially carved. If the place where he fell were the Qinbei Mountains, he would probably look carefully to find out if there was a little figure in black crouching in any corner here. But this is the Alps, in the world of SCP. So, the odds that he will meet something is not just some weird monster but an SCP monster. If his calculation was correct, this should be the interior of the dragon's nest. It felt a bit little strange. According to the information provided by the GOC, when they found that dragon, it had a wingspan of only a few meters. With their constant termination attempt, the dragon eventually reached a staggering wingspan of over 300 meters, turning from a small dragon into an absolute behemoth. Then the question arises, how did its nest grow bigger along with it? Was there a special construction team here to give it more room for them to do the work? This was certainly not possible. Jiangju thought about these boring questions as he walked through the cave. Probably this giant dragon could expand space. The spot where Jiangju fell was at the end of a cave, so he had no choice but to head toward the mountain's interior. If it was an ordinary person, walking in this kind of cave without seeing the sun would be considered bold, knowing there's no sunlight as a light source. But as mentioned earlier, because of genetic reasons, Jiangju was not naturally sensitive to such emotions as fear, so he walked through the dark cave like it was nothing. Little snail, drip drip down, the seagulls listened to the wind. Little snail, drip drip down, the waves listened to the wind. At this point, he hummed his handy childish song again, of course not because of fear. He was in a hurry and forgot to bring melon seeds. Jiangju walked forward out of that long corridor, and he suddenly appeared in front of a vast space. Jiangju's flashlight was barely effective in shining out the area, and the whole room must be as big as a soccer field. According to standard building construction, such a large space should have load-bearing pillars, but there was nothing like that here. The whole area seems to be hollowed out from the inside of the mountain by an unknown force. This should be the place where the dragon rests, and it can't be measured. Knowing this, it seems that the dragon should not be in the nest at this time. The danger was cleared, and Jiangju was slightly relieved. He looked around and found another passage at the back of the space. The passage was dark and hidden, and Jiangju vaguely felt that there was a secret in this dragon's nest. Perhaps there would be some clue in it. He was hesitated to go in when suddenly his foot slipped as if he had stepped on something round and small. Jiangju picked it up and found that it was a pen. Good grief, someone had gotten here first. Needless to say, it must be someone from the serpent's hand. Now there was no need to hesitate, whether there was danger inside or not. He had to check it out. He adjusted the flashlight's brightness to the lowest level, lightened his footsteps, and walked step by step deeper into the cave. Unlike what he had imagined, the cave was long, and there was a lot of space inside. He walked for nearly 20 minutes and still hadn't found the end, and the rocks on either side were gradually replaced by transparent crystals that gave off a dark blue glow. He turned the flashlight off, which did not affect his eyes at all. It looked like some kind of crystal vein, Jiangju was thinking. Suddenly, an aroma can be smelled from a distance, the aroma of a wine. Even though Jiangju wasn't a big drinker himself, he knew just from the rich aroma of the wine that it was definitely a rare and good wine in the world. Burp, good wine, a good wine. Young man, do you want to have a drink? A stone table suddenly appeared in front of him, and a big burly man was sitting at the stone table. He was holding a cup of wine in his hand, and the rich fragrance of wine was emanating from inside the cup. The big man poured the wine into a large bowl, and the fragrance of the wine overflowed. He pushed the bowl in front of Jiangju. Young man, come and have a sip. The sudden appearance of a wine cellar in this dark corridor was so out of place, but Jiangju's head was sluggish. He was not suspicious at all, as if the man was supposed to be there. Jiangju was slightly tired from the journey, and a sip of wine could effectively dispel his exhaustion. But the habit that had been engraved in his bones was not lost because of the lag in his thinking. He asked, "How much is a bowl of this wine?" The big man laughed, "No need, young man. Just drink it. It's the best wine on earth." Jiangju said, "What is the date of production of this wine? What is the shelf life? Are there any additives?" The wine seller was speechless for a moment. "Do you take a refund if it doesn't taste good? Drinking problems to compensate? Not industrial alcohol blended, right?" Completely no communication. Jiangju kept asking and asking. Until he managed to ask the big man for a health license, his business license, just to stall him some time to not drinking the wine. He could make countless people crazy by just drinking a liquid, and certainly, this fake wine is one of his illusions. The wine cellar man slapped his hand on the table. "Are you going to drink it or not?" Jiangju looked at him with a bewildered face. "You want me to drink, You want me to drink this wine? Well, you don't tell me how do I drink it? Although you look like a sincere man, sadly, you do not say anything about drinking it. So, how do you think I should drink it?" Jiangju said a lot of nonsense, and the wine cellar man covered his forehead. He seemed to have some headache and then disappeared with the wine table. After the wine table disappeared, Jiangju thought the danger was gone. Just when he was about to continue forward, he heard a charming voice from the back, "Oh my, handsome boy. Can you help me up?" If the woman's voice in black that Jiangju had encountered earlier was a bit teasing, then this voice was more teasing. Jiangju turned around mechanically and found a bed appearing behind him. An enchanting woman lay on her side on the bed with only a thin layer of light veil draped over her body. The woman stretched out her finger and made a teasing gesture to him. "Handsome, can you come and hold me up a bit, the thing on my chest is too heavy." She jiggled her boobs. The woman's looks and figure were impeccable, and her flirtatious appearance could make any pervert males go crazy because of her. Please note this premise: pervert males. Whether or not Jiangju is among them is open to debate. "You want to sleep with me?" Jiangju asked bluntly. "What is it, handsome, you don't want to?" The woman licked her lips. That look could simply make someone's blood trickle down through their body. But Jiangju was not affected at all, with a set of dead eyes. Nothing. But as we all know, I'm not an ordinary person, and I must confirm one thing before we have a deeper relationship." The woman fiddled with the cloth draped over her body. "Handsome, a moment with me is worth more than anything in this world. What is it that you want to confirm? Seeing Jiangju with an excited face, he asked, "My lady, can you make scrambled eggs with tomatoes?" Chapter 65. My lady, can you make scrambled eggs with tomatoes? Jiangju had an excited face. When he finished, the beautiful woman faintly stared. What? Completely unable to understand the meaning of this statement. My lady, I'm the one who's asking. Do you know how to make scrambled eggs with tomatoes? Jiangju asked again. You had to admit that no matter what kind of person he was dealing with, Jiangju always had the ability to keep the other person up to their tricks. With just one sentence, the initially charming atmosphere vanished into thin air. The beautiful woman couldn't answer Jiangju's odd question and could only gently stroke the line of her leg. Handsome, are you really not going to come over? Jiangju's spirit was lax, and he pinched his brow, slightly annoyed. My lady, can't you understand human language? I asked if you could make scrambled eggs with tomatoes. The woman hooked her finger again. Handsome, come here. I will serve you well. God. Jiangju sighed, a beautiful woman, but she's deaf. What a shame. The woman was still undeterred, frowning, reaching her hand towards Jiangju and calling him out, handsome. That long voice could make people's bones crisp. But Jiangju made a move that no one could have expected. Tui. A mouthful of thick spit was spat at the woman's bed. The woman was completely frozen, thinking that no one had ever done such a thing to her before. Jiangju covered his forehead with a look of disgust. Can't even make scrambled eggs with tomatoes and still presumes to take advantage of me. What a heartless person. What's wrong with people nowadays? The world was really in a bad state. Come on now. Jiangju thought about it for a long time, and when he came back to his senses, the bed and the beautiful woman in front of him had disappeared, replaced by an old man with a white beard and white hair with a large pile of gold and silver treasures. Young man, congratulations on passing the test. There are many exotic treasures here. Pick one. The old man was kind-eyed, fairy-like, and spoke in an ethereal voice. He looked like he had good health. Jiangju swept his eyes. The gold and silver treasures piled on the ground are taller than him. Gold and silver don't need to be described. Night pearl and sapphire are also stacked on the pile. There are many things that can't be named, and it was clear that they are not just a worthless things. As long as Jiangju takes it, he doesn't need to worry about the rest of his life anymore. Young man, you are very good. The old man laughed. Pick any of the things here and consider it your reward for passing the test. Jiangju's eyes were misty, seemingly relying entirely on his instincts as he spoke. Reward. The old man smiled and nodded. Yes, a reward. Is there a medal? The old man frowned. The best treasures in the whole world are here. Is there anything you are not satisfied with? A reward without a medal is incomplete. It felt it's not sincere. The old man's originally kind face instantly became gloomy. Young man, don't be insatiable. Just take a treasure here and leave. At the end of the sentence, he had already sounded stern, obviously moved with anger. As his voice raised, the entire cave shook violently, and whoever was here would have to succumb to his intimidation. But Jiangju didn't. He had never known what fear was. Old man, don't think you're great just because you have a long beard. If I didn't follow the traditional virtue of respecting the old and loving the young, I would have beaten you up long ago. The old man gasped, are you going to take it or not? Jiangju turned his head around, no medal and I'm not gonna take it. The old man grunted and then disappeared with the treasure. The scene changed, and Jiangju was suddenly sitting on a chair with a computer in front of him. He clicked on the forum and entered his account password like a ghost. Ding. He received a message from the site. You think you're pretty smart? That's ridiculous. My neighbor's stupid son is better than you. Ding. Another one. Please don't mess the SCP world. Do you know the rules of that world? Then, countless messages swarm toward him. Don't always sing those childish and brainless songs. It's annoying to listen to. You think those segments you said are funny. Hurry up and get out. You don't deserve to stay here at all. Your level of pretentiousness is really annoying. The slander and bully surrounded Jongju like a sea wave. He kept his head down, unable to see his expression and unable to feel any joy or anger. Huh. Suddenly, he let out a laugh. Ha 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 ha. He lifted his head and let out a loud laugh. He laughed so madly that even tears came out of his eyes. Immediately after that, he jumped up and kicked the whole monitor. When he landed on the ground, he forgot to strike a pose. I'm just going to stay here. I love to sing those childish and brainless songs. I just want to break the rules of the SCP world. I just want to be embarrassingly pretentious. What? You're gonna bite me through the internet? TCH Jongju spat. Trash that only knows how to hurt people with their keyboard. After Jongju said that, the entire space fragmented, and the dark corridor became that dark corridor again in front of him. He returned to the real world, and his head, which had been in a state of chaos just a moment ago, returned to normal. It only took a fraction of a second for Jongju to realize what had just happened. He must have been dragged into a hallucination world by something. If one of them possessed his thought, it would probably be the end for Jongju. This incident had put him on very high alert. He was immune to Shirley's cognitohazardous effects, and here he was, unknowingly caught in an illusion. What exactly was the enemy's goal? Jongju put away his playful thoughts and continued. This time, he didn't have to go far before he saw a door. Not a bronze door, but a huge wooden door. In front of the wooden door, a squad of heavily armed soldiers stood in a line, looking straight at him. Jongju cautiously walked up to them and found that all of them had dull eyes and seemed to have lost consciousness. It should be the people from the serpent's hand, and they must have fallen into the hallucinations. Jongju tried to wake them up but failed. Their five senses had been closed, and they were completely unable to respond to outside stimuli. It was like those people in his original world. Jongju narrowed his eyes. Just at that moment, the huge wooden door suddenly opened. A middle-aged male's voice came out from inside. Hey there, a friend from the outside world. Since you're here, come in and have a seat. Jongju let out a chortle. He was born not knowing what it meant to be afraid. That person had extended his arm to invite Jongju, but he did not dare to go in. Not to mean that Jongju is a wimp. How could he go out and greet others in the future, and how could he tease beautiful women? Blah, blah, blah. He spat some spit on both palms, rubbed his hands, and walked in through the gap in the wooden door. After that, the huge wooden door creaked shut. There was silence as if nothing had happened. Chapter 66. Behind the wooden door is a vast room with walls made of stone bricks. A high-backed chair was erected in the center of the room, and on the high-backed chair sat a middle-aged man in a tuxedo. The middle-aged man shakes the goblet in his hand, and the transparent liquid swirls around inside with an overflowing aroma. Jongju felt a little strange. He had originally come to find that giant dragon. How could there be a man here? The man looked at Jongju and said, "Hello." Jongju shrugged. "Can I say no?" "What?" Jongju gave a heave. "Sitting in a chair yourself but making your guest standing is not the way to treat a guest." The middle-aged man nodded. "You're right." He waved the hand holding the glass in front of him in the open space. A high-backed chair like the one behind him appeared out of thin air. Jongju was a magician himself, but he had never seen such a masterful performance as this. But Jongju wasn't going to be polite with him without waiting for him to say anything. Jongju sat down on the chair as if he were back in his own home, face to face with the man. "A cappuccino, please." Zhangju said. The middle-aged man froze, shook his head, seemingly helpless at Zhangju's confidence. He waved his hand again, and a cup of coffee appeared in the air in front of Zhangju. Zhangju held the coffee in his hand and found the coffee was still hot. He took a sip and let out a contented sigh. He was probably the first person in the ancient world to drink a cup of hot coffee deep in these Alps. The man looked at Zhangju and said, "You don't seem to be afraid of me." Zhangju shrugged, "Why should I be afraid of you? Such a word game was boring." The man did not carry it on but began to look at Zhangju with full interest. Likewise, Zhangju looked at him openly and honestly. There was no doubt that the man in front of him had a powerful ability to distort reality. Zhangju remembered that SCP-343 had taken a burger out of thin air when proving to the Foundation that he was a god. This man could create a chair and a cup of coffee with a wave of his hand. He wondered who was stronger between him and that man. "You can pass the test that I've set up earlier. It's not an easy thing to do, you know." The man said, "Originally, I didn't want anyone to bother me. For me, that's nothing." Zhangju responded, "So, that group of people outside didn't pass the test." He was referring to the group of people from the Serpent's Hand. The middle-aged man smiled slightly and didn't answer his question but said, "You're from the SCP Foundation, right?" Most of the equipment Zhangju wore had the SCP's logo printed on it, so he could not deny it. He seemed to know about the SCP Foundation by listening to this man's tone. Perhaps he had been contained before. Zhangju spread his hands. "Big man, I am indeed a member of the SCP Foundation. I just joined the Foundation a few days ago, but I have seen how they worked when it comes to stuff. If you have personal revenge, I will never interfere. If you want, I can also show you the way inside or something. You do not need to be nervous. I have no bad intentions toward you." The middle-aged man shook the glass in his hand and watched the clear liquid swirl around. "I just remembered an old friend. He is also from the SCP Foundation. I sent him a message. I don't know if he will come to see me." "An old friend? So, this person had no grudge against the Foundation?" Zhangju was faintly relieved. "Since he's a friend, he'll definitely come when he receives the message. But there's a snowstorm outside, so you might have to wait a few more days." The middle-aged man shook his head, looked at the wine in his hand, and said, "I'm afraid I don't have that much time." He bowed his head, and his expression was so sad that it felt nonsensical to Zhangju. He looked at the man, and a familiar feeling surged through him. "It's like I know who you are, or rather, know what you are," Zhangju said. The words were a bit rude, but the man wasn't offended but laughed. "Oh? Then you can tell me, who am I really? Or rather, what am I?" "You are SCP-3844, Zhangju said, "or rather, you were SCP-3844. Unlike the traditional SCP object, SCP-3844 is an iterative document that records the entire process of a giant dragon from its discovery to its execution. On a certain day, SCP Foundation staff found a giant dragon on a certain mountain in a certain month and year. This was the first time that the SCP Foundation came into contact with this dragon. At that time, his wingspan was several tens of meters, and although it was not as huge as it is now, it was intimidating enough for the people at that time. The Foundation sent people to communicate with it and signed an agreement with it. The dragon promised to fly out of its territory as little as possible, communicate with other people, and learn modern science. This was probably the worst decision they ever made. The more the dragon learned about modern science, the smaller its body would become, and the more limited its capabilities would be. In its prime condition, it was more than 70 meters long, could shift into any human form, spoke at least 14 languages, and had countless treasures in its nest. But because of the influence of science eventually, it became a small dragon with only a dozen meters long and lost all of its treasures. By the time it realized what the problem was and tried to break through the Foundation's containment, it was too late for the dragon to act. Countless anti-aircraft guns were fired, and eventually, its corpse turned into a flying lizard. It did not even manage to preserve its form as a dragon. SCP-3844 is one of the most tragic anomalies in the SCP Foundation, but Zhang always feels a little sad every time he reads this document. Currently, SCP-3844 is the collective name for numerous lizard-like creatures with huge bodies and wings. This person in front of him is the first-generation SCP-3844, the real SCP-3844. Or rather, it had been resurrected. What was strange to Zhang was that his current abilities seemed different, if not completely opposite, from what he had seen before, which was why Zhang had not made the connection between the two. It wasn't until he saw him and felt the intense sadness emanating from that man that made Zhang was able to confirm his identity. But his ability changed so differently. According to the GOC's records, the more advanced weapons were used to attack him, the stronger he would become. What the hell was going on here? Not bad. I am the creature that was once called SCP-3844 by your SCP Foundation. After hearing Zhang words, he replied with a smile, seemingly not minding the identity at all. I was dead, but came back to life and became even more powerful than before. The Foundation can no longer control me. How about that? Are you scared? Hearing SCP-3844's slightly sarcastic words, Zhang shook his head. His eyes filled with sorrow. He pointed to the wine that had remained untouchable in SCP-3844's hand and said slowly, if you really think so, don't seek death. Since you've been resurrected, act like a good person and live a normal life. Chapter 67. Young man, you're smarter than I thought. SCP-3844 smiled, indirectly acknowledging what Zhang had said. The wine in his hand was poisonous, a poison that could kill him himself. Originally, he wanted to enjoy it alone, but he had not expected Zhang to break through the test he had set on the outside to come here. Zhang looked at him, somewhat puzzled. You've been resurrected, and your strength has increased greatly, whether it's because of GOC or the Foundation. It would cost a lot just to try to contain you. In a way, you've gained your freedom. So why would you want to kill yourself? Sensing Zhang kindness, SCP-3844 sighed, I am a remnant of the old age, the new age no longer has a sky for me to fly freely, and I have no intention of returning here. I am no longer myself now. What he said was obscure, and Zhang was as serious as ever. If you're not in a hurry, tell me your story. SCP-3844 looked at him. Zhang eyes had a calmness and composure unbecoming at his age, and he knew that this was indeed a perfect person to talk to. SCP-3844 suddenly smiled. Originally, these words were meant to be said to that old friend, but since he's not here, I think it's okay to tell you about it. Unlike you humans, we dragons have souls that exist after we die. After being executed by the SCP Foundation, my soul drifted around the world with no hatred. Then one day, I met it. Zhang frowned. It? Right. SCP-3844 nodded. I don't know what it is. I've lived thousands of years and have never seen such a thing. It gave me the power to change my state of existence and brought me back here. But I found that I've changed. I was no longer the same gentleman. I become rabid, wanting to kill every creature in sight. The urge to destroy those civilizations and sciences. I tried hard to control it, but the more I tried to control it, the more it eroded my body. Before then, my mind would be all taken over by it, and I would no longer be me. I am a remnant of the old age, and the new age no longer has a sky where I could fly freely. SCP-3844 repeats these words again. I know very well that I don't belong here. This time, I will die completely. He shook the goblet he was holding, and the liquid in it made a crisp ringing sound. This gin was promised to me by that old friend, but we never had a chance to drink it, and I want to savor it in these last hours. SCP-3844 with calm eyes, his intention had already been decided. Jiangju knew that nothing he could say could undo it at this moment. Perhaps a little ridiculous. The dragon that the GOC had failed to kill by all means was now thinking of killing himself. Although the chances were slim, Jiangju still intended to fight for it, and he asked, "Isn't there any way to be able to stop this erosion?" SCP-3844 shook his head. "It is the opposite of the original me, and as long as I continue to be exposed to your civilization, your science, its erosion of me will continue until it replaces me completely." "There you go." He smiled. "Let the conversation end here. Thank you for listening, young man. If I had met you earlier, perhaps we could have become friends. But now, it is too late." Jiangju was silent. Faced with a man who had gone to his death with grace, even he had no way to bring him back to his senses. SCP-3844 raised the wine glass in his hand high, "To you, to my old friend, and the world." He drank the wine from the glass in one go. Jiangju looked at him and didn't make a sound, let alone try to stop it. He was showing his respect for SCP-3844. With the poisoned wine gulped, SCP-3844 didn't show anything unusual, but Jiangju noticed that his feet had gradually become transparent as if they had been erased from the world by an unknown force. The disappearance was rapid, and only the upward part of SCP-3844's torso remained after a minute. In just a few more moments, he would disappear from this world forever. "Young man, can you do me a favor?" SCP-3844 suddenly said, "Of course, I will give you an appropriate reward." "Wow, I like this kind of fair and reasonable request." Jiangju shrugged. "Do you also want to offer a bouquet of flowers to someone? It just so happens that I'm free recently." SCP-3844 shook his head. "No, I just need you to bring a message to my old friend." "What is the message?" Jiangju asked. SCP-3844 said, "The end is coming." Jiangju resisted the urge to curse. SCP-3844 threw such a heavy word before he died out of Jiangju's expectations. Hey, that's very unethical of you. Can you tell us more about it?" Jiangju called out. SCP-3844 said, "I just sensed something in the struggle with it, a powerful force is converging to this world. As for the rest, I'm not sure." At this moment, only the eye was left for SCP-3844. Even if he wanted to say a few more words, there was no chance. Jiangju was so angry that he wanted to curse. Such an important message, SCP-3844 even thought of it only at this time, clearly against him. There was so much time to speak in front of Jiangju, but he had to wait until it was over. To say that SCP-3844 did it unintentionally, Jiangju did not believe that. SCP-3844 only had a moment left, and he said, "Young man, after my death, the power remaining in my body will turn into a crystal. I hope that when something unfortunate happens, it can help you." These were the last words left by SCP-3844 in this world, and a few seconds later, he disappeared. After being resurrected, this dragon resolutely chose to die and was completely gone from this world. He knew to the point that he didn't belong here, and forcing himself to stay would only corrupt him and bring endless disaster. This reminded Jiangju of Agent Keller, who was faced with a similar choice. Fortunately for both Keller and SCP-3844, they did not live greedily but chose to sacrifice themselves so that this world could continue to survive. Still, whether inside or outside the Foundation, many nameless people sacrificed quietly for the sake of their country, their families, and the world. We can't be like them, but we should not mock or insult them. Some people are really in vain. After SCP-3844 disappeared, a dark red crystal stone was thrown into the air, emitting a strange light. Jiangju went up and held it in his hand, feeling some warmth. Its light dimmed slightly and finally disappeared in Jiangju's hand, turning into an ordinary stone. But Jiangju could feel that his whole body would be very comfortable whenever he held it, as if it was full of power. Needless to say, he had picked up a treasure. Not only that, but his five senses had also become sharper, and he had a clearer understanding of his surroundings. For example, he was able to perceive that outside that wooden door, somebody was waiting. Chapter 68. With a creak, the huge wooden door rattled, and an enchanting figure stepped out from the gap in the door. "Goodbye, little boy." A flirtatious voice rang out, and countless goosebumps instantly rose on Jiangju's body. He didn't need to think about it to know who was coming. Jiangju's eyebrows were tangled together at the black trench coat. What was this woman doing here alone, standing and waiting for him? The woman in black licked her lips. "Did you miss me?" Unlike the beautiful woman in the illusion, her flirtatiousness was not faked. The way she raised her hand could make people's hearts and souls flutter. "Ah, the young lady in black. You are so beautiful. How could I not miss you?" Jiangju said, hiding the dragon crystal in his hand behind his back without a trace, trying to find an opportunity to put it into his pocket dimension. But his actions did not escape the eyes of the woman in black. "Little boy, are you hiding something behind me?" She slowly walked toward Jiangju. "No, how could I?" Jiangju laughed awkwardly, backing up step by step. "Just kidding." In one move, this woman in black had subdued two big men, Hell and Davis. In a one-on-one, he was certainly no match. It looked like she was also here for SCP-3844, but he had gotten here faster than her by coincidence. If he hadn't fallen into that hole, I'm afraid it would have been her that SCP-3844 would have met. The woman in black smiled and walked forward, while Jiangju stepped back and was soon hit the edge of the wall. "Kukuku, little boy, there's no place to hide, is there?" She looked at Jiangju with a smile. "Are you going to hand over the item in your hand voluntarily, or do you want your sister to do it herself?" The treasure was already in his hand, and to give it away at this time would be better than dying. Jiangju made up his mind that even if he exposed his ability, he couldn't let her snatch the dragon crystal. He was about to activate his ability to forcibly send the dragon crystal to the pocket dimension when suddenly he felt a strong wind hit him. Ugh! Jiangju bent over and fell to the ground like a shrimp. The intense pain made him lose his ability to resist instantly. In just one strike, Jiangju was defeated. The woman in black was so fast that even with the dragon crystal's augmentation, Jiangju couldn't see the trajectory of her moves. Hell and Davis must have been defeated in the same way, unable to see her movement, let alone counter-attacking her. Subduing Jiangju in one move, the woman in black clapped her hands. "Oh little boy, I'm sorry." She bent down and picked up the dragon crystal from Jiangju's hand, placing it in her hand and playing with it. Her eyebrows arched. "This is very nice." Jiangju endured the sharp pain in his abdomen and got up from the ground with difficulty. "My lady," Jiangju coughed a few times, "what you're doing is very unethical." The woman in black winked at him. "What is it, little boy? Do you have?" She found out that she couldn't move. "My lady, I'm a bit offended, you know." Jiangju laughed loudly and took back his dragon crystal from her hand. The woman in black's hand was a bit cool and very soft, but Jiangju had no desire to take advantage of it at this time. He was careful, afraid that the woman in black would suddenly get violent. He had done experiments, like mind freeze and terror projection from the mental level to influence others. The stronger the opponent he faced, the less effective it would result, and as for the duration, it will gradually weaken over time. Just like at this time, although the woman in black still can't attack him, she can already talk. "Little boy, I didn't think I'd underestimate you. But if you don't kill me, that thing of yours will still be mine sooner or later. Jiangju hated what she had just said in his heart because the modern weapon would make SCP-3844 more powerful. Just to make sure, he had left all his weapons to hell. If he had a gun at this moment, he wouldn't have to be so arrogant as this woman. But since he didn't, he naturally had to follow his heart's choice. My lady, be careful about what you said. I am not that cruel, you know. Unlike Mr. Samuel, this woman was not someone to be messed with, and Jiangju noticed that her feet were already adjusting their position, so she must be able to move more or less. If she couldn't win with a single blow, it was better not to approach her, or he had made a mistake. He would be easy prey for her. Taking advantage of this gap, Jiangju moved, and a small black hole appeared in front of him. It was the pocket dimension he had received from the old man, and he put the dragon crystal inside. Only then does he feel a bit at ease. Seeing this scene, the woman in black hummed, "Little boy, I didn't know you had this kind of ability." Jiangju looked at her hot body under the trench coat and swallowed a mouthful of saliva. "My lady, I have a lot of abilities, but I'm afraid you won't have the chance to enjoy them." At this point, the woman in black was able to move, but she didn't start to attack. She feared that Jiangju still had a secret up on his sleeve. On the other hand, Jiangju held the reality anchor he had secretly taken out earlier in his hand, ready to make a last stand with her. This was the first time he had faced a powerful enemy in the true sense of the word. The battle between the two was on the verge of breaking out. Boom! A loud sound came from above. Some debris and dust fell from the top of the cave. What's happening? Was the cave going to collapse? Both of them froze. Jiangju's mind spun and instantly guessed what had caused it. The reason why the cave could exist in a way that defied common sense was because of SCP-3844's ability. Now that SCP-3844 was dead and the dragon crystal had been sent to the pocket dimension by Jiangju, the cave could no longer be maintained. The woman in black also realized the problem and said, "Look what you've done." Jiangju spread his hands. "Who asked you to rob it? Now what?" The woman in black said, "You take that thing out, or we'll be buried alive here." "My lady, have you ever seen something eaten in the stomach and spit it out?" Jiangju said, "I don't have that habit." Jiangju was determined. Even if the cave collapsed, he could hide in the pocket dimension, and as for how to get out, he can think about it later. The two faced each other, neither one of them refusing to concede defeat, and more debris fell above their head. If Jiangju didn't take out the dragon crystal, the whole cave would collapse in a few minutes. But he had some plans ahead, so naturally, he would not give the woman in black a chance to grab the treasure. After another minute, the woman in black finally sighed as she took a few steps back. "Okay, little boy. You win. I won't rob your stuff." "Really?" Jiangju shook. "My lady, are you sure about it? Don't lie to me." The woman in black took a few more steps back. "I'm being for real, all right." The distance between her and Jiangju has come to about 10 meters. Even if she has a gun at this distance, Jiangju is not afraid. Time waited for no man, and in just a few moments, the cave could completely collapse. Confirming that it was safe, Jiangju immediately took the dragon crystal out of the pocket dimension. The shaking of the cave finally stopped. Both of them breathed a sigh of relief. The woman in black laughed. "Little boy, aren't you afraid that I won't keep my word?" At this time, Jiangju had the reality anchor in hand. "Not afraid of her, my lady, maybe we can test our strength. To see whether you can stand my power or I can test your strong you are," he said with a double entendre. The woman in black didn't stutter but threw a wink. "Then come here." Jiangju did not move a muscle. "You have no guts." The woman in black hummed. "All right, little boy. I can see that you are not an ordinary person. I'll surrender to you so that I will let you off for now, but I have one condition. Zhang said, "What condition?" The woman in black glanced out the wooden door. "You have to let those people return to normal." Zhang remembered that there were still many people from the serpent's hand trapped in an illusion outside the wooden door. It seemed that even though SCP-3844 had died, their state had not yet recovered. At this point, Zhang was confident. "Deal," he said. The woman in black stepped back, and Zhang followed her forward, the two always keeping a safe distance from the corridor outside. Zhang held the dragon crystal in his hand and activated the deactivation ability on each of the members of the serpent hand. After they returned to normal, they all collapsed to the ground, groaning in pain, not knowing what they had experienced in the illusion. The good thing is that they are still in good condition. After a few minutes, they regained their consciousness and helped each other stand up. The woman in black looked at them and sighed helplessly. The members of the serpent's hand were so surprised to see her that it was as if they had seen a god, all kneeling on one knee with devout expressions. The woman in black waved her hand and told them to leave on their own through the cave entrance. Zhang looked at this scene, also a little surprised. This lady was something else. To think that the serpent's hand knew about her to make their hearts happy and obedient was not something ordinary people could do. "Well, little boy. See you later." The woman in black smiled. "You have to protect yourself. One day, I will get that thing back." "Ah, I'll be waiting for you." Zhang lazily said, "My lady, we should know each other. Maybe like give me your phone number and name, add me on WeChat or anything else." The woman in black laughed. "Little boy, I like your boldness. My name is Allison, remember that." Hearing this name, Zhang mouth opened wide. "Allison? The Black Queen? Black Queen? That's a good name." The woman in black licked her lips. "It will be mine from now on." Chapter 69. When Zhang came out of the dragon's nest, it was already morning. The snowstorm had stopped, and there was a blanket of white snow as far as the eye could see. The sky had cleared, and the bright sun shone throughout his body, making it very warm. The Black Queen and the serpent's hand had gone missing, and they should have had their way to leave the area. Zhang took out his compass and map, identified the direction, and began to head back the way he came. After about an hour of walking, he saw a group of people slowly marching towards him on the hillside not far ahead, judging from the equipment style. It should be the SCP Foundation's backup team. "Hey, it's Advisor Zhang." The other side had also spotted him, and one of them jumped up to greet him. It was the voice of Hell. Zhang knew that Harvey, that smiling tiger, would certainly never do such a thing as this. Half an hour later, the two sides finally met up. Looking at Zhang unharmed, Hell finally breathed a sigh of relief. If something had happened to Zhang, he would definitely have been in trouble. Because of the snowstorm yesterday, the SCP Foundation's backup team looked in bad condition, with snow stains all over their bodies, not knowing where they had spent the night hiding under a rock. On the other hand, Zhang waited for the snowstorm to stop before coming out of the cave. Both mentally and physically better than they knew. Hell was very surprised. "Advisor Zhang, did you find that giant dragon?" he asked cautiously. "Found it?" Zhang nodded his head. "Huh." Hell was shocked and looked Zhang up and down to make sure he wasn't injured. "Then how are you doing now? How are we going to contain it? I think this matter can't be rushed. It's good that you're fine. Let's go back first and think about the plan for the dragon later." At this time, Zhang was holding binoculars, looking at the surrounding terrain, judging whether there was a risk of an avalanche. Hearing Hell's words, he said, "You mean that giant dragon? It's already dead." "Oh, it's dead." Hell continued, "Even if it's not good to contain, for the time being, we should make up a reason to trick those tourists first. Otherwise, they will come here sooner or later." "What?" "Advisor Zhang, what did you say?" It's already dead. Right. Jiangju nodded his head. That's. Advisor Jiang, are you sure? I remember Davis said that the giant dragon was several hundred meters long, you know, several hundred meters long. It was as big as several soccer fields. You said that the dragon was, said Hell, while making a gesture describing the dragon, afraid that Jiangju did not know what a giant dragon looked like. Dead. Jiangju looked at him, too dead to die. Gulp. Hell swallowed a mouthful of saliva. The words had come to this point. He couldn't believe it. He looked Jiangju up and down a second time. He wanted to see if Jiangju had grown 3 heads and 6 arms this time. How could he have killed such a behemoth with his own strength, knowing that it was something that even the GOC couldn't do before? Even in his dreams, Hell could not have imagined that the death of SCP-3844 was because of suicide. But Jiangju didn't explain anything to him. This time, Hell had learned to be faithful, and if Jiangju didn't say anything, he didn't dare to ask. Jiangju and Hell returned to the GOC's camp in the evening. Davis and the fake hunter had been sent back to the site, which was now occupied by Harvey and the MTF, who had rushed to support them. Advisor Jiang, I knew God would bless you. Look, you really came back safely, thank God. Harvey greeted them with a smile. I'm a man with a hard life. I won't die that easily. The god of death wouldn't even dare to touch me, thanks to you for believing in me. Jiangju and Harvey smiled and embraced each other, changing mouths to compliment each other. Hell looked at the two of them, couldn't help but roll his eyes, and said to the assistant next to him, I believe it this time, too. Harvey put his arm around Jiangju and whispered, Advisor Jiang, I heard that you executed that dragon by yourself. Jiangju only told Hell that the giant dragon was dead without saying how, but they naturally assumed that Jiangju had done it. Jiangju didn't want to reveal too many details and smiled heatedly, no, it was just a coincidence. It had eaten too much at the time and was having diarrhea. Unexpectedly, Harvey's face became a little twisted. About that, something troublesome had happened. Seeing that his expression was a bit tangled, Jiangju wondered, what's wrong? Harvey sipped his teeth, don't you know that Advisor Jiang, there's a big shot from the headquarters who says he wants to meet that dragon, and now that you've taken out that dragon. I don't know how to explain to him about the situation. Oh, when Harvey said that, Jiangju understood. This person was trying to dump the pot again, but it came from the big shot from the headquarters. Jiangju suddenly thought about what SCP-3844 had said before he died. He was waiting for an old friend, and it looked like it should be this person without a doubt. Thinking about what he had promised SCP-3844, Jiangju patted his chest, don't worry, Harvey. I'll make sure it's no problem. I'll explain this matter to that big shot myself. Seeing Jiangju was so kind, Harvey's eyebrows curved, don't worry about it. From the moment I met you, you are my brother Harvey. If there is really any problem, I will help you. Jiangju's eyelids jumped. A few people tidied up a bit at the camp, ate a meal, and headed back down the mountain. They finally arrived at the town called Naya at noon the next day. A few days passed, the tourists coming to the town didn't decrease, but the opposite. Probably because those amateur captured videos have spread on the internet, explorers from all over the world are flocking to the town. Unlike those journalists, these people are capable of entering the deep mountains, and if SCP-3844 had not committed suicide, it was only a matter of time before they discovered him. Accompanied by Harvey, Jiangju arrived at an ordinary private house. Jiangju found that there was more than one agent on guard at various intersections and high points around the private house, the highest level of security he had seen so far. Harvey stood in front of the private house and carefully knocked on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Apparently, it was some sort of passcode. After 2 minutes, The door pried open a small crack. The man inside looked at Harvey warily. "ID." Harvey hurriedly handed in his papers. The man double-checked and looked at Jongju behind him to ensure there was no danger before he opened the door completely. Jongju and Harvey entered the private room together and found that it was far more spacious than it looked. Led by the man who opened the door, the two circled for 2 minutes before finally arriving at the door of a room. The door opener said to Jongju, "My lord has said that only you are allowed to enter alone." Because of this, Jongju felt weird. Harvey, on the other hand, breathed a long sigh of relief. He will be more relaxed as long as he doesn't meet the person inside. He did not care to say anything to Jongju, turned around, and ran away instantly. Seeing Harvey's action, Jongju couldn't help but curse. This old man, he's definitely not reliable at critical moments. The door opener made an inviting gesture, urging Jongju to enter, seemingly not wanting to delay too long. Jongju shrugged his shoulders and opened the door. The room was not large, and there was an old man inside. He was on crutches, looking out the window at the Alps. When he heard Jongju's footsteps, he did not turn around but spoke in a mellow voice, "Young man, do you know who I am?" Jongju found a chair and sat down instantly. In terms of aura, no one had been able to overpower him. He crossed his legs and said with a smile, "Master. No need to be so mysterious. I knew for a fact that you're one of the O5 Council members." Chapter 70. Jongju sat on the chair. His tone was frivolous and not half respectful, yet the old man was not angry. He had lived for many years and would live for many more. Something small like that would not have angered him at all. He turned around and showed his old face. "Hello, Advisor Jong. I am O5-2, and my name is Lester. Of course, you can continue to call me boss. It's up to you." After hearing his words, Jongju raised his eyebrows. "You know me?" O5-2 smiled faintly, "The famous Jongju and Advisor Jong. How could I not know you? The question of your identity has been giving us a headache for a while." The status of Special Advisor was specially approved by the O5 Council, which Jongju was certainly aware of. What surprised him was that this O5 remembered him. One should know that the O5 Council had an unknown amount of work to do every day, and information from worldwide was being aggregated to them for their decisions. This old man wasn't sure how old he was, and it was rare that he had such a good memory. O5-2 was silent for a moment and said, "Young man, can you tell me something about SCP-3844? From the beginning, I'm the one who's responsible for its containment. A few days ago, I received a message sent to me by him. But because of my old age and my health is not as good as before, I came here late, and I heard that it was you who executed him. He committed suicide." Facing this old friend of SCP-3844, Jongju did not choose to lie. "Oh." O5-2 was a bit surprised. "The first time he died, he was executed by me. You could say I let it gradually weaken and go extinct. I thought it came back to this world for revenge, but I didn't expect that result." O5-2 coughed a few times. It looked like SCP-3844 had a special place in his heart. Even after years had passed, he had never forgotten him. "Just the opposite of what you think." Jongju shook his head. The reason SCP-3844 killed himself was to preserve the world. He called himself the remnants of the old age, and he knew he didn't belong in this era. Jongju told O5-2 everything he had seen and heard along the way, even the woman in black. But the only thing he didn't say was that SCP-3844 had left him a dragon crystal. Hearing Jongju says that SCP-3844 drank poisoned wine, O5-2 sighed slightly and took out a wine bottle from the wine rack. He uncorked the bottle, and the aroma of wine was overflowing throughout the room. Jongju smelled it and found that it was also gin. O5-2 took out a wine glass, poured a little, drank it all in one go, and then let out a violent cough. It looked like he was not a good drinker. He wiped the corners of his eyes with his sleeve, wondering if it was the liquor that choked him. At this time, this old man was no longer the reigning O5 but an old man who had not even been able to see the last moment of his old friend. When his mood had calmed down a bit, Zhang said, SCP-3844 asked me to bring you a message. What's the message? O5-2 still seemed to be immersed in that emotion. He said, the end is coming. O5-2 put down his glass. Zhang could feel that the aura emanating from O5-2 had suddenly changed at this moment. He was back to being the leader of that most feared and mysterious of organizations. The end is coming. He muttered under his breath, seemingly completely unsurprised. Zhang guessed that it should be the Foundation side that had come to a similar conclusion through other channels. He couldn't help but shake his head. Could it be that SCP-3844's senses were right? The end of the world was really coming? This is surreal. His original world had already turned into that hell, and the world after crossing over was also going to end. How could he get along with this? Zhang was continuously thinking about it. On the other side, the O5-2 nodded, Advisor Zhang, thank you for bringing me the news. Personally, I appreciate it very much. Next, we can talk about business. This was not unexpected from Zhang. The people of the O5 Council were big and busy, and Zhang didn't believe that O5-2 would summon him alone for this little personal matter. O5-2 came to the table on his crutches and sat down face to face with Zhang. Advisor Zhang, was it you who captured a member of the Serpent's Hand at the GOC camp earlier? Right. Zhang nodded. At that time, he even beat up that old man a few times, don't forget about that. Zhang made up his mind that if it were another person who asked it, he would never admit it. He coughed a few times, I did catch a man from the Serpent's Hand before. Did he say something bad about me? Oh Lord, don't listen to him. It must be because he holds a grudge, so he slandered me. There's hell to testify for me. Besides, what does this person have to do with me? Seeing Zhang react so strongly, O5-2 froze and then shook his head, Advisor Zhang, I'm not interested in what you did to him during the capture. What I want to talk to you about is that now the Serpent's Hand people are here, and they wanted to negotiate with us. Oh, so you're not interested? You scared the hell out of me. Zhang patted his chest, the people of the Serpent's Hand are negotiating? Just negotiated with them. Why does it matter now? Originally, this matter should be taken care of by Harvey. O5-2 said, but he recommended you to me, and after discussing it with my assistant. I also think it's more appropriate for you to do this. What the fuck? Zhang simply wanted to curse that asshole, Site Director Harvey. Not even he tried to help, but also to make more trouble. No wonder that guy ran so fast just now. He was waiting for this moment. When I see him later, I'll kick his ass. Zhang knew in his heart O5-2 was talking to him about this, not to ask for his consent, but giving direct orders from the O5 council member personally assigned the task. He couldn't just refuse it like that. Who made him an advisor to the Foundation anyway? Zhang said helplessly, all right then, can I go now? Well, after the business is done. There is some gossip laying around, and I don't know if you want to hear it. Can I say I don't want to? Zhang said. Of course. O5-2 nodded, not to force him in the slightest. But to Zhang, if you said that he had to listen, he would definitely find an opportunity to slip away. At this time, O5-2's attitude hasn't changed at all. Only their heartbeats can be heard at this moment. The members of the O5 Council were really smart, even better than him. Zhang hated his mind, but he did not dare to get angry, so he could only grunt, "All right, go ahead. I'll listen." O5-2 said, "Regarding the issue of your identity." The O5 Council once again initiated a vote. Jongju already knew about it when he spoke to O5-6. There were two options for the vote: contain you or recruit you. O5-2 said, glancing at Jongju. Out of the 13 O5 members, only 2 of them voted to contain you. One of which is me. Shit. Only then did Jongju realize that his fate had been decided in this way, and that if a few more people had voted for his containment, he would have simply been contained by the Foundation and never seen the light of day again. Do you know why? O5-2 asked. Jongju shook his head. I've lived a long time and seen a lot of things, so I can understand the future better than others. O5-2 looked at Jongju with a murderous look in his eyes. The dragon-slaying boy will eventually become an evil dragon. Chapter 71. O5-2 does not know how many years he has lived. He has focused most of his life on work and sat on the highest authority in the Foundation. He looked at Jongju with sharp eyes, and his gaze was solid. If it was another person was here, they might have been intimidated. But the person sitting the opposite of him was Jongju. No one could overpower Jongju in terms of aura, not even the O5 Council. Jongju snorted out a laugh instead of showing any fear after hearing him say that. He stood up and made a gesture that probably no one had ever dared to make before, patting O5-2 on the shoulder. Boss, one can't live forever through ages. If you're confused, hurry up and retire before you make some bad decision. Let the world follow you to your grave. He met O5-2's gaze and looked back, not afraid in the slightest. These words of yours are effective enough to scare children, but that won't work on me. Because I, for one, have never slain a dragon before. Jongju bent down and whispered in O5-2's ear, I'm not afraid to tell you that I, myself, am the evil dragon itself. Jongju laughed as he walked out the door, arrogant as hell. O5-2 looked at his back. His face was expressionless, unable to feel joy or anger. The guard stepped in through the door. My lord, shall I? He made a gesture of slicing his neck. O5-2 shook his head. Since it is a collective decision of the council, as long as he does not do anything out of the ordinary, I will not touch him for the time being. This young man acts in a wild and unconventional way. Who knows what he will eventually become? We have to be always on guard. The guard nodded gently. Jongju had actually been somewhat curious as to why exactly the Foundation had hired him as a special advisor. What had happened today was sort of a sideways confirmation of some of his suspicions. The world was facing a huge catastrophe, and it was likely to be a K-class scenario. But what scenario had the Foundation never seen before? It's not like they've done a lot of restarting the world, so how could they trust a stranger like that? He remembered what the nobody person had said during the Side-14 infiltration, that he was the chosen one. It seems that things are not as simple as he thought. There must be a hidden agenda that he does not know. He wasn't worried that O5-2 would turn against him, at least at this stage. His relationship with SCP was in its honeymoon phase, and O5-2 wouldn't risk the wrath of his other colleagues to come after him. Most importantly, his strength isn't something to be underestimated, and anyone who dares to underestimate him will definitely meet an unfortunate result. Advisor Zhang, finished so soon. Harvey had been waiting for Jongju outside the private house, and when he saw him coming out of the house, he immediately stepped forward with a flattering face. How was it? What did the boss say? Nothing. Jongju said without good humor, he told me to tell you to look up at the sky more often when you have nothing to do. Look at the sky? Doing what? Harvey, holding his deformed stomach while subconsciously looking up to the sky above. Jongju lifted his leg and gave him a kick on the butt. You old geezer, you tricked me. The negotiations with the Serpent's Hand and GOC lasted for a week. At that moment, Jiangju had made a lot of effort. The Serpent's Hand did not kill the people in the GOC camp. They only moved them into a different place, which gave them a lot of leverage in the negotiations. But the Foundation, playing as the middleman, naturally wanted to gain more benefits. Under Jiangju's aggressive negotiation, the Serpent's Hand agreed to return all of the GOC's personnel in exchange for the fake hunter. The GOC would have to provide a large amount of weaponry for the Foundation between the two. Of course, the negotiations were done separately. How much Jiangju helped the Foundation to gain from it and how much of the cost was taken, no one knows for sure. Why would the Foundation want to have the fake hunter in their hands? In a way, Harvey's suggestion to put Jiangju in charge of the negotiations was a wise one. Only a cheeky man can see who is more cheeky than himself. If this cheeky person were his own teammate, then it would have been no problem at all. Initially, the reason Jiangju came to Europe was to go to Site 17 and see Shirley. Who knows what could have happened during this time? So many messy things happened and delayed a lot of time. Hell said that Shirley's condition wasn't very good, and he didn't know how she was doing now. Jiangju was a little worried. When the negotiations ended, he immediately applied to go to Site 17 with Hell. 05-2 had left the town the day after talking with Jiangju. The only person left behind was Augustine, the very same guard from that day. The purpose of her stay was to monitor the negotiations' progress and keep an eye on Jiangju. Now that the negotiations had ended, she had no reason to keep Jiangju here. Jiangju, Hell, and other Site 17 staff took the last flight of the day to France, and Harvey needed to handle the follow-up of the negotiations, so he did not accompany them. Before leaving, Harvey put his arm around Jiangju's shoulders and mysteriously said, "Advisor Jiang, we have been working together quite happily these past few days, and there is one thing that my brother has to say to you in advance." After these days of getting along, the relationship between the two gradually got better. In non-critical moments, Harvey is generally quite reliable. Jiangju grunted, "If you have something to say, just say it. If you have something you've been holding in, let it go. But I'll say this one time, if you trick me again, I'll throw you into the Danube River and feed it to the fishes. I swear, God is my witness." "How could I trick you?" Harvey snorted, "Brother, you are still young and honest. You have a brother like me to back you up. You're undefeatable and bound to have someone or something that would go in your way. I heard that the boss wasn't too happy about your conversation with him days earlier. Or was it not? In this world, I'm afraid there are not many people who are qualified to say that Jiangju is straight and Harvey is one." The two of them had only known each other for a few days in total, but he had dug many discrepancies within Jiangju. Jiangju hated his teeth and wanted to kick him in the butt again whenever he thought of these things. All right. Jiangju knew that this time he was genuinely for his own good and waved his hand annoyingly, "We have a plane to catch, and my sister is waiting for me." Harvey patted him on the shoulder and shook his head, wondering how much he'd heard. Jiangju and the others took an overnight flight and arrived in France the next morning. After they got off the plane, they bounced all the way around again and finally arrived at the gates of Site 17 that afternoon. Hell got off the bus and went to do the formalities. Jiangju looked at the familiar architectural style and had an indefinable emotion in his heart. Coming to the SCP world, the first person who made him have an emotional drive was Shirley. There seemed to be a different bond between the two. Jiangju looked at the off-white building, and his eyes were flashing. "Shirley, your brother has come to visit you. I hope you're okay." Chapter 72. According to Jiangju's memory, Site 17 is a Foundation site that specializes in containing low-risk humanoid entities, which contains SCPs like SCP-073, Kane, SCP-105, Iris, SCP-239, The Witch Child, 343, God, 600, that guy, and other relatively friendly anomalies to humans. Of course, SCP-239 has triggered a series of problems, and it can't be considered that she did it. The reason was that her ability is too powerful to control, so it's more of a curse rather than ability. If Jongju remembered correctly, she currently had fallen into a coma. Although the timeline of this SCP world was different from what Jongju remembered, the general situation of Site-17 hadn't changed too much. The fact that Shirley would be placed here actually surprised him a bit. Shirley's cognitohazards, although not as great as those items that could destroy the world at ease, are quite dangerous for those ordinary staff members. By definition, she should not meet the criteria for the Site-17 containment procedure. When SCP-682 and Shirley were transferred together, it was unclear why they were moved. He didn't care at first, but now that he thinks about it, he really should find someone to ask. Jongju pinched his temples. This SCP world and his knowledge about the SCP Foundation had a lot of differences. He can only use some of the information he knows to aid him in some situations. Jongju followed Hell all the way to the site, receiving several check UPS along the way. It seems that the guards here are a bit stricter than at Site 14. But it's understandable. When you think about it, all of the humanoid anomalies contained at Site 17 are highly intelligent and have a more significant emergency fail-safe alarm system than Site 14. If they ran into trouble, nuclear warheads are out of the equation. There was no welcoming ceremony, let alone a personal welcome from the site director, and Jongju arrived at the site as if no one knew about it. Jongju couldn't wait to see Shirley right away. Seeing his unpleasant expression, Hell dared not delay and told him to wait in the lounge area before immediately going to the relevant personnel to complete the formalities. Jongju sat in his seat, thinking that he was going to see Shirley soon, and he had mixed feelings. Not long after, Hell returned with a sour face. "What's wrong?" Jongju asked, "Where's Shirley, and when can I see her?" "She is," Hell wanted to say something but couldn't. Jongju narrowed his eyes. "What's going on?" Jongju had been in this world for half a year, and most people who knew him thought he was easygoing and nice to talk to, sometimes cracking harmless jokes at most. There were almost no people who had ever seen him angry or even furious. Hayar was fortunate enough to be one of them. If 05-2 had relied on his aura to intimidate people, then Jongju was like a sharp dagger, stabbing Hell in the eye. "No, please don't get the wrong idea." Hell was afraid that Jongju would kill him and hurriedly said, "SCP-053 just fell asleep." "Asleep?" Jongju frowned and retracted his killing aura emanating from his body. "Yes, she's asleep." Hell nodded in a hurry. "The person in charge of SCP-053 said that ever since I left, Shirley has frequently fallen into a deep sleep. At first, it was only a day, then 3 days, 5 days, and this is the newest one we got. It will take around 7 days or more from the current condition. The staff had tried to wake her up, but if she was disturbed, she would be upset and wanted to harm herself. The only way is to wait for her to wake up on her own." Jongju cupped his chin with his thumb and forefinger, pondering the reason for Shirley's abnormal behavior. Normally, one slumbered to relieve fatigue, but that was not the case with Shirley. It seemed that she was fighting something, just like SCP-3844. And, Hell paused. Jongju said, annoyed, "Can you finish your sentence at once?" Moreover, according to the staff, every time SCP-053 woke up, she was asking about your whereabouts and wanted to see you very much. Jongju felt it in his heart that words made him fiercely shrink. He had no more relatives in his 2 lives except for his father, whom he had only seen a few times, and Shirley, whom he treated as his sister. The feeling of being missed is a mixture of good and bad feelings. "Can I go and see her?" Jongju's voice was a little hoarse that he didn't even feel it. "Yes." Hell nodded, but the site director is out for a meeting and won't be back until tomorrow. So my authority will only allow you to see her at the door. Jong-ju nodded. That's enough. At Site 17, Hell's authority was not considered high, and the area he could access was very limited. He was assigned to the CN branch to seek Jong-ju's help, probably because Harvey said he was flexible and sociable. In order to persuade Jong-ju, the site director gave him access to the SCP-053 containment room. Site 17 was much larger than Jong-ju's Site 17 and had better facilities inside. Shirley's place was decorated like a small playground, with all kinds of entertainment facilities, and Jong-ju even saw a huge cotton candy machine. It could be called a children's paradise. But it was clear that Shirley didn't like it. At this moment, Shirley can be seen inside her pink room. She was sleeping quietly. Several huge dolls were beside her. Instead of holding them, she was curled up in a corner by herself. Jong-ju watched the scene through the window and felt a little sad. Hell sighed softly. In the evening, Jong-ju went to the roof of the building and looked up at the stars. A habit he had picked up during his time at Site 14. Whenever he needed to organize his thoughts, he would find a high point and look extremely far into the sky, which seemed to help him think better. Shirley is a child, but not just any child. She is smart, introverted, not capricious, and not someone that would lie about herself. If she wants to meet him, she must have a reason for having Jong-ju come to her. Now that she had fallen into a deep sleep, it was probably for the same reason. She was having trouble with something serious. About what the problem was, Jong-ju couldn't guess it. He could only wait until Shirley woke up. Jong-ju let out a sigh. Young people should be as energetic as the rising sun. If they always sigh, they will lose their fighting spirit like an aged horse. An old voice came from just behind Jong-ju. If it were usual, Jong-ju would have had a good debate with that person about whether the sun is vibrant and whether an aged horse must lose its fighting spirit. But now, he was not in the mood. Looking back at the old man with the long golden hair, Jong-ju said rudely, "Old man, who are you, and what is your name?" The old man smiled faintly and patted his shoulder. "Young man, my number in the Foundation is 343, and you can call me God if you wish. Just like everyone else." Chapter 73. Item No, SCP-343. Object Class, Safe. Description: SCP-343 is a male, seemingly raceless, humanoid in appearance with apparent omnipotence. SCP-343 was discovered walking the streets of Prague and detained after a staff member witnessed him disappear from the streets and reappear on a rooftop. SCP-343 is detained willingly in his chamber, as containment has proved impossible. Special Containment Procedures: SCP-343 resides in a 6.1 m by 6.1 m, 20 feet by 20 feet, room at minimal security Site 17. It should be brought any items it requests and visited by at least one staff member each day. Attempts to add further safety precautions or required clearances are unnecessary/impossible due to the nature of SCP-343. For 6 months since he arrived in the SCP world, Jong-ju has obtained a lot of abilities. Not only was he immune to some of the effects of SCP, he was also able to acquire certain SCP abilities by contact. The ability he currently acquired related to SCP's abilities is SCP-049, Plague Doctor, SCP-053, Shirley, SCP-087-1, That Face, SCP-106, The Old Man, SCP-1013, Cockatrice, and SCP-2006, Too Spooky. Through analysis, it is easy to summarize the characteristics of these SCPs. They are all alive. By alive, we mean that they all have a sense of consciousness and can be accessed by Jong-ju regardless of their active or passive abilities. Before SCP-343, the only exception was SCP-701-1, the Hanged King. Although Jiangju had made contact with the resurrected Hanged King, he did not acquire any of his abilities. When Jiangju touched him, it felt like he was touching an object, cold. At first, he thought that the Hanged King had already died once, and he was not considered a living thing. But this explanation was very far-fetched. Now, when SCP-343, the old man who called himself the god of creation, was touching him, he felt a very similar feeling when he touched the Hanged King. From the other side, he could not feel anything special, and although the old man's palm was the same temperature as an average person's, it gave him the feeling that he was touching an object. There was no communication between the two bodies. In other words, he could not get any ability from that old man. Such a shame. SCP-343, the self-proclaimed creator of the universe, was called God by the staff in Site-17. He was the most powerful of all the SCP entities. Jiangju had encountered him since he entered the SCP world. It was known that the Foundation had even given up on taking him in from his file. He existed at Site-17, all by his own volition. If he could acquire some abilities from him, Jiangju could score some rich white girl and step directly to the top of his life. But obviously, just like the Hanged King, these creatures of a high-ranking entity have their own special abilities, which cannot be touched by Jiangju at will. It's like you are dreaming that you're lying next to a beautiful naked woman and you want to do something you love, but suddenly you realize that you've become a woman. This is very embarrassing. This is how Jiangju is feeling right now. Obviously, that old man's ability is very powerful and was sitting right in front of his eyes. He was free to touch him, but he couldn't get any of his ability. Old man, why are you so relaxed? The world is about to have a disaster, you know? Since you can't take advantage of it? Jiangju simply opened his mouth directly to ask questions. This is his usual style, don't question it. SCP-343 always had a calm demeanor, as if he knew everything in the world. He smiled and said, "The suffering we endure today is for a better tomorrow, and the coming disaster is perhaps for a better future." Like those so-called worldly experts, SCP-343's words seemed reasonable. But they were all esoteric and metaphysical, and they did nothing substantial to help Jiangju's distress, and he hated to hear such blabbering. Jiangju said with no good grace, "Old man, I don't care if you are God or something. If you can't help me, then please stay away from me. I have to eat, sleep, and play beans every day and molest virtuous women, and it's very tiring." SCP-343 looked at Jiangju. "Young man, didn't you come to this world precisely for this reason?" "I didn't come here by choice." Jiangju hummed and suddenly looked at SCP-343, "Old man, do you know something?" SCP-343 smiled without saying anything. Although he had known that this was the result, Jiangju was still very depressed and sulked like a child. "Old man, you better pray that I don't become too strong. Or else one day sooner or later, I will kill all of you, gods and goddesses, one by one." SCP-343 still kept his smile on, completely unconcerned by such childish behavior of Jiangju. He asked, "Young man, you came to Site-17 for that little girl, right?" This old man really knew everything. Jiangju sighed, "Yes, I came to see her, but she was asleep, and no one dared to wake her up." "Old man, do you know what's going on?" SCP-343 was known as omniscient. There was almost nothing in this world that he didn't know. What that little girl was going through, he knew better than anyone. He couldn't tell him, and Jiangju had no intention of getting an answer from him either. Cursing to himself, "Those rice buckets, it's only been a few months since Shirley arrived, and they've done this to her. If I hadn't been unable to fight, I would have beaten them up. Shirley must be worried to see me, but I can't get into her containment room." Jiangju was so cynical that he wanted to blow up the whole Site-17. But SCP-343 said, You want to see that little girl, It's not that hard, you know. Hearing SCP-343 say this, Jiangju looked surprised. The old man raised his hand and snapped his fingers. Jiangju only felt a blackness before his eyes, and when he came back to his senses, the two of them had already arrived at Shirley's containment room. What the hell? Teleportation. Jiangju immediately guessed what had just happened. God is God. I thought when the Foundation asked SCP-343 to prove his ability, the old man just came back through the wall with a burger. Now it seemed that not only a burger, for SCP-343 to get an atomic bomb, I'm sure it wouldn't take much effort. The bed of Shirley is next to the two of them. Watching the little girl in her frowning while asleep, Jiangju's heart could not handle it. He wanted to reach out and touch her, but he was afraid of waking her up, so what he could only do was just sigh helplessly. Even if he came here, what could he do? He couldn't figure out why Shirley was sleeping, or he could only wait. Just as Jiangju was sighing, Shirley suddenly let out a faint groan, seemingly in some pain. Then, her eyes slowly opened. The eyes were clear and transparent. This little girl, whom Jiangju had called Shirley, had woken up. Chapter 74. Shirley's eyes were clear and transparent, exactly the same as when Jiangju met her. But unfortunately, almost no one had seen it except Jiangju. Out of the two people present, Jiangju and SCP-343 were immune to Shirley's cognitohazard. It wasn't strong enough to harm them. Shirley had slept for a long time, her little face flushed and blinking profusely. As if she hadn't recovered from her sleep. Brother Jiangju, is that you? She rubbed her eyes, still unsure and afraid she was dreaming. Jiangju sat on the edge of her bed and reached out to touch her face. Shirley was thrilled, only Jiangju would make such an intimate gesture toward her, just like her brother. Brother Jiangju. Shirley jumped into Jiangju's arms at once. Jiangju patted her back and was about to speak. Suddenly, he noticed Shirley's shoulders twitching, and tears soaked his lapel. Jiangju sighed and could only soothe the little girl down first. After a while, Shirley stopped crying before he asked, "Shirley, tell me, what happened and why are you in a hurry to meet me?" Shirley lowered her head and did not answer Jiangju's question positively. She asked, "Brother Jiangju, if Shirley was no longer Shirley, would you still treat me as your sister?" Shirley was no longer Shirley? Jiangju was confused by her words. The little girl added, "Brother Jiangju, don't worry, Shirley will definitely defeat it." Shirley's words were innocent, making Jiangju a bit depressed. In fact, he didn't like this kind of conversation. It was confusing and preposterous. But he couldn't say anything about it in front of Shirley. No matter how much he tried, Shirley wouldn't tell him the truth, and he could only trust her. It seemed that after seeing Jiangju, the little girl made up her mind somehow. Shirley's character was characterized by a child's stubbornness, and Jiangju couldn't force her to say anything if she didn't want to. It was almost dawn, so Jiangju said goodbye to the little girl, made an appointment to come see her tomorrow through the regular schedule, and then went back to the roof with SCP-343. "Old man, can you tell me what's wrong with Shirley?" Once back on the roof, Jiangju immediately launched a question on SCP-343. This kind of cheap talk does not cost money. SCP-343 laughed and shook his head. Hey. Jiangju knew that there was naturally a reason not to say anything for a man of this level, and even if he knelt down and worshipped him a few times, there was no chance for him to tell Jiangju about it. He was thinking about how to bargain with him, then SCP-343 took the initiative to show him an answer. "Although I can't tell you, if you really want to know what happened to that little girl, maybe there is someone who can help you." "Who?" Jiangju was overjoyed. SCP-343 said, "Kane." Item No, SCP-073, Kane. Object Class, Euclid. Description: SCP-073 appears to be a heavily tanned male of Arabic or Middle Eastern descent in his early 30s, 185 centimeters, 6'1", tall and 75 kilograms 165 pounds, with black hair and blue eyes. Arms, legs, spinal cord, and shoulder blades of the subject appear to have been replaced with artificial versions of an unknown metal, and there is a symbol engraved into the forehead of the subject, which appears to be of Sumerian origin. It has highly detailed knowledge of ancient to recent events in history, and the most commonly spoken languages in the world, including ones that have since died out. Subject has professed to having a photographic memory, remembering word for word all text in an 800-page dictionary that was flicked through in a minute and a half. SCP-073's presence is inimical to any and all life grown in soil, causing death to any such life within a 20 meter radius. Any land SCP-073 has walked on, and any within the 20 meter radius, becomes barren as all anaerobic bacteria dies, rendering the soil incapable of supporting life until new bacteria are introduced. Anything that is derived from soil-grown life, such as wood and paper, immediately rots and disintegrates upon touch of SCP-073. Further affected derivatives include anything hydroponically grown. Violence directed towards SCP-073 reflects any damage inflicted on SCP-073 directly back onto the attacker, although SCP-073 visibly remains unharmed. This applies to any damage directed at SCP-073. Attempts to get tissue and blood samples have proven failure. Special containment procedures: SCP-073 is to be kept in a 2-room cell furnished with all non-organic furniture and items and a bathroom. Subject is allowed to freely wander the facility and eat in the main canteen. A tracking device has been attached to SCP-073's person and is not to be removed. Subject is disallowed any contact with the surface, and is not allowed outside the facility. Subject is allowed no contact with plant-based SCPs under any circumstances. Violence is not to be used against SCP-073 under any circumstances. As an SCP enthusiast, it is impossible for Jongju not to have heard of the name Cain and even be familiar with it. According to the Bible, Cain and Abel were both sons of Adam and Eve, and Cain killed his brother because he was jealous that his tribute was more pleasing to God. As the killer of his kind, Cain was the ancestor of all the wicked people in the world. He was cruel, greedy, and tried to deceive God. When God realized this, he sent him into exile and cursed him, "The earth will no longer serve you, and you will be displaced on the earth." God also marked his face to prevent people from wanting to kill him on sight. Cain and his brother, suspected, Abel, SCP-076-2, were also a contained anomaly of the SCP Foundation. Although, strangely enough, their personalities were the exact opposite of what is described in the Bible. Cain was not cruel and greedy, on the contrary, he was eager to help others and enjoyed helping them with their daily tasks, whatever that tasks might be. As for Abel, he was not even close to being gentle and thrifty. His current character is really a story. Simply put, it was an anomalous entity that was more Tien than Ao Tien Dragon. Jongju had also thought about why the reason for such a strong contrast in their personalities. Cain had been spurned by the world for millions of years, had witnessed the rise and fall of countless dynasties, and countless people had lived and died in front of him. He was not the same person who killed his brother at the drop of a hat. He became gentle and helpful. As for Abel, his mind is still stuck on the moment he was killed, full of spite. He felt wronged and unjust about what had happened to him. When Cain came in contact with the information about Abel, he had told the Foundation that it was better not to let him and Abel meet. On the one hand, it was guilt, unable to face his brother. On the other hand, it was probably afraid that Abel would do something malicious and destructive. SCP-343 suggested Jongju seek Cain's help, and for Jongju, this kind of problem was not difficult at all. In fact, he had a similar plan long ago. The biggest reason he had promised hell and risked coming to Site 17 in the first place, aside from worrying about Shirley's safety, was that many powerful humanoids were contained inside Site 17. If he didn't make the right move and subconsciously mix their abilities one by one, he would be in trouble managing it. Early in the next morning, Jongju met Hell, telling him that Shirley had woken up and wanted to apply for a meeting with Kane to ask for his help. Hearing the news that Shirley had woken up, Hell froze and immediately called to confirm the situation with the relevant people. After the call, he looked at Jongju with an adoring look. Jongju casually waved his hand. "Don't look at me with that kind of look. I'll be embarrassed. It's a well-known fact that I'm a very thin-skinned person. So, how about that Kane person?" Hell's face was slightly embarrassed. "I wanted to let SCP-073 and you go together to see Shirley, but this kind of authorization is beyond my level. I heard that the site director returned in the early hours of this morning. You can find him and ask him about it." After hearing Hell's words, a gruff voice rang out from behind them, "No need to bother yourselves, I don't agree." Chapter 75. Site 17 in the SCP Foundation is quite well known. The scale is huge, second only to Site 19, Foundation headquarters, where many things have happened, such as the most famous data expunged. For the time being, their details here are minimal, just to show that the site is not an ordinary Foundation site. The containment room within the site is also out of the ordinary, and many people who work on this site are normal people. As we all know, Site 17 is mostly filled with humanoid creatures with high intelligence, so their interaction with the experiment requires extra attention. After numerous incidents, some of the people in Site 17 had died, disappeared, and became mental. The Foundation put a lot of attention to this, and in the process of recovery, many people were deployed from the headquarters and sent directly to Site 17. The one who appeared behind Jongju is one of them, the current Site 17 head supervisor, Clement. In Site 17, his status is superb, equal to Deputy Site Director Harvey and second only to the Site Director. To put it mildly, his duties are similar to Jongju, which is to assess the risks of certain experiments and give appropriate advice or opinions. He is the gatekeeper for all experiments within Site 17 and has a veto right. Any experiment that he does not agree with cannot be processed. In a sense, his power is a little more than Harvey's. Hearing his voice, Jongju froze for a moment and looked back, only to see a brawny man with a beard looking at them with an unpleasant expression. He asked Hell while whispering and asked, "Is he the site director?" Hell shook his head awkwardly. Hearing that he wasn't the site director, Jongju's back immediately straightened up. If he's not the site director, then who the hell is this arrogant meathead? Hell hurriedly whispered in Jongju's ear about that person's identity. Jongju nodded and let out a long "oh." It turned out to be a direct subordinate of the headquarters big shots. No wonder he was so arrogant, and I wonder which one was his superior. Seeing Jongju and Hell both whispering and ignoring him, Clement grunted and repeated, "No need to bother the site director with your experiments. I'm afraid I have to disagree. In Site 17, matters related to experiments must be approved by Clement, and if there are any objections, they need to be reported to the site director and sent to the headquarters through the site director for an evaluation." Clement was very dissatisfied with their attitude. In the last month, the state of SCP-053 has been very unstable. Harvey recruits a group from the other side to help with her condition, which turns out to be counterproductive. If he had been vigilant about it, he wouldn't have endured what happened. Jongju was new to the site, and only then did he realize that there was that kind of rules in Site 17. Since that was the case, he couldn't help it. Shirley had already woken up, and she was no longer that energetic. Besides, the matter of asking Kane to help him look at Shirley was itself risky, and indeed it needs to be evaluated. In this regard, Zhang was also more careful, and he was equally very wary of these things where the consequences couldn't be determined. Got it, big guy. Zhang shrugged, I will apply them myself to the O5 Council directly. Zhang reflexive words sounded different from Clement's, apply directly to the O5 Council? Who do you think you are? There were more people invited to Site 17 recently, and Clement didn't know Zhang. His tone was unkind, and a fight was about to happen. Seeing that things were bad, Hell hastened to explain, Supervisor Clement, let me introduce him to you. This is the Foundation's special advisor hired 6 months ago, Zhang. He's currently working at Site 14. I was ordered by Deputy Site Director Harvey to ask him to come and be of his assistance. What? This is Zhang. Clement froze, his voice rising abruptly. He was very stocky and bulkier than Zhang for a white man. At this moment, he was approaching him with a very oppressive feeling, as if Zhang had done something unpleasant to him. Hell immediately stopped the standoff between them. Supervisor Clement, what are you doing? Please calm down. However, what happened next was a scene that even Zhang hadn't expected. Like a chicken being chased away, Clement pushed Hell aside with a greedy gleam in his eyes. As if seeing a man who had been starving for days and saw a sizzling roast chicken. He grabbed Zhang's shoulders with both hands and lifted him like a baby, his face full of excitement. Your advisor Zhang? Is it really you? I've finally seen you with my own eyes, ha 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 ha. Like a small baby, Zhang was immobilized by Clement's hands. His body is hanging in the air, and how could he not have imagined that the supervisor, who looked like a stranger and had a big beard, would be his fan? What a nuisance. Although he did not take the idle route, it's kind of frustrating. Why can't it be a beautiful woman? Zhang had an unbearable face. Clement was very excited. That look is no different from a daughter who succeeded in becoming a star. Advisor Zhang, I've read all the experimental reports you've reported to headquarters and have done very detailed research about it. The first thing I needed to know was, how do you know that SCP-682 is not afraid of SCP-409, contagious crystal, but afraid of SCP-053? And also, how do you know that lavender can calm SCP-049, plague doctor? There is so much I wanted to know. Hell was frozen on the sidelines. He had never imagined that things would end this way. As for Zhang, he's confused about whether he has to say it or forget it. This kind of information is something that he shouldn't share around freely. Hell will turn his head to the side, pretending not to see or hear about it. Zhang was a little breathless, coughed twice, helplessly said, Man, can you put me down? The breakfast is going to be shaken out by you. Ah, sorry. Clement hurriedly put Zhang on the ground. He didn't know where to put his hand on. He remembered what Zhang was about to do just now and hurriedly asked, Advisor Zhang, why do you think we should let SCP-073 approach SCP-053? Is there any new discovery? That cane can suppress that little girl's abilities. According to SCP-343, cane could only help him understand Shirley's condition, and it was not yet known whether it could alleviate Shirley's symptoms. Zhang shook his head gently, I'm not particularly sure, this experiment does have risks, and your concern is justified. Before conducting the experiment, we must report to headquarters and ask the MTF team to stand by outside. To Clement, Zhang's words were like God's will, and he nodded his head in a hurry. Putting aside the conflict regarding the disagreement before. Advisor Zhang, then what are we waiting for? Let's send a letter to headquarters quickly. I'm not going to lie. I'm looking forward to this experiment. Chapter 76. The site director of Site 17 was a kind-eyed old man named Hubbard, who immediately called a meeting with the staff upon his return to the site and warmly welcomed Zhang's arrival. This time, all the employees knew his identity, and before the welcome meeting was over, he was surrounded by many fellows. Like Clement, they were all big fans of Zhang Ju. Over the past 6 months, some of Zhang Ju's achievements at Site 14 were published in a booklet by the Foundation and distributed to all the sites. Although these people did not recognize Zhang Ju's appearance, they were very familiar with his name. Their admiration for Zhang Ju was not quite the same as a common person. It was a recognition of his ability and contribution. Working at the SCP Foundation, more knowledge means more chances to survive. The atmosphere was very warm for a while, and many of the employees were scrambling around to ask for some advice about their experiments. There were so many people on the floor that Zhang Ju could not answer all their questions, and finally, he could only promise them that he would stay here for a while until he could solve all of their problems. The welcome party ended with laughter, and all the researchers were very excited. They knew that with Advisor Zhang around, many experiments that had encountered difficulties could continue, and even if there were a dead end ahead, he would provide a solution. Advisor Zhang is really young and talented. When I was your age, I was just an ordinary researcher. Site Director Hubbard said with a smile, his face spaced out, and he didn't know how many years he had lived. Zhang Ju said with modesty, "You flatter me, boss. I wouldn't dare to compare myself to you." This time, Zhang Ju did not tell a lie. Don't believe what it looked like on the outside. As the site director, Site 17 had so many ghosts, gods, and monsters lying around. Something that ordinary people can't do with only a sleight of hand. Harvey was afraid of him, even Clemente, who had a high rank on the site. Not only them, but even the doctors were also afraid when the site director was around the work area. Hubbard said, "I'll have your application with Clemente sent to the headquarters in a moment. According to the general progress, it will probably take a few days. I'll see what I can do to make it faster so that they process it hastily." Got it? Thank you, old man. Zhang Ju arched his hand according to Chinese etiquette, then left the meeting with Clement. Hubbard returned to his office and sat on his seat with his eyes closed. A moment later, an ordinary-looking researcher walked in, the very one who had made the most noise earlier. "Is there anything unusual in the site when I was away?" Hubbard didn't even open his eyes. He knew it was his own secretary. At this moment, he asked about the situation that the general staff shouldn't know. Most of the objects are still the same, but last night SCP-343 met with Advisor Zhang on the rooftop. I don't know what they were talking about, and then they went to SCP-053's room. SCP-053 woke up, and this morning, Advisor Zhang proposed to let SCP-073 visit SCP-053. I think there's a connection between these few things. I know. Hubbard did not look at him from the beginning to the end, and the researcher seemed to have been used to it. Hubbard waved his hand, and he left the office, continuing to play the role that belonged to him. Hubbard opened his eyes, looked out the window at the bright sunshine. He sighed and remembered something. The rain is coming. Headquarters approval for the experiment would be finished tomorrow at the earliest, and with Clement's help, Zhang Ju met the other key figure in the experiment, Kane. As introduced in the previous article. After thousands of years, Kane had become very different from before. He had become very helpful and would agree to anything the Foundation asked him. It was already 4 o'clock in the afternoon when Zhang Ju arrived at Kane's containment room. The dark-faced young man was staring into the distance through the window. Because SCP-073 had always been loyal and friendly to the Foundation, his movement wasn't restricted, and he was even allowed to eat in the cafeteria. Of course, with surveillance that his feet should not touch the ground. "Hello, Kane. A pleasure to be at your side." Zhang Ju straddled Kane's side and patted Kane's shoulder with his hand. Kane wasn't the one who liked to joke around, so he just smiled and didn't say anything. Clement introduced, "This Zhang Ju, and he's specially hired advisor by the Foundation." Kane glanced at Zhang Ju, nodded, and spoke, "Hello." His voice was very soft but somewhat mechanized and stiff, as if he was an AI who had just learned to speak. But Jiangju didn't mind, and he was in a very good mood at the moment. He had thought that he was like SCP-343. He wouldn't be able to gain any abilities on Kane. But to his surprise, the touch he had just made felt significantly different. This meant that he had absorbed some of Kane's ability into his body. He just doesn't know what abilities would be transformed into him. But none of that mattered. It was given for nothing anyway. "Dude, can I ask you a favor?" Jiangju chuckled. "In return, I can also do you a favor." Kane looked at Jiangju. Being asked for help was like a daily chore for him, and he had been used to it. But it was shocking for someone to offer him help. Not only him but Clement also looked at Jiangju with a surprised look. Although SCP-073 was not as omniscient as SCP-343, he was very powerful, and he was curious as to what Jiangju could do to help this kind of person. Seeing that both of them were surprised and shown a little doubt in their eyes, Jiangju laughed and said, "Kane, do you remember how long it has been since you stepped on grass? Do you remember how long it has been since you plucked a flower with your own hands? How long has it been since I stepped on top of the grass? How long has it been since I picked a flower with my own hands?" Even though Kane has a perfect memory, these two questions made him can't remember how long it has been since then. He was a man who carried a curse. Any land he walked on would become barren till the last bacteria died out, thus failing to provide life. Any object that grew in the soil would immediately decay and disintegrate under his touch. These two curses had been with him for many years. He had never harbored any illusions about it. But this man called Jiangju had said that he could help him. That he could pluck a flower with his own hands. Was it even possible? Seeing that Kane understood his intentions, Jiangju raised his eyebrows. Showing his indescribably mischievous expression, "It doesn't cost you anything to try, does it? Come on, Kane. A wildflower by the roadside, you know it's worth it?" Chapter 77. Yes, that's it. Don't be afraid. I can guarantee it won't hurt you. Come on, I'll help you go through it. At the Garden of Site 17, Jiangju's voice kept ringing out. The voice was so incendiary and compelling that people thought he was teasing women to fall in love with him. Clement watched as Jiangju took off Kane's shoes, set them aside, and kept guiding him down the steps. Clement's face looked a little odd because he noticed that from the moment he arrived in the garden, Jiangju had been holding Kane's hand and had never parted it for a moment. It could no longer be described as coincidence or forgetfulness. This advisor. Could it be that advisor Jiang was? Thinking of a certain possibility, Clement couldn't help but shiver. For a particular hobby, he doesn't back down on a request. But the thought that he would be helped by advisor Jiang later, his heart trembled a bit. If advisor Jiang invited him to discuss something in the evening, would he accept it or not? Does he want to sacrifice himself for the sake of the SCP Foundation and all humanity? He ignored the odd look on Clement's face. Jiangju, bit by bit, encouraged Kane to take the first step. A few minutes later, Kane finally took off the Foundation's shoes specially made for him and stepped on the ground with his bare feet. The soil soaked among his toes, fine and tickling, a feeling Kane hadn't experienced in many years. Nice. Jiangju snapped his fingers, maintained his disabled ability, and continued to pull Kane forward. Come on, go pick that flower. Not this one, that one is so pretty, Jiangju commanded Kane, plucking a small red flower. Looking at the flower in his hand, Kane's eyes reddened slightly. How many years, or rather, how many centuries had passed? He walked around the world with a curse on his back, and to those plants, he was a nightmare. Let alone picking a flower, even walking up close to it will make them wither and die. He lifted his head and looked across the garden. Jongju gave him a faint smile. I see that your hair is pretty long. Come, come. Let me help you bring the flowers to your head. Saying that, Jongju took a flower from his hand and stuck it in his ear. Seeing that Kane was still not free from that emotion, Jongju laughed. Man, it's not like you at all when crying. When you're old and did something wrong, you have to stand up and be responsible about it. Seeing that the two of them are having fun like no one else to this point, Clement had a bad feeling and wanted to slip away. But he was stopped by Jongju. Hey you, Clement. If you don't mind, take a picture for us. Clement cried out, all right then. Clement pulled out a camera and took a picture of them. In the photo, Jongju finally lets go of Kane's hand. He put his arm around Kane's shoulder and laughed arrogantly. The two of them looked like best buddies in a university dormitory. Seemingly influenced by him, Kane also smiled for the first time in his life. After the photo was captured, Kane specially asked for a copy that he had kept on his desk for a long time. Jongju's arrival had livened up Site 17. Just like at Site 14, the information in Jongju's head drove the researchers crazy. Usually, Jongju would just come out of the lab and immediately be grabbed by that lab again, which was even tiring than he was at Site 14. His original plan to pass through the humanoid SCP in Site 17 had to be delayed back again and again. To Jongju's surprise, Kane would sometimes come to talk to him. It seemed that after what happened that day, Kane treated him as a friend. It was not easy for a person who had lived for millions of years to treat someone as a friend in his heart. Kane was a witness of history and had a perfect memory, so Jongju pulled him in and asked him to tell him how much the recorded history of this world that was altered from the real one, and the two often talked until late at night. This situation fell into the eyes of Clement. It became the ironclad proof that Jongju was something. The person he admired was actually a. Clement took a long time to convince himself not to bother with his thought. Because of that, he often sighed. Some bold employees asked him what happened and told his close colleagues secretly. Originally, Clement made a few cryptic messages in private with a few researchers who knew each other well, but this kind of thing was like a prairie fire that spread throughout the site at once. For a moment, everyone looked at Jongju in a different way. Most of the women were secretly stomping their feet, and some of the male employees no longer dared to ask Jongju questions after hearing about this incident. The few remaining male researchers seemed even more excited. Every day in the middle of the night, someone would pass by Jongju's door to borrow his toilet, even dropping off a bar or two of soap. Once or twice it was nothing, but as it became more frequent, Jongju certainly sensed something unusual. He asked the others, but they all smiled a you-know-what-I-mean smile without exception. As if he was a completely different person. One night, after being harassed once again, Jongju finally exploded and pulled Hell into his room. He and Hell had traveled together all the way to Site 17, and apart from Deputy Site Director Harvey, who had not yet returned, Hell was the closest to him. Seeing Jongju's fierce face, Hell prayed, "Advisor Jong, please let me go. I'm already married and have 2 children. What the hell is going on?" Jongju was a bit furious. "Why are you all looking at me as if I'm gay?" Hell looked away and didn't say anything. Jongju looked at his eyes and froze for a while before finally realizing what the problem was. "Holy shit. You guys really think I'm gay?" Jongju's face was full of incredulity. No wonder the girls are afraid of him. He grabbed Hell by the collar, "Say, who the hell is ruining my reputation? I'll break him into pieces." Hell wanted to cry, "Advisor Jong, it's not about who is the person tarnishing your reputation. Now the whole site knows about it. There's no need to pretend about it. What am I pretending to be?" Jongju was simply going crazy as he was lifting Hell's collar. If he didn't still have a trace of sanity, he would punch this man to finish him off. Just then, the door of the room was pushed open, and the person who came was none other than the provocateur, Clement. The scene was very coincidental. The air suddenly fell silent, and it felt awkward. Seeing Jiangju and Hell stick so close together, Clemente suddenly got a goosebump. I am so sorry, but you guys can continue. He turned around and was about to leave. Get the fuck back here. Jiangju called out. Clement waved his hands in a hurry. No, 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 Advisor Jiang. I'm straight, you know, and I'm not interested in you guys dash. The fuck you mean by join? Jiangju covered his head, no longer knowing how to explain. He simply broke the situation and changed the subject directly. What do you want from me? Clement looked Jiangju up and down, and when he saw that Jiangju was about to get angry, he hurriedly said, the experiment approval from the headquarters has arrived. We're allowed to do the experiment. Kane has been notified and currently standing by outside of this room. He gave a meaningful glance at the disheveled Hell and said, when you're done, we can start dash. Jiangju kicked him in the ass. I'm busy. Just get the hell out of here. Right now. Chapter 78. Both Shirley and Jiangju sat on a small stool while holding hands inside the lab. Brother Jiangju, I'm a little scared, said the little girl looking down at her toes. She was already used to the current state and turned her face away. It's okay. Brother will always be with you. Jiangju reassured the little girl, then nodded to Clement. Clement said a few words over the intercom, and not long after, the door to the lab opened, and Kane walked in. Outside the lab, a team of heavily armed MTFs was on standby for any possible accidents. Many researchers had always wanted to see this experiment led by Jiangju, but all had been refused because of Shirley's anomalous trait. Although Jiangju could unleash his ability to disable Sherry's cognitohazard temporarily, but just to be sure, he wanted to minimize the uncertainty of this experiment. Only Clement, as his assistant, was allowed to stay in the lab. But then again, he needs to watch his time because if the experiment took too long, he too would have to leave once it approached a critical condition. With everything ready, Jiangju looked around to make sure nothing was missing and said to Kane, let's begin. Kane nodded and sat in front of Shirley, reaching her other hand. Even though Jiangju didn't activate his powers, he seemed equally immune to Shirley's cognitohazard. Kane slowly closed his eyes. A minute went by. 2 minutes went by. 5 minutes went by. Kane was unresponsive as if he was asleep. Clement looked at the time and wanted to call Kane but was stopped by Jiangju with a look. 2 minutes later, Clement had no choice but to exit the lab. Now it's only the three of them are left in the lab. After a few more minutes, just as Jiangju's patience was running out, the strange symbol on Kane's forehead suddenly lit up. A light blue glow radiates from Kane's forehead, illuminating the entire lab. Kane, who had never suffered any injuries, suddenly began to cough violently and then vomited a large mouthful of blood. His blood was red but emitting a faint golden glow. After being exposed to the air for a few seconds, it turned into a cloud of smoke and disappeared. What's wrong with you? Jiangju hastily held Kane. Kane waved his hand, signaling that he was fine. The voice of Clement came from within Jiangju's earpiece. Advisor Jiangju, is something wrong? Do you want to stop the experiment? Jiangju glanced at Kane, who shook his head. Jiangju said into the intercom, no, not for now. I'll let you know if something bad happens. Kane's face paled a bit, and he said, this little girl's condition is a bit complicated. Even if Kane didn't say it, Jiangju already knew that the situation was not good. What kind of person could make Kane be injured and vomit blood? This is no longer could be considered a complication. Kane glanced at Shirley and said deliberately, I saw a shadow inside her body. A shadow, said Jiangju. Yes. Kane said, the shadow was surrounded by an unknown substance, unable to see its shape. I tried to approach it but was repelled by a great force. Jiangju cupped his chin and pondered Kane's words. Is there a way I can see it? He suddenly asked. Kane looked at him. There is, but I'm afraid you can't handle it. Jiangju waved his hand and interrupted Kane's words. He understood what Kane was going to say. With Kane's physique, he couldn't even completely counteract the impact of that force. While he, an ordinary man, was simply a suicide act. But Jiangju's thoughts were simple. Shirley's self-healing ability has saved him many times, and she has always treated him like his own brother. When Shirley encountered this kind of thing, just standing by and doing nothing was something he absolutely couldn't do. The tendency to avoid harm and fear of death is the nature of people. But there are times when you have to hold your bottom line for someone. Brother Jiangju. Shirley called out timidly. Shirley is fine. You don't need to dash. Although Shirley was young, she could already tell from Kane's expression how dangerous what Jiangju was about to do next would be. She didn't want Jiangju to get hurt. However, Jiangju rubbed her little head as usual. When adults talk, children shouldn't interfere. Just be good and obey. He said to the headset. The experiment will continue. No one is allowed to enter the lab without my permission. Clement, an hour later, if you do not hear my voice, you're in charge of this experiment continuation. Clement's voice came. Yes, sir. Jiangju turned to Kane and calmly said, let's begin. Kane looked at Jiangju. It took only a minute for him to think about the next step and be persistent about his choice. His expression was calm and collected, without a single sign of fear for the danger he might face. Kane could not understand what power was driving Jiangju. He sighed, pulling Shirley with his left hand and reaching for Jiangju with his right. Jiangju looked at Kane's hand. The corners of his mouth twitched a few times involuntarily, and then he handed him his hand. There was a haze. Jiangju realized that he was already inside with Kane in Shirley's subconscious. This seemed to be a ruin. There were broken walls all around, and it was impossible to tell what it was like before, probably a city. Under Kane's leadership, the two of them went all the way forward. In front of a large broken gate, Kane stopped in his tracks. It's just up ahead. He said to Jiangju, but I can't go through. Jiangju nodded. If Kane were injured by that strange power again, the two would likely be trapped in Shirley's subconscious and never get out. Jiangju stepped into the gate alone. Inside the gate appeared to be an altar, which was so large that it was visually estimated to be nearly 100 meters in diameter. Jiangju walked toward the center of the altar, and when he saw the massive shadow that Kane had described. Rather than a shadow, Jiangju thought it would be more appropriate to describe it as a cocoon. Jiangju wanted to keep moving closer, but the air around him seemed to start getting heavy, and each step he took required a tremendous amount of effort. He fought his way forward, and when a certain line was crossed, the entire altar suddenly exploded. Boom! Jiangju felt as if his head had been hit by an iron hammer, and the tremendous mental shock made him unsteady on his feet. Bloop! Like Kane, he spat out a large mouthful of blood, and the scene in front of him began to blur. Jiangju placed the tip of his tongue against his incisor and took a vicious bite, the taste of blood filling his mouth. The pain came from the heart, but he had recovered in a minute. I don't know how part of his intestines is now on the outside, but his mind is indeed quite exhausted. He would be screwed to death by that huge cocoon if he didn't back off. But Jiangju didn't hesitate in the slightest and continued to trudge forward against the huge mental trauma. Countless illusions flashed before his eyes. He saw himself being split up and eaten by a pile of worms, but his steps never stopped. I don't know how long it's been. He opened his eyes, only to find out that he had come to the very center of the altar and the huge cocoon was right beside him. Chapter 79. The huge cocoon was suspended in the air, expanding and shrinking regularly as if it could breathe. What is this? Why would something like this appear in Shirley's subconscious? Jiangju looked at it for half a minute without a clue. He began to look around. He had noticed long ago that this was an abandoned city, so large that it was estimated to be able to host hundreds of thousands of inhabitants in its prime. The altar beneath his feet was something, with intricate inscriptions carved on each step, and it was not much to say that it was a work of art. The human subconscious usually preserves the most impressive things. Could it be that Shirley had seen this place before or come here? Then what's inside this huge cocoon in the center of the altar? Jiangju cautiously approached, watching it breathe in and out. With each step closer, Jiangju felt a feeling under his body, and it was getting worse and worse. As if huge energy was constantly pouring out from the cocoon. He could even see a black aura gushing out from it. Needless to say, what was inside it was not something to mess with. Was this the thing that Shirley was fighting against? Jiangju's brows were furrowed. If the thing inside came out, he would probably only be killed in seconds with his current strength. Jiangju was lost in thought when he suddenly heard some rustling sounds, like a glass breaking. He looked around and eventually found that the shell of the cocoon was breaking into pieces, and a black aura kept spurting outward from inside. Crap! What a fearsome thing! Jiangju wondered whether he had to fight it to free Shirley, and the next second it was already too late for Jiangju. Click, 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 click. The cocoon pieces continued to peel off, and the black aura grew thicker and thicker. Jiangju scattered his legs and ran. But it was already too late. The black aura soon filled the entire altar, and Jiangju felt his breathing was a little difficult. The black aura transformed into various shapes, constantly destroying his body and spirit. Jiangju felt like his head was being eaten by countless worms, and he knew it was an illusion, but he was completely unable to resist. He wanted to call out to Cain but found that he could no longer make any sound, and all his powers were disabled. Soon, Jiangju's consciousness was overwhelmed by the darkness. It was dead silence. Jiangju didn't know where he had gotten to. Was it life after death? Was this hell or heaven? His consciousness drifted in the middle of a void. There seemed to be no concept of space or time here. He didn't know how long had passed. But then he found a little light not far ahead. In the nothingness, it was so conspicuous. He tried to drift toward the place where the light was emitting. After another unknown period of time, he finally arrived at the place where the light was emitted. It was a stone, a red stone. This thing is so familiar. His consciousness kept rolling over. It seemed to be something that belonged to him. It was the dragon crystal. The dragon crystal that SCP-3844 had given him. With the dragon crystal in his hand, Jiangju returned to the center of the altar once more. Those black evil auras still tightly surrounded him but could no longer cause him any harm. A golden light radiated around him, shielding all the black aura from his body. He remembered what SCP-3844 had said before he died. I hope it can help you when something unfortunate happens. Jiangju had Shirley's self-healing ability as protection. It was hard to even think about dying. But his mental power had never been trained systematically, and this was his shortcoming. This time, he came to Shirley's subconscious mind to fight this unknown monster. It was on someone else's home turf, using his shortcomings to attack his opponent's strengths. How could he have ever imagined that this dragon crystal would be able to boost his mental power? Jiangju had never felt so powerful before. The cocoon's shell was still peeling off. At this rate, what was inside would come out within a few minutes. Jiangju had only been powered for a moment before beads of sweat showed again on his face. It was clear that even with the protection of the dragon crystal, what was sealed inside the cocoon could still crush him. To flee or to fight, that was the question. At this moment, with the protection of the dragon crystal, he could retreat in one piece. But Shirley's problem will not be solved, only to make it even more severe. It seemed like there was no other choice. Jiangju let out a chortle and squeezed his wrist, ready for a big fight. A little girl's voice came from behind him. Brother Jongju. Jongju turned around in surprise and found that Shirley had come to his side at some point. He hurriedly said, Shirley? What are you doing here? It's dangerous here. Go, go, go. Shirley shook her head, not listening to him for the first time. This was her subconscious mind, and she naturally had the absolute right to speak. Brother Jongju, why are you being so nice to me? The little girl asked. Hearing Shirley's question, Jongju froze for a moment. Then, as usual, he rubbed Shirley's little head. Because you're my sister. Shirley lowered her head, tears dripping down from the corners of her little eyes. For as long as she could remember, everyone had been afraid of her and treated her like a monster. Those who weren't afraid of her were also using her or used her as a research object or experiment. No one had ever sincerely treated her as a person. Except for Jongju. This joke-loving older brother treated her like a normal person. Even she was treated like a family member. The only family member. Shirley was young. She naturally can distinguish those who treat her well. Jongju was willing to risk his life for her. But how could she bear to let her only brother go to his death? That's the reason why she was here. Shirley lifted her head and looked at Jongju. Those bright eyes were the same as when Jongju had just met her. Brother Jongju, will you remember Shirley? She asked. The black aura beneath her feet was getting thicker and thicker, and the monster inside the cocoon seemed to be coming out soon. Jongju looked at Shirley. What silly words. There is no brother who doesn't remember his sister. The little girl nodded heavily as if she had made up her mind somehow, and she smiled again. Looking at the little girl's bright smile, Jongju's heart thumped, a bad feeling lingered in his heart. Sure enough, the little girl let go of his hand and took a step forward. What are you doing? Jongju tried to pull her back but suddenly realized that he couldn't move. In Shirley's subconscious mind, she was the master. Shirley laughed miserably. Brother Jongju, Shirley only has one family member like you, don't forget Shirley. By now, the shell of that cocoon had almost completely peeled off, revealing the black stuff inside. Shirley took one last look at Jongju, smiled, and her small body took a step forward and merged with the black mist. Shirley! Jongju shouted. His voice echoed through the altar. The black aura gradually dissipated, only to see Shirley was already gone. Chapter 80. 3 days later. Jongju sat in front of Shirley's bed, and her gaze was dull. She had deep sunken eye sockets and a puffy face as if she was terminally ill. Shirley was lying on the bed, breathing steadily. But after an examination, she had entered a deep coma. Jongju had already used various methods but was still unable to wake her up. Thinking about Shirley's condition, Jongju's heart twisted like a knife. There was a monster sealed inside her, and Shirley had to fight against it. After this slumber, she might never wake up. Jongju's fists were clenched, his nails almost pierced into his skin. The door to the holding room was opened, and Kane walked in. After the experiment, he had been allowed in and out of Shirley's containment room. He was also the only person Jongju had been willing to see in the past 2 days. Shirley doesn't want to see you like this. Kane said, I think her brother would have made her happy. Jongju didn't understand this, but once a person had fallen into certain emotions, it wasn't that easy to move on. Kane patted him on the shoulder. Let's take a walk. Jongju stepped out of Shirley's containment room for the first time in 3 days. Outside Site 17, the sun was shining, and the birds were singing. However, Jongju was not in the mood. He washed his face and sat on the steps, staring blankly at the distant sky. Those fellows who knew each other well knew what had happened recently, and none of them went over to disturb him. Hey, man, come to play cards. A noisy voice rang out from overhead, which Jongju did not heed. Hey, Don't blank out over yourself. Come play cards with me. Jiangju looked up listlessly and saw a monkey half hanging from a tree, holding a deck of playing cards. Yes, a monkey was inviting him to play cards. If this were in his world, Jiangju would have thought it was some zookeeper's prank. But this is the SCP world, and anything could happen, especially when Jiangju saw the ruby pendant on the monkey's chest. "You're Dr. Bright?" Jiangju asked. "Oh ho! You know me." The monkey swung onto the tree, did a somersault in the air, and then landed firmly in front of Jiangju. Apparently, he had excellent control over his current body. Jiangju barely managed to pull up a smile. Jack Bright, one of the SCP Foundation's famous doctors, is known by anyone who has ever known about SCP. His expertise in the field of bioengineering and abnormal genetics was at his peak. He was recruited by the SCP Foundation at a very young age and talked about Dr. Bright. "We have to talk about the ruby pendant on his chest, SCP-963. SCP-963 is a decorative amulet of about 15 centimeters in circumference, made of white gold with 13 brilliant cut diamonds that surround an oval ruby in a starburst pattern. At the time, the young Dr. Bright was studying the nature of SCP-963 before he was killed by SCP-076-2, Abel, Kane's brother, who broke through the containment, after which his soul was stored in SCP-963. After an extensive experiment, the Foundation found that when any humanoid body comes into direct contact with SCP-963, the subject's consciousness will be erased, and Dr. Bright's consciousness will be transferred from SCP-963 to the subject. His memories will be passed between hosts. Apparently, the host that Dr. Bright chose this time was a monkey. He has a deep grudge about it. "Hey, let me tell you this, my last body was physically very strong, a young guy, kind of redacted. Don't blame me for it, either this or a girl body." Dr. Bright was talking like nobody's business. A normal person would probably find him a bit noisy, and the human voice coming from the monkey's vocal cords was indeed a bit harsh. But Jiangju's mood was a little better for no reason. "Dr. Bright, what are you doing here?" Jiangju asked. "Nonsense." Dr. Bright spat. "This doctor is now the head of personnel for several sites, so why shouldn't I be here? But if it weren't for you making such a big deal out of it, I'd be at Site 19 playing cards with the others right now." Jiangju shrugged. He had known that the O5 Council would send someone to keep an eye on this experiment he was leading, even though it was approved and passed by the O5 Council. He hadn't expected it to be Dr. Bright. How spirited he had been when he had guided others in their experiments. When it was his turn, he had let his sister fall into a deep sleep. Jiangju lowered his head, a little sad. Dr. Bright played with his tail. "It's just one failure. Who in the Foundation dares to say they've never had a failure? Besides, the little girl is still alive, so there is hope, right? Ah, if I remember correctly, there seems to be also a sleeping girl on this site. Why do all girls like to play the Sleeping Beauty act? Dr. Bright crackled a lot of words. He spoke very fast and didn't seem to be thinking at all about what he had just said. He was talking about everything that came to his mind. But Jiangju could hear that he was comforting himself. Dr. Bright had come with good intentions, and Jiangju also knew that what Dr. Bright referred to as a sleeping little girl, it was SCP-239. She was the very person at the heart of the chaos that led the four of the most famous Foundation doctors to fight over it. This seemingly nonsensical, knowing every word he said lies a secret message. Jiangju quickly understood what he meant. Needless to say, that sleeping young girl was an extremely dangerous character, and having her wake up might not be a good thing. Seeing that Jiangju seemed to have understood the implications of his words, Dr. Bright laughed and let out a strange giggle. The researchers who passed by them looked at Jiangju with sympathy. He had just suffered a failed experiment, and now he was being mentally destroyed by Dr. Bright. Seeing that Zhangju's mood had improved, Dr. Bright shook his head. "Young man, you should look ahead. Not like us, the old guys with an aura of decay that exudes all over our bodies despite tragically wanting to die but can't. Well, you continue what you're doing. I'm going to go work on my files." Those brats, they all wanted to go to Pandora's box to meet SCP-105. If they get their way, I'll possess a female gorilla next time. Dr. Bright was walking further and further away as if he was talking to himself while still allowing Zhangju to hear a few keywords. "Dr. Bright." Zhangju called out to him, "Did you just say that SCP-105 is still in Pandora's box?" "Right." Dr. Bright nodded, seeing Zhangju's serious face. He asked, "What's wrong?" From early in the morning, Zhangju knew that this SCP world he had crossed over to was slightly different in the timeline from those documents he had read. A lot of information the Foundation didn't have, and a lot of things didn't happen. To him, this was an advantage. He could stop things that hadn't happened yet. Zhangju asked again, "Is SCP-076 still in Pandora's box?" The fact that Abel was serving in Pandora's box was a secret of the Foundation, but Dr. Bright wasn't surprised that Zhangju knew about it. However, he saw a bad feeling in Zhangju's eyes. "Yes, Abel is still in Pandora's box." Dr. Bright said, "They are now stationed at Area 25. "Sure enough." Zhangju tightens his fist. "Doctor, whatever method you use, please take me there as soon as possible. Before disaster strikes and we have to stop it. I hope it's not too late." Chapter 81. Item No, SCP-076, Abel. Object Class, Keter. Description: SCP-076 consists of two components, a stone cube, SCP-076-1, and a humanoid entity contained within, SCP-076-2. SCP-076-1 is a 3M cube made of black speckled metamorphic stone. All surfaces outside and within SCP-076-1 are covered in deeply engraved patterns corresponding to no known civilizations. Radioisotope analysis indicates that the object is approximately 10,000 years old. Directly in the center of the room is a 2.13 m tall stone coffin, held in place and sealed shut by several chains of unknown make and substance, which are attached to the inner corners of SCP-076-1. SCP-076-2 resembles a lean Semitic human male in his late 20s called Abel. Hair is black, and eyes are gray, skin tone olive. Numerous tattoos depicting arcane and occult iconography are present all over the body. SCP-076-2 is hostile and aggressive toward humans and is generally found in a sarcophagus physically dead. However, occasionally SCP-076-2 will awaken, effectively reanimating, complete with all vital processes needed to sustain a living human being. The subject will then attempt to leave SCP-076-1. If successful, the subject will enter a trance state and seek out the nearest human being, ignoring all other living things in the process. Upon coming into contact with living humans, SCP-076-2 will enter a rage state in which it attempts to engage and kill all human beings encountered. In the event SCP-076-2 breaks through the containment, the Foundation will immediately send the MTF to suppress it with firepower until SCP-076-2 is dead again. After death, SCP-076-2's body will regenerate inside the sarcophagus until the next reanimation. On the plane, Zhangju recalled the information regarding Abel. For Abel, his information wasn't complicated. Simply put, this is a sociopathic madman who hates all humans and enjoys killing. Abe is very strong, full of desire to destroy, eager to fight at all times, and only the death of his opponents can calm him down. However, despite his murderous personality, he is respectful of powerful opponents. The death of his recognized opponents will make him fall into a sad mood, a realistic version of Ao Tien Dragon. If you are stronger than him, everything will be fine. If you can't beat him and make him think you're just a rookie, he might have to stomp on you twice after slaughtering you and curse you for being a trash opponent, or if he didn't even hold himself back, one AoE skill and you're dead, saving you from his stomping. The real trouble for Zhangju is that Abel is still serving in the MTF Omega-7 squad today. The Omega-7, also known as the Pandora's Box, is known as one of the worst things that happened to the Foundation after the Chaos Insurgency. Some of the higher UPS in the Foundation wanted to use Abel's powerful combat capabilities against some of the more difficult enemies but ended up turning his side against us. As far as Zhangju could remember, after serving in Pandora's Box for a while, Abel broke the restrictions the Foundation had placed on him and launched a killing spree. The result was that the Foundation detonated a nuclear bomb, killing Abel, and contained him at the expense of the entire site facility and staff. But still, this world's timeline and SCP are different from what he knows. When will Abel break the restriction is not yet known. Since he knew about it, he had to go for it. He is not the Lord and Savior, but the detonation of nuclear bombs should not happen or don't even happen at all for the greater good. Some people may ask, since Zhangju knew that Abel would break through the containment, why didn't he take early precautions and notify the Foundation? He came to this world for so long. All he does is fucking eat, drink, play and pick up girls to go. There are more than a few thousand SCP objects documented. How many of them happened, and how many of them can be accurately known when they happened? Zhangju is a man, not a god. He can remember some of the major events, but he can't have all the details in front of him. Yes, his memory hall is stored in the SCP section, but an event must trigger the corresponding book to open. Very simple, like a computer. The storage can be very large, but the memory is limited. This time, he remembered the incident with Abel because of Dr. Bright's words. Zhangju had a high level of authority within the Foundation. People like Dr. Bright, whose entire family worked for the Foundation, naturally understood the importance of Zhangju as a person to the Foundation. Therefore Dr. Bright barely hesitated and made an immediate decision to put Zhangju on the plane before sending a request to the Foundation for the nearest MTF to travel to Area 25 for support, not even knowing exactly why Zhangju was in such a hurry. Working with such reliable people did make Zhangju very comfortable. One of the famous doctors in the Foundation, regardless of their reputation on the outside. They had absolutely unquestionable abilities. It was only when he got to the plane that Zhangju spoke to Dr. Bright about the possibility of Abel breaking through the containment. Dr. Bright's monkey face almost tangled together. I knew those guys were unreliable. The Chaos Insurgency fiasco hasn't taught them a lesson yet. The guys Dr. Bright was referring to were naturally the senior management of the Foundation, and with his seniority in the Foundation, he could call out their names. Zhangju shrugged his shoulders, and he was too lazy to complain about these things. But then again, it was because of the existence of unique people that made the world was so colorful. There were always some idiots who reminded you that the place you lived in was not heaven. The plane slowly rose into the air, and Zhangju looked out the window. A single white cloud flashed by, and his thoughts opened. Abel's problem had distracted him and managed to free him from his sadness. In the end, Zhangju had never been a pretentious person. Although Shirley was still unconscious, he had figured out a few things under Dr. Bright's persuasion. Just as he had said to Shirley at the time, as long as they live, there's a chance for it. Shirley is only sleeping now, and he believes that she will wake up one day. What in this world is more exciting than reuniting after a long time? He was already looking forward to that day. Zhangju looked through the window and into the sky. Now there was only one last question left. In this world, would Abel betray the Foundation or not? Thousands of miles away. Area 25. Inside a secret training ground. Abel, Don't go too far. It's just a training session, and you've left 2 people with broken jaws. They are your teammates, not enemies. Useless people, staying in the team is a burden. Do you guys want to get killed by them when you go on a mission? Oh, I forgot, you guys are used to hiding behind others and being a bunch of cowards anyway. Inside the training ground, all the team members glared at Alba, while the man with tattoos all over his body slung the long black sword in his hand over his shoulder with a sneer on his face. You, and you. Forget it, all of you together. Come at me. He casually ripped off the explosive collar around his neck and threw it on the ground as if it was nothing. I've been bored to death every day in this training ground. Are you scums ready to die? Chapter 82. Report, the target has appeared in Area A2. Report, the A2 area has been lost. The target is heading to the A3 area. Area A3 has fallen. The target is breaking through the outer fortifications. The target has broken through the outermost defenses and heading for the nearest city. Bad news came one after another. The Area 25's director holding the walkie-talkie was already trembling slightly. He knew that his worst fears had happened. That bullshit explosive collar could not kill Abel at all. He finally broke through the containment. No one knew Abel's terrifying strength better than him, and there was no doubt that he was the best killing machine. Containing him again will cost considerable money. The strongest squad in the area was undoubtedly Omega 7, but according to the video from the scene, Abel only wasted 10 minutes killing all of them. The remaining security personnel is not even a match for him. I'm afraid it's too late to call for help. Now that Abel had broken through the containment and headed for the nearest city, by the time the supporting MTF team arrived here, there was no telling how many people died under his sword. The director placed his hand on that red button. As soon as he pressed the button, the small nuclear warheads in the area would be activated. In a few minutes, dozens of kilometers around the area would be razed to the ground, and all lives would be set on fire, including Abel. The man in charge clenched his fist that this was a must thing to do to keep Abel's existence known by the public away, to keep more people away from dying, even if the entire area would be destroyed to the ground. He doesn't hesitate in the slightest. Just as he was about to press the button, the phone next to him suddenly rang. The person in charge sighed as he picked up the phone. Hello. On the other side of the phone was a very young voice. Hello, Colonel James. I know you're in trouble over there, given the time constraint. I won't say any more nonsense. What I want you to do next is very important. Please remember it. Colonel James frowned slightly. The other man's English was oddly pronounced and even had a few grammatical errors, and he didn't give his name or work number, so he sounded like a lowly con man with low tactics. But Colonel James was prepared to believe him because that was the Foundation's style. The voice on the other side came again. First, turn off that damn emergency fail-safe countermeasure. Is a nuclear bomb that fun to be exploded and the Foundation's lives are not lives? Second, the nearest MTF team left before you sent the distress signal and is expected to reach Area 25 in an hour. You are not alone, man. Be optimistic. Third, concentrate all your forces and hold off Abel for half an hour to make sure he doesn't rush off to slaughter civilians. I'll take over after that. Fourth, if you follow my request and still fail to stop Abel in the end, all the responsibility naturally will still be yours, and if you die, I will remember to burn the paper for you. James was a May native and didn't know what burning paper meant, but he could tell that the person's 3 statements were true and credible. That person was able to grasp Abel's situation and knew that there was an emergency fail-safe countermeasure within Area 25, so he should be the Foundation higher up without a doubt. But James has worked in the Foundation for so many years, never expected that a Foundation higher up was a young person. The accent is also so strange. The situation was urgent. James did not have time to hesitate. He just said, "I will do as you say, but before that, can I ask, who are you?" "Me." The person on the other side of the phone smiled, "My name is Zhang. I'm a special advisor hired by the Foundation. Do you know Zhang, Zhang of the Zhu family?" Zhang finished and handed the phone to Dr. Bright, who confirmed his identity to Colonel James. As for himself, he stared at the laptop in his hand, keeping an eye on Abel's movements. Abel had destroyed the explosive collar that the Foundation had put around his neck, but not the locator device that had been left on him. It was unclear if he was unsure where it was or simply didn't bother to find it. Abel's character is cruel and murderous. If we let him get close to the city, the consequences are unthinkable. But the thing is, this guy is not completely mindless. He's not a beast that acts on instinct, casually walking into a trap that has meat in it and falling for it. He's a human being and someone who is very good at combat. Otherwise, the Foundation would not have formed Pandora's box with him as the core. To set him up, you have to be very clever, or else one mistake and the identity of hunter and prey will flip. Here. Zhang marked a location on the laptop and said to another staff member beside him, "Inform your captain that when they arrive, set up an ambush circle here, and I will find a way to lure Abel there." The staff member was the deputy captain of the upcoming MTF squad Eagle, named Derek. Before Abel's service in Pandora's box, Eagle had participated in the mission many times, so Derek knew about Abel's situation very well. In his opinion, Zhang, although he was an advisor of the Foundation, seemed a little too young. It wasn't that he didn't trust the decisions of the Foundation's upper management, but out of professionalism, he asked, "Advisor Zhang, how do you plan to lure Abel within the ambush circle? You know, he's also very good at these things. You don't have to worry about that." Zhang waved his hand and yawned, ready to go. "I have a good plan myself." In the woods, Abel leaped up and threw the long sword in his hand toward the canopy of a large tree in the distance. 2 seconds later, a man in an SCP security officer's uniform fell from the canopy with Abel's sword piercing through his chest along with his sniper rifle. Abel leaped forward, and the sword made a buzzing sound. Finally, it levitated and flew straight back into his hand. Abel held the long black sword and swung it downward. An astral wind gushed out from the tip of the sword. A few meters in front of him, a few grenade-like things were instantly cut in half. Several wounded men hid behind a tree trunk a few dozen meters away from Abel breathlessly. "Captain, our brothers are about to be killed by him. Let's retreat." "No. We received an order, to hold Abel here, for half an hour, there are only a few minutes left, we can't just cough dash." That captain was injured by Abel's sword that hit the lobe of his lung. If not treated in time, I am afraid he will soon die. Several wounded people are hiding in one place, let alone completing the mission. Even surviving the situation is difficult. "Scum, I've found you." Abel's voice came from the tree's trunk right above their heads. His long black sword buzzed in his hand. As soon as his hand rose and swung the sword, several security members died. A young voice can be heard from a distance. "Abel, my brother. Stop it." Chapter 83. A familiar voice could be heard, and Abel jerked his head up. His eyes were red, and his body was overflowing with killing energy. How many years was it? He couldn't count how many years he had waited. One thing he remembered very clearly. He wanted to kill him. He wanted to kill that bastard called Cain. Arg. Abel looked up to the sky and let out a roar. The whole forest, birds and wild animals are frightened and flee in every direction. Some simply fall to the ground and play dead. The wounded below Abel all covered their ears but were still shaken by his scream till their ears started bleeding. Repressed millions of years of hatred burst out. Abel's killing intent is so strong that it is frightening. If his enemy was a normal person, what he should do now is to run away as far away from him as possible. but it was clear that the owner of that voice was not normal. "Oh my foolish brother," Kane's voice once again came from afar with a hint of teasing, "after all these years, you really haven't changed at all. You're very simple-minded. Is that all you have left in yourself? I will kill you, Kane. I'll kill you." Abel roared. He stepped on the trunk of a tree. The tree trunk bent to the limit and then leaped up, rushed to the sky. The direction from which the voice came. Abel leaped into the sky like a rocket, and in just a few seconds, he was up to a height of several dozen meters over the tree, and then he saw a helicopter. On the helicopter, Kane was holding a loudspeaker. "My God, we have to go now, quick. He is coming. Run, run." This voice is a little frivolous, and just now, even from far away, Abel never forget Kane's appearance. Even after a distance of nearly 100 meters, he still recognized the mark on the forehead of Kane at once. Abel shouted, the hand of the long black sword across his arm waved. A wind appeared out of thin air and swept in the helicopter's direction. A poor bird passing by was cut into two by the wind. The body and its head were separated. "Holy shit," Kane froze, obviously not expecting Abel's combat power to be so powerful, and called out to the people behind him, "Quick! Pull up! Pull up!" Under his command, the pilot immediately raised the helicopter's altitude, which would brush against the wind. However, the strong airflow still disturbed the helicopter's flight, and the helicopter was like a man who had just finished urinating, shaking a few times before returning to normal. Kane spat a mouthful of saliva, cursing under his breath, and the pilot vaguely heard him say something about Dragon Aotien, metaphysical entity, 40 meters sword chi and other unintelligible words. "Boss, what should we do now?" the helicopter pilot asked. "What else can we do?" Kane grunted, "Any other idea other than to run?" Believe it or not, with his current combat power, even if we can shoot him with a rocket, he would just slash it. Under the command of Kane, the helicopter pulled up a dozen meters, then turned around and seemed to want to leave the forest. Kane also forgot to shout at Abel. "My stupid brother. If you want to kill me, then you should keep getting stronger, ha 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 ha," Kane kept taunting Abel. The intention is very obvious, to attract Abel to kill him. Since Abel is very good at combat and not under a strong drug, he wouldn't simply fall for the taunt. But since it's Kane, Abel can't think straight. The moment he sees Kane, Abel's head is left with only one word: revenge. He didn't hesitate at all and ran in the direction of the helicopter. He is continuously jumping between the tree trunks, always maintaining a distance not far from the helicopter. There is no doubt why the helicopter doesn't continue to pull up altitude. Whether human or God, no matter how strong you are, once blinded by hatred, there is only one end, and that is played by others to death. Lower, lower. I almost can't see him. Higher, higher, higher. He's sending the wind again. All along the way, it turns out Zhangju only pretended to be Kane, had been directing that pilot, constantly teasing Abel. As if they were playing some kind of a game. Whenever Abel was only a few dozen meters away from them, he would immediately make the helicopter rise, but then he was afraid that Abel would give up the chase and the plan would fall through. So, he would drop some more after confirming that it was safe, so on and so forth. The pilot was so tormented by him that several times he wanted to turn around and ask him, "How about you drive?" Zhangju looked at Abel, who was jumping in the trees not far away and kept shaking his head, making a tisk-tisk sound. His physical ability is quite strong. For a high-intensity chase he had lasted for nearly half an hour or so. He kept his pace faster and faster. During this period, Abel launched 2 more wind gusts at the helicopter. If not for Zhangju's quick sight and early warning, they would have been split up in the air just like the poor flying bird. In this continuous probing, Zhangju gradually grasped more information about Abel. One of the most important was Abel's attack style and distance. No wonder Abel was reluctant to use guns when he served in Pandora's box, because the sword in his hand was a divine weapon. As long as he was defensive, most guns couldn't even scratch him. Jiangju brought a machine gun and kept firing at Abel in the back, pressing the trigger while shouting, "I'll kill you, son of a bitch." He seemed to be enjoying himself. The helicopter pilot didn't know why he was so excited, as if he had satisfied some bad taste in himself. Facing the bullets that came hurtling towards him, Abel kept his speed up and waved his long sword in his hand, and all the bullets were split by him. Seeing this scene, even Jiangju let out awe of admiration. Abel was a little out of his mind right now. But still, even if a whole formation of MTFs came, I'm afraid they wouldn't be able to stop him. Abel waved his long sword in his hand, constantly guarding himself against the bullets that were being shot from the helicopters. Sometimes machine gun bullets, sometimes sniper bullets that were just thrown, and often melon seeds. Like a hunter, he waited for his chance. A hill was suddenly revealed before them, and the helicopter's pilot seemed not to expect it. Slowing down a few seconds before pulling up to altitude and nearly hitting the cliff. This caused the helicopter to spin a few times in the air. An opportunity. Abel saw the right moment and made a slash. The wind wrapped around the leaves and hurtled toward the helicopter. The pilot tried desperately to adjust the direction, but the helicopter finally did not escape the fate of its tail being chopped off. There was an explosion. Two figures jumped out of the smoke and opened their parachutes. One landed outside the cliff, while the other had a little more luck and fell right on top of that hill. Abel could see clearly that the man who landed on the hill was none other than Cain. He leaped from the canopy and landed less than 20 meters away from the man with a thud. "Cain, I'll take your life," he said in a cold voice. "Huh? What did you say?" Behind the parachute, a man Abel didn't recognize stepped out. "Is it not Cain?" Abel narrowed his eyes, but he recognized the voice as the same person who had provoked him in the helicopter. "Scum!" Abel cursed and casually swung his sword, not even bothering to look at the man. He just wanted to jump off the cliff at this point to see if Cain had fallen to the other side. Until now, he hadn't thought that Cain had been impersonated by Jiangju through his shape-shifting ability. "Wow, you're a handsome guy. If your brain is half as good as your sword, I won't dare to be here with you right now." A raucous voice came, and Abel turned back in surprise to find that the man hadn't died under his blade's gust. He didn't see that the dangling man in front of him had hidden skills. "Who are you?" For the strong, Abel would always give a little respect. "Who am I?" Jiangju smiled. This was the second person to ask him this question today. I guess he wasn't famous enough in this world. He suddenly remembered one of his father's words. He laughed and said, "Since you shamelessly asked, I'll tell you in all righteousness that my name is Jiangju. The Jiang of arrogant and the Ju of obliterator." Chapter 84. Boring. Abel pointed his sword at Jiangju. "Tell me where Cain is." At the mention of the name Cain, the murderous aura in his body rose again, and the long sword in his hand buzzed. Needless to say, if Jiangju didn't answer his question, what was bound to come was a slash, and presumably, if he answered the question, he would be slashed as well. "Can you tell me exactly why you want to kill him so badly?" Jiangju tried to communicate with Abel in an attempt to extract some inside information, since Cain never talked about that. He was very curious about what Cain had done to Abel in this world that had caused the brothers to turn against each other. 10 million years had passed, and Abel's killing intent was still so strong. But Abel is not a nagging person. Since Jiangju does not answer the question, he doesn't bother to say more. In his eyes, only the strong have the right to ask questions. Therefore, the only thing that responded to Jiangju was a long, pitch-black sword. Abel crouched deeply, then launched himself steeply, rushing towards Jiangju like a cheetah, and the distance between the two reduced in a flash. 1 second, Abel was a few dozen meters away, and the next second, he was already in front of Zhangju. A slash was made. In the nick of time, Zhangju stepped aside, just in time to dodge it. Abel paused. It seemed that this young man named Zhangju had just dodged his sword, not by chance, but with real strength. It had to be said that Zhangju's study of the Chinese arts with Chen Xiao was still effective. His dodge of Abel's attack was not a deliberate action. When Abel disappeared from sight and reappeared, his body involuntarily moved a step to the side. It was such a small step that allowed him to dodge the difficult angle of the sword. Before his brain could react, his body had already moved. The so-called conditioned reflex was the cause of it. Zhangju knew that this was all because Chen Xiao had taught him well and that the beatings he had received during his martial arts studies had not been in vain. However, these thoughts were made when Abel failed to land a blow and turned his sword sideways, sweeping a big slash in a single move. Zhangju took a few steps back and bent his waist to the limit to avoid it. When Abel saw that he was dodging his attacks, he snorted coldly. He gave Zhangju a sinister gaze but didn't pursue him again. At this moment, an unfamiliar voice came from Zhangju's headset. "Advisor Zhangju, this is Eagle Captain Varangus. My team has surrounded the hill where you and Abel are as planned. The missiles are ready. When will they be fired?" "Not yet." Zhangju pressed his headset. "The terrain here is complicated. With Abel's current state, it will definitely not kill him unless you get a medium-sized missile to come. It would be best if you guys stood by for now. When the time comes, I will give you the call." "On it," Varangus said. "Then advisor, how will you go to get away from Abel's pursuit? Do you need us to pick you up?" "No need." Time was short. Zhangju was concise. "The opportunity is tight. As soon as I give the order, you and your team must launch the missiles. Don't mind about if I live or die later, do you understand?" This sentence immediately made Varangus stand in awe. Advisor Zhang disregarded his personal safety, only to contain Abel. What a noble choice, no wonder he could be hired as an advisor by the Foundation at a young age. Looking at Zhangju in the surveillance video, Varangus saluted and responded in a low voice, "Understood." Varangus changed his perception of Zhangju because of one sentence, and that was because he did not know enough about Zhangju. Even if hell were here, he would have guessed that Zhangju's purpose would not be so simple. In the words of his assistant, advisor Zhangju has more tricks in his sleeves than the Danube River fishes. The most important reason why Zhangju didn't let the eagle kill Abel immediately with fire coverage tactics was that he wanted Abel's body ahem, no gaining Abel's ability. He risked the risk of being beheaded to get here, and if he hadn't been able to get his hands on Abel's abilities, Zhangju's would drown in a full of regret. The SCP ability is currently only a step away for him to grab. If he couldn't get something out of it, he would be sorry for the rest of his life. Zhangju used the walkie-talkie to talk, but Abel didn't care about it. These people can use tactics and weapons that he has been familiar with. He was confident enough to dodge it in such a complex terrain as long as he was given time to react, no matter what kind of thermal weapons, except for nuclear missiles. He was to chase when Zhangju suddenly smiled. "Abel, before coming here, many people told me how strong and powerful you were. But now it seems you're a little disappointing. Is that all you have to offer?" Hearing Zhangju's words, Abel froze. Abel had killed many people, and they had said nonsense words before they died. There were those who begged for mercy, those who cursed, and those who said he was cruel. But Zhangju was the first to say that he was not strong enough. Abel was aggressive by nature. He was killed countless times by the Foundation and back in that coffin. He allowed himself to die, only not to be called weak. It was an insult to him. He narrowed his eyes, clearly enraged by Zhangju's words. Only the weak are as noisy as flies. Angering an enemy, especially a strong enemy like Abel, was a very unwise choice. When Varangus heard their conversation, he couldn't help but sweat for Jiangju. But the next second, Jiangju revealed his trick. "Abel, aren't you ashamed of bullying an unarmed man like me with the long sword in your hand?" It must be said that Jiangju was actually very shameless in saying this. "Unarmed? How come you say unarmed when you just machine-gunned Abel from the helicopter?" But Abel is not someone who likes a chit-chat. He coldly said, "What do you want?" Seeing that Abel had fallen for it, Jiangju smiled. "A duel between strong people. Of course, it has to be fair. You are now holding a long sword while I have nothing. Isn't that clearly bullying? How about this, you give me a sword too. If I can't beat you, I will surrender to you." For Jiangju made such a rude request. Probably the most famous line is, "No need to talk about kung fu morality with this kind of scum. Let us all go all out together." However, Jiangju is not an ordinary person, and Abel is not. Their thoughts are not at all can be understood with common sense. Abel carefully thought about it and nodded. "Okay, since you asked for it." "Shit." The fledgling squad members who heard their conversation were all stunned. Jiangju and Abel had just recovered. This is the way to treat the enemy. No wonder villains die from talking too much. Abel did not know that he had been labeled as a fool by the Eagle team members. He held his left hand in an empty grip, and with a swish, a long black sword appeared out of thin air precisely the same as the one in his right hand. He threw the long black sword to Jiangju. "Here, I'm going to make you die with honor." Jiangju caught the long sword in his hand, waited a few times. He shook his head helplessly and sighed in his heart. "My brother, you're indeed a simple-minded person. You're destined to die in a very stifling death. Something that is the opposite of what your mouth and heart just said." Chapter 85. Xing Xing Sheng. Jiangju and Abel, each wielding the long swords in their hands, sparred at the edge of the cliff. Jiangju's clothes had been cut into pieces, and most of his blood had dried up. If he didn't have a self-healing ability, I'm afraid he would have gone into shock due to excessive blood loss. He held his sword single-handedly, and each slash was aimed at Jiangju's vitals. Even though Jiangju had tricked him into using the same weapon, he was no match for him in a solo flight, and it was not easy for him not to be killed on the spot. Instead of being afraid, Jiangju was getting more and more excited and seemed to be enjoying the battle. Even Abel felt the abnormality. "Aren't you afraid of death?" he asked. Jiangju licked his lips. "To tell you the truth, you may not believe it, but I have not been afraid of anything in my long life. Eat my sword." The two men continued to tangle up. Even if Jiangju could block his sword, he would still be wounded by it. But Jiangju relied on his self-healing ability and put up a fight with Abel. The terrifying thing was Abel felt that Jiangju was improving little by little in this fight. By the time they fought together, he could now dodge most of his attacks, and it had only taken 10 minutes to do so, a speed of progress that could only be described as terrifying. Abel has lived for so long, or is the first time to see a combat experience that's above him. This kid took himself as what? A stepping stone for his progress. Thinking about this, Abel was on fire. He had never been looked down on like this before. "Jiangju." Abel's eyes were sinister and murderous. "I will cut your head off today." "Good, it's a deal." Jiangju sparred with him. "Abel, if you don't cut off my head today, you'll be my grandson, a son with no assholes, and a daughter who looks like your neighbor." Abel was so angry with him that he nearly lost his breath. Jiangju has fought many enemies and lost some allies of his own, and he also pitted Cain. He didn't care. At this moment, he was in a state of extreme exhilaration. Even without using the dragon crystal, he was able to see the trajectory of Abel's blade, and his body responded naturally, becoming more and more comfortable as the battle progressed. As Abel had thought, Jiangju had indeed used him as a chaperone. Chen Xiao had said that true kung fu needed to be tempered by blood. Without experiencing life and death, one was always a little short of fire. Since he had come to this world, Jiangju had always been proud and smooth and rarely had the opportunity to fight to the utmost effort with his enemies. I'm afraid not many people could be considered his opponent when it comes to fighting. Unlike Abel, someone who was born since the beginning of life can be beaten by him to the point of no mercy. But the opportunity to fight Abel one-on-one is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If he can't get his ability, he should stop being called Jiangju and change his name to something disgraceful. Jiangju had provoked him several times. Abel's anger grew even stronger, and he wanted to punch Jiangju to death. From now on, in addition to Cain, Jiangju will also be on his list of must-kill targets and will firmly occupy the second position on the list for a long time to come. Hey, Abel! Show some real skill! Jiangju taunted, why are you getting slower and slower with your sword, like a pussy? Abel fought hard to attack, but he finally realized that although he still had the upper hand, Jiangju's level of defense had also reached its peak, and he was unable to break it at all. He somewhat regretted lending that long sword to Jiangju for the first time. However, Jiangju was like a roundworm in his ear. Just as he thought of this, he heard him say in a bitchy tone, what is it, Abel? Why don't you turn my sword into nothing? You won't be able to kill me without using these dirty tricks. Woo, I'm scared of you. Jiangju has learned the characteristics of Abel. This statement is equal to directly blocking Abel's deadly attack, and he is more unlikely to take back the weapon. He would rather die here than be caught by someone like Jiangju for Abel. That would be a shameful thing to do if he did that. Abel once again accelerated the swing of his blade, yet with this level of acceleration, Jiangju could already keep up effortlessly. He even got busy and adjusted his headset channel, saying to the leader of the fledgling squad, Varangus, attention, Abel has entered a berserk state. From this moment on, I will induce him to abandon his defense, prepare your missiles and stand by. Varangus hurriedly responded. His admiration for Jiangju could no longer be described in words. Time and again, Jiangju had convinced his mind. At first, he thought Jiangju was a hero who would sacrifice himself to contain Abel, but later, he found out that Jiangju could be undefeated under Abel's attack. Then he realized that although Jiangju's title in the Foundation was an advisor, his combat power was also very powerful, and he could also fight with Abel in a difficult situation. When the two sides fought, Jiangju talked trash a lot, and Varangus thought it was his bad behavior, but he didn't realize that this was Jiangju's core tactic. All he did was to completely anger Abel and make him attack without any reservations so that he could reveal his weaknesses. Not bad for a special advisor hired by the Foundation. How can I say it's still the same person, and Varangus' understanding of Jiangju was too limited. If Yang Shui had seen this scene, she would have told him to stop making assumptions about him. Talking trash was Jiangju's unique characteristic. Singing those childish and brainless songs is also one of them. Under Jiangju's constant harassment, Abel had gradually lost himself, and all he could think about was how to kill Jiangju. He was completely oblivious to the strange movements around him. He didn't notice that the encirclement had gradually shrunk, and the missiles were all ready to be fired, just waiting for Jiangju to give the order to shoot the hill they were on. Abel was still attacking frantically. After all, no matter how talented Jiangju was, Abel's strength was still strong on his side. Jiangju was casually chatting while fending off Abel's attacks. You know what, Abel? Cain is quite miserable. He can only eat big fish and meat every day now. He can't even eat such earthly delicacies as scrambled eggs with tomatoes, and it's really pitiful. Ah! Abel looked up to the sky and roared, don't you ever dare mention his name in front of my face. With this roar, Abel finally completely lost himself, and he exploded all his power at once. His speed suddenly increased to a terrifying level. With Jiangju's current strength, he was completely overwhelmed. Soon, countless wounds of all sizes once again appeared on Jiangju's body. Ha 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 ha. Abel laughed maniacally. Die, you Jiangju. With that, he plunged his sword into Jiangju's heart. For a moment, Abel thought he had won, finally killing this noisy fly. Then he realized he couldn't move. The man named Jiangju looked at him and smiled. That smile was so eerie that he felt a hint of fear as his prey. What was this? Abel had never felt this feeling before. Then, something even more unexpected happened to him. He only saw Jiangju grab his arm and shout, "Commence fire." Chapter 86. After fighting with Abel for almost an hour, Jiangju finally seized the opportunity to use both the mind fear and terror projection skills at the same time and managed to cause Abel to stagger a little. Jiangju took the opportunity to grab his arm and immediately felt a warm current go through his body. Nice. Jiangju gave considerable praise in his heart. With his goal accomplished, he immediately shouts, "Commence fire." The voice was so loud that as if he was going to die with Abel. The Eagle Squad members ambushed around the area were waiting for this moment, and without the captain repeating the order, countless missiles flew toward the hill where Jiangju and Abel came from all directions with a whistling sound. Abel was so filled with hatred and anger that he had almost lost his mind, and Jiangju's powers were of minimal use to him, almost only for a moment. But this moment was enough. Countless rocket missiles came crashing from the sky towards the hill they were on, and Abel had no chance to make effective defensive moves. Boom! Boom 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 boom! The explosions continued one after another. Varangus knew very well that no matter how saturated the attack was against an enemy like Abel, it wasn't enough. In the center of the explosion, Abel let out his last roar. He struggled, but his body was no longer intact, and in less than a moment, he was submerged in a sea of fire, never to stand up again. The missile was so powerful that it almost blew off a section of the entire hill. The members of the Eagle Squad strictly carried out Jiangju's orders, not caring at all whether he lived or died. The temperature at the center of the explosion was so high that even the rocks were melted. At this temperature, let alone a person, even a cow staying here for a while and sprinkling some cumin could be eaten directly. Varangus and his team didn't let down their guard, kept their eyes on their location until the fire gradually extinguished, and then led his team to approach slowly. The heat wave on the hill was one after another, making lots of people very uncomfortable, and all the surrounding trees were burned to ashes. Abel's body had been burned to a crisp and disappeared with a gust of wind. He would be reborn inside SCP-076-1, his coffin until he was resurrected, which could take anywhere from a few weeks to a few decades. Varangus and his crew searched around but could not find Jiangju's body. Yes, they assumed the fact that Jiangju was dead. No one could have survived that kind of explosion. Not even Abel could. But strangely enough, they had searched the whole mountain, but they still hadn't found Jiangju's remains. No way. Varangus scratched his head. To prevent Abel from escaping, they had agreed to destroy anything within its vicinity, and he could guarantee that absolutely no creature had escaped from the sea of fire, not even a fly. But this advisor Jiangju is not seen alive but also not seen dead. A team member whispered in Varangus' ear, "Captain, could advisor Jiangju have escaped? I've heard that there is a secret method in the ancient East that can make the stars turn around." Bullshit. Varangus cursed, "I'll stab you through the heart and give you 100 rockets. Are you trying to tell me that it's escapable? Train more if you have nothing to do, and read less of those boring novels. This is the real world, and Advisor Zhang is not an anomalous humanoid. He is just an ordinary person. If there's a way for him to survive this, I'll change my name backward." Ahem. A moment after Varangus' words, 2 light coughs came from behind him. Sometimes, you're right. Some things shouldn't be known by many because there are always accidents in life. Jiangju appeared there at some point, and he stepped forward and put his arm around Varangus' shoulder. Isn't that right, Captain Signarov? The two met for the first time. But the moment he was wrapped in Zhangju's arm, Varenga suddenly winced. He was the MTF captain, and although he was a senior, his strength was absolutely unquestionable. Zhangju was able to escape from that desperate situation, and he tells himself that he could never make it alive. He appeared behind him unnoticed, and if it was the enemy, he was afraid that he would have been in a different place by now. Varengus mechanically turned around and looked at Zhangju and said with an awkward smile, "Advisor Zhangju, English grammar is not like this. Even if you read it backward, you can't pronounce it like that." "Oh, so that's how it is." Zhangju nodded sincerely, "I see, Captain Signarov." Just as the two of them were having an in-depth discussion about the pronunciation of Captain Varengus' name, his wireless phone suddenly rang. "Well, got it? We'll make sure to finish the mission." Varengus had a serious expression as if he had received a very important mission. "What is it?" Zhangju asked. With his authority at the Foundation, he no longer had to worry about any bullshit principle of instructions. Varengus thought for a moment and still felt that he should inform Zhangju of the news. He said with deliberation, "SCP-105 is missing." "Wow, really?" Zhangju pulled a long tone, thinking that things were getting interesting. SCP-105, Iris, belonged to the same Pandora's box just like Abel and was one of the few people who had been recognized by Abel in terms of strength. She has the ability to manipulate physical objects through photographs, and in some cases, this ability works very well. During her service in Pandora's box, she was mainly responsible for reconnaissance and intelligence gathering missions, and none of the operations led by her failed. This time when Abel broke through the contained, she was not killed, but there was surveillance in Area 25. She tied the positioning device on her body to a wildcat and escaped by herself. This chick is smart. She was originally on Zhangju's touch and go list, but now it seemed that the plan would fall through. Zhangju sighed. It was true that people's luck couldn't always be this good. Abel was dead, and the crisis was over. After confirming that it was safe, Captain Varengus led part of his team to chase after the fleeing SCP-105. But Zhangju didn't think much of their actions. It had been a long time since Abel had broken through the containment, and Iris had probably found a good place to hide. In a sea of people, trying to find her would be like looking for a needle in a haystack. Zhangju returned to Area 25 with other parts of the Eagle team. The place was in a mess caused by Abel, the staff was dead and injured, and many facilities were also damaged. The person in charge of Area 25, James Ferrant, organized the manpower to repair some facilities. Then he saw Zhangju and his group, who had returned from their mission. He put down the work in his hands and walked quickly towards Zhangju. Zhangju tried to shake hands with him, but Colonel James suddenly dropped to one knee and rubbed his chest with his hand. "On behalf of all the staff at the Area 25, I, James Ferrant, express my most sincere gratitude to Advisor Zhang. No matter when, the doors of Area 25 will always be open to you." Chapter 87. Two tigers, two tigers. Both in love, in love. Both males, both males. So perverted, so perverted. 2 days later, Zhangju was sitting on the terrace on the roof of Site 17, humming a children's song. His feet dangled outside the building, constantly echoing, like a schoolboy playing by the river. He was holding a piece of A4 paper in his hand and seemed to be folding something. "Young man, it seems that you're in a good mood." SCP-343 sat beside him at some point. Zhangju did not look away, focusing on the origami paper in his hand. "Old man, since you call yourself a god, you must have the self-awareness of a god. It doesn't matter if you come and go without a trace. It's not good to scare others." SCP-343 looked at him. "So you were scared?" "Me?" Zhangju smiled, never mind if you are a god or a ghost. Things that can scare me, no matter which world, do not exist. SCP-343 looked him up and down once. Young man, you seem to be a little stronger when I first met you. SCP-343 is known as God. Whether he is really a god or not, we can't confirm it, but his strength is undoubted. Since he said so, Jiangju couldn't help but feel a little smug. On this trip to Europe, not only did he get a dragon crystal from SCP-3844, and he also acquired the ability of Cain and Abel. It can be said that the harvest is not small. The only shortcoming is that he was not able to solve his problem with Shirley. The little girl fell into a deep sleep. But he has already thought about it. As long as he continues to get stronger, waking up Shirley is only a matter of time. No need to rush this moment. The A4 paper in his hand has turned into a paper airplane. He put it in front of his mouth and blew it. Then threw it out towards the bottom of the building with force. The paper plane made a beautiful arc, not knowing where it would eventually float. As the paper plane disappeared from view, Jiangju turned around and looked at SCP-343 with a strange look. Old man, I always feel like I've been counted on by you. SCP-343 always had that calm, out-of-this-world look. He smiled. Gods, never and ever need to calculate mortals. You better be. Jiangju stared into his eyes. Otherwise, even as a god, I will kill you. After a few days of repair, Area 25 had continued its normal operations. During this time, Colonel James had been hoping that Jiangju could officially accept the thanks of the employees in the area. Without Jiangju, he would have had to press the nuclear explosion button. But several of his requests were denied by Jiangju. Just like what he did at Site 14, Jiangju had always believed that the ordinary researchers were responsible for the smooth running of the world, that they were the backbone of the Foundation, and that they didn't need to thank anyone. It is worth mentioning that the team that pursued SCP-105, Iris, eventually returned without success, and the little girl had disappeared into the sea of people. It was too easy for a scout who had served in the MTF and had special abilities to evade them. Iris, that little girl, is currently hiding, and the Foundation is afraid that she will not be able to find her alive. She should just want to break away from the Foundation and be free, so Jiangju wouldn't do his best in this matter. After a few more days, Harvey, who was in Italy negotiating with Serpent's Hand and GOC, also finished his work and rushed back to Site 17. When he saw Jiangju, he laughed loudly and embraced him warmly. I wonder how many goodies this smiling tiger had pitted against the GOC again. After Harvey's debriefing, Jiangju invited Harvey, Hal, and Clement to a meal to express his gratitude to the three of them. When he first arrived, it would have been difficult to carry out some work without the full support of these three. But currently, this situation no longer exists, and now at Site 17, Jiangju can be considered a big name. Whenever his name was mentioned, everyone would smile at him. So much that Jiangju didn't even dare to go to Cain to tell his story. During the meeting, Jiangju asked Clement about the headquarters. Before he was brought to Site 17, he had been a senior researcher at the headquarters, and he knew a lot about the secrets of the headquarters. Which supervisor were love rivals, which doctor had cuckolded which doctor, he knew them all like the back of his hand. Stop, 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 stop. Jiangju hurriedly gestured. Clement, you are a test supervisor. You talk about things related to experiments. Why do you like to gossip about others? The bearded Clement felt answered excitedly, Advisor Jiang, the experiment-related matters are confidential, and the Foundation is strictly forbidden to discuss in a non-working area. Shit, that's why you're making things up about me? Jiangju wanted to give this bearded man a kick in the butt. 3 days later, Jiangju disappeared from Site 17. He didn't return to Site 14, and no one knew where he had gone. Only hell knew that he had gotten on a plane to Switzerland, where the Site 19, the external headquarters of the Foundation, was located. Site 19 was the largest Foundation facility currently in operation, containing hundreds of safe and Euclid-level anomalies and, of course, some Keter levels, except that most of them were not known to the public. Yet Zhang was not looking to go to the headquarters to have tea with the leaders. He was just going to do something that he should have done a long time ago. During the Site 14 infiltration incident, he had mistakenly entered the otherworldly dimension of SCP-106, the Old Man, and met his kinder side. The kind SCP-106 gave him an artifact, and in exchange, he promised SCP-106 to do one thing. Give a bouquet of flowers to a person. Anna Long. Zhang always remembered this name. The SCP cemetery, like the headquarters, was in Switzerland. Far from the Chinese branch, Zhang was a geek who didn't like to go out, so the matter had been put off. He came to Europe this time, and it would be a bit unreasonable if he didn't come over to fulfill his promise. After all, the reality anchor had saved his life multiple times. Switzerland is a permanently neutral country, and the Foundation's headquarters is located here. However, Zhang did not visit Site 19 but went straight to the cemetery on the outskirts of the countryside. A place he had always resisted going to. At 3 p.m., some dark clouds were pressing in the sky, making people feel a bit dull. Heavy rain seemed to be coming soon. With a bouquet of flowers in his hand, Zhang followed the receptionist's directions and arrived at the lady's grave named Anna Long. The tombstone was very old, and the photo on it was blurred. Only a man and a woman could be vaguely seen snuggling together. A bouquet of lilies was placed in front of the tombstone and looked fresh, so someone should have visited her recently. No way. Zhang was still lost in thought, but the receptionist frowned. We have registered every person who comes to the cemetery to pay their respects, and it's been a long time since anyone has come to see this Ms. Anna. Working at the SCP Foundation, no amount of work was too much. Because every detail could determine if your life would stop in the next second. Zhang held the dragon crystal in his hand and expanded his senses. A few moments later, he pulled up a smile. Sure enough, there were really a few guests in this seemingly quiet cemetery. Chapter 88. Name: Walker. Age: 35. Home address: 221 Baker Street. What the hell? Where do you live? 221 Baker Street. In a small dark room, a familiar conversation was playing out. The only difference is that Zhang is sitting in the interrogator's seat, and behind him, there are no confession from leniency and resistance from severity 8 words. There were 5 chairs in front of Zhang, all of them were tied up, with an addition of a hood over their head. Zhang was like the villain in an anti-Japanese drama, interrogating the messenger of justice. At this moment, he had already taken off the hood of the first interrogated person. I suggest you change your address. Zhang said to him seriously, this address is not suitable for you. The interrogatee froze, then nodded mechanically, having no idea why Zhang said that. Okay, let's get to the point. Zhang took out a cold pistol and played with it in his hand. Tell me, why are you following me? Stalking you? No, I was just dash. Bang. A clean, crisp shot, right in the eyebrow. The interrogated man's eyes widened, and he couldn't understand until his death why Zhang wouldn't even let him finish his sentence. Zhang blew the smoke from the muzzle of his gun and took off the mask of the second interrogatee. Something unpleasant just happened. I'm really sorry. I hope we can work together happily. Zhang face was calm as if it wasn't him who had just shot and killed someone. Name. The second interrogated person sneered, you think I'm afraid of you just because of that dash. Bang. Another shot. The second interrogatee was killed by Zhang with a single shot before he could say a full sentence. If you want to play hard to get in front of him, do it in another life, Zhang bristled. After firing 2 shots in a row, his face was a bit helpless. Do all the lapdogs aware nowadays? Why can't I meet such a good person to talk to? He spat 2 sentences and opened the mask of the third person, repeating the lines just now. As you heard. Something unpleasant just happened. I hope we can cooperate happily. Cooperate, definitely cooperate. The third interrogated person was busy nodding his head, looking like he didn't want to just become someone's dead body under the gun. My name is Hendrik. I am 32 years old. I live at 65 Gold Street and we are following you because dash. Stop. When he said this, Zhang put his gun against his head. The third interrogated man was in a cold sweat. He didn't know why Zhang had stopped him. Zhang snapped his fingers, and a staff member in an SCP uniform came in through the door. He walked past the first 2 bodies as if he hadn't seen anything. Take them away. Zhang pointed to the third man, make a statement of what he said and bring it to me. The staff member nodded and took the third man out of the interrogation room. The last 2 men waiting to be interrogated knew what Zhang was trying to do. He was preventing them from colluding. It would be better for his judgment to take the statements separately. All right. Zhang removed the 4th man's mask, still repeating the lines he just delivered, as you heard. Something unpleasant just happened, so I hope we can work together happily. 2 hours later, Zhang was holding 3 transcripts in his hand. It described the reasons why several people had followed Zhang. Although the details differed, the main content was the same. Someone had paid big bucks for his daily activities. Holy shit. This is even profitable? Did you pay a fee for using my likeness for profit? Zhang was a bit incredulous. A big tree attracts the wind, which is why he is being watched. Zhang waved his hand and told the staff member to bring the 3 to the Foundation's headquarters for further investigation while he studied the mirror for half a day. Then he had to admit that he didn't seem to have anything to show off on himself either, except for being a bit handsome. He thought about it, and something didn't feel right. The problem was with the second interrogated person. There was no need for the other man to talk when his life was in danger if it was just about the money. Even with 2 people already dead, the following 3 still carried on as agreed. The interrogation did nothing for them, and it looked like they were very loyal to the organization. But this instead allowed Zhang to narrow the field. The organization he had offended the most so far was the Chaos Insurgency. Apart from them, there should be no one else who would be so attached to him. As the saying goes, there is no fear of a thief stealing, but there is fear of a thief thinking about him. Zhang is the one who's being targeted. However, he was not worried about these things. His strength now is not the same as when he first crossed over. If the enemy thinks he is a soft person, they will end up being stabbed. What he didn't know was that an assassination was already underway against him. The insurgency did not dare to confront the Foundation head-on, but to use the power of an organization against him alone was akin to killing a chicken with a bullseye. After informing the headquarters that the 3 might be Chaos Insurgent, Zhang booked a ticket from Switzerland to China and prepared to return. Yes, he wasn't going to stay here and wait for the results of the investigation because it was useless. Even if they were turned, they would not be able to obtain any useful information. Before leaving, Zhang went to the cemetery again and found the cemetery receptionist who had taken care of it. There was an additional headstone in front of Anna Long's grave on that day. They hadn't been able to find out why there was an extra bouquet of flowers in front of Anna Long's tombstone, but they had mistakenly arrested the men who had followed him. He wanted to know if there were any other clues. Yet the receptionist looked at him with a puzzled look. Advisor Zhang, are you remembering wrongly that nothing like this has happened? The receptionist looked confused, Anna or Ms. Long has not been visited for a long time, and there is only a bouquet of flowers from you in front of her tombstone. What? Hearing the receptionist say that, Jong-ju showed a black question mark face. Don't be ridiculous. You were the one who noticed the anomaly that day. The receptionist swore, and Jong-ju could not say anything more but could only ask him to look at the surveillance. The surveillance video was checked, and in the video, Jong-ju was indeed the only one who had paid respect to Anna. In front of Anna's tombstone, there was only a bouquet of flowers that he had offered from the beginning to the end. This was completely different from the scene he remembered. What was going on? Jong-ju clenched his chin. If he wasn't hallucinating, then there was only one possible explanation. Someone had tampered with the receptionist's memory, as well as the content of the security footage so that no one could remember what had happened at that time. This situation could also be put in a simpler way: someone had distorted the reality. Chapter 89. Jong-ju sat in the restaurant next to the airport, his right thumb and forefinger cupping his chin with a serious expression. This was a habitual action when he was thinking. Whenever he encountered trouble, he would put his mind into high gear. If the brain is compared to a CPU, then his brain is now overclocked. From the time he left home this morning, he felt that something was wrong around him, but he couldn't tell what was wrong. He had breakfast, checked out of his hotel room, and took a taxi to the airport. All simple and normal things, but he felt something was out of the ordinary. Was he being too sensitive? Jong-ju frowned for the first time. He had a bad feeling that the return trip would not be so smooth. "Sir, can I sit here?" The little girl's voice came. Jong-ju looked up, only to see a girl of 16 or 17 looking at him, blonde hair and blue eyes, very beautiful. There were many people in the restaurant, and it was common to share a table. Jong-ju nodded his head. The little girl put her luggage aside. Then she lay down on the table and looked at Jong-ju. He looked around to ensure that the little girl was looking at herself. "What's wrong?" he asked. "Sir, I lost my wallet. Can you treat me to a meal?" the little girl said with a smile. The little girl had red lips and white teeth, and her big blue eyes were very moving. Her look was not at all like someone who had lost their wallet. Even an ordinary person would not be fooled, let alone Jong-ju. But unpredictably, Jong-ju did not refuse her and pushed the menu to one side in front of her. "Order what you want to eat." Jong-ju was not confused by her appearance. He invited her to eat because after this little girl sat next to him, that uncomfortable feeling he had disappeared surprisingly. I don't know if it was just his illusion. The little girl ordered only one pasta dish and pushed the menu to him again. "Would you like something to eat?" Jong-ju glanced at the prices on it, and the corners of his mouth twitched involuntarily. "You eat yourself. I'm not hungry." The little girl ate her pasta without any hesitation, and Jong-ju had never seen a girl eat so quickly. In less than 5 minutes, a large plate of pasta had been wiped out by her. "Still eating?" Jong-ju asked. "No, I'm full, thank you." The little girl smiled, her eyes brightening a bit. Hearing her say that, Jong-ju breathed a sigh of relief. The little girl suddenly asked, "Are you a Chinese person?" Jong-ju nodded his head. The little girl asked again, "Then what are you doing here?" It was actually a bit rude to ask so many questions to a stranger, but Jong-ju didn't refuse to answer. Instead, he told the truth. "I promised someone that I would come to visit a friend of his. So that's how it is." The little girl lowered her head and murmured. "What?" Jong-ju didn't hear her clearly. "Nothing." The little girl raised her head with a faint glint in her eyes. "Thank you for the food. I'm leaving. Goodbye." Jong-ju looked at her back and felt some familiarity. He should have seen her somewhere but couldn't remember anyway. This was just a small hiccup before Jong-ju boarded the plane. 2 hours later, he entered the airport. However, the moment he stepped into the airport gate, a bad feeling struck him again. There is a movie called Final Destination. At the beginning of the movie, the main character foresaw that something would happen to the plane. Jong-ju was feeling this way now. He always felt that something would happen to the flight he was on. To be precise, the flight would go wrong because he was on it. Unlike the few henchmen he had caught in the cemetery before, this time, he couldn't even feel their presence. Jong-ju could only act on his instincts, and no amount of caution was too much when it came to his life. So decisively, he withdrew his ticket and changed to another flight 3 hours later. 3 hours passed quickly. When the announcement "Mr. Jong-ju, please board the plane" sounded, he sat motionless in his seat as if he hadn't heard it. 10 minutes later, the announcement stopped, and the plane took off. Jong-ju got up and bought another flight to China in 2 hours. After another 2 hours, the announcement "Mr. Jong-ju, please board the plane" sounded again. The announcement lasted for a few minutes, and just when the crew thought that Mr. Jong-ju had stood them up again, Jong-ju dashed all the way to the boarding gate with his luggage and stepped onto the plane at the last second before it closed. It was already 8 o'clock in the evening, and Jong-ju was a little tired from fighting with the air for hours. If he couldn't get out of danger this way, he could only blame his bad luck, or the other side was smart enough. He put his luggage on the luggage rack and was about to close his eyes to rest when the person sitting behind him suddenly knocked on his chair. "Hello, can I switch seats with you? I'm having a bit of a hard time." Jong-ju turned around and saw a woman in her 30s looking at him with embarrassment. Her small belly was slightly bulging, and she looked pregnant. Because Jong-ju's seat was by the window, most people felt more comfortable sitting there even though it couldn't be opened. Probably because of the effect on their hearts. Jong-ju nodded and changed seats with her. After sitting down, the plane slowly took off. Feeling the oppression from the extra weight, Jong-ju felt a little better. The roar of the plane was the best sleeping pill, and most people put on their eye masks and prepared to sleep. Jong-ju closed his eyes. It would be dangerous for him to fall asleep in this situation, but the necessary rest had to be taken. The sound of people talking diminished, the flight attendants came over to check the seat belts, and the lights went down. I don't know how long it took. Jong-ju felt something was wrong. In the darkness, he opened his eyes and felt the situation around him. Quiet, unusually quiet. Other than the roar of the plane, no other sound reached his ears. Not even the breathing of a human being. Jong-ju stood up. Found that all the passengers were no longer in their seats. He was the only one left in the large passenger cabin. I still hadn't been able to escape it. When this happened, Jong-ju's heart, which had been hanging in the air, finally let go. Rather than fear the unknown, the situation that was now approaching the end of the picture excited him. Come on, let me see what kind of people dare to mess with me." He squeezed his fingers together, failed to find someone for him to beat up. It is difficult to solve his hatred. In the darkness, he felt towards the cockpit of the plane. The other side wants to play this kind of game, and he is willing to accompany it till the end. As long as he occupies the cockpit, he is not afraid that the enemy will appear. Just as he reached the center of the cabin, the lights that had been off suddenly all came on. The sudden lighting made it impossible for Jong-ju to see, so he immediately closed his eyes and caused a disturbance in his ears. He and Chen Xiao had learned to listen to the sound to identify the location, and if the enemy wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to sneak up on him, he would lose. But a few seconds passed, and there was still silence. Except for his breathing, there was no other sound. Could it be that he was just overthinking it? Jong-ju slowly opened his eyes. When he could see the scene in front of him, he slowly opened his mouth, his jaw stretched. His expression was as if he had seen something incredible and was shocked beyond words. Chapter 90. Jong-ju opened his eyes, only to see those passengers who had disappeared, including all the crew members, reappear before his eyes. They were standing in their respective seats with vacant eyes, surrounding him in the center. It was like a zombie in a horror movie. What the hell is going on here? A live action of the Great Transformation? Jong-ju narrowed his eyes. Needless to say, these people should have been controlled by some means. It was 1:30 in the morning, and in the closed cabin, the bizarre passengers looked very scary. Anyone else with fewer guts here would have pissed their pants the moment they saw them. But unfortunately, they were facing Jong-ju, the Jong-ju who would not be afraid. These fancy things look very cool, but to him, they are useless. The natural magic immunity physique, combined with the effect of ignoring fear, gave Jong-ju a huge advantage against these kinds of things. Against Jong-ju, one must use destructive physical means of attacking to do so. Otherwise, one could not even break his defense. Jong-ju was thinking about how to deal with these people, yet they acted one step ahead of him. A gun suddenly appeared out of thin air in everyone's hands. Crap! How could this happen? Was it really magic? Jong-ju didn't have time to curse. He leaped up and jumped backward out of their sight because everyone had already pointed their guns at him. Bang, 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 bang. The gunshots continued one after another. Jong-ju hid behind a chair, only to be quickly shot through, and he took 2 shots himself. If he didn't have the ability to heal himself, the game would have been over by now. It was clear that the person who wanted to kill him knew where his soft spot was. He, like Abel, had some resistance to these physical kills, but in front of absolute numbers, his self-healing ability would be somewhat inadequate. However, after this moment, he also discovered the weaknesses of these people. Because they were controlled, the movements they made were mechanical and very slow, and as long as he maintained a certain speed of dodging and turning, their guns could not keep up with him. He came up behind one man and tried to wake him up, but the other's guns were already there before he could make any moves. Jong-ju leaped to escape, but his companion's gun sieved the man. These men had lost their minds, and nothing seemed to matter but killing Jong-ju. This won't work. After all, there was limited space in the passenger cabin, and Jong-ju had already lost several passengers to their own guns as he fled. Although Jong-ju wasn't sad, it would be more than a little unpleasant to have so many people die because of him. He decided that he would save as many as he could. The tiger sent a cat, you think I'm critically ill? Jong-ju shouted a line from I don't know how many years ago, stepped on a chair back, and took off into the air. His head was only a few centimeters away from the top of the cabin. Seeing Jong-ju jump into the air, all the passengers under control raised their hands and pointed the guns in their hands at him. Jong-ju snorted coldly. This was the moment he had been waiting for. Jong-ju held his right hand in an empty grip, and a long black sword appeared in his hand out of thin air. A skill he had learned from Abel, which allowed him to manifest weapons anywhere, anytime. It seemed that he could summon all the legendary artifacts, and during his experiments, he had successfully summoned a Thor's hammer. But, like Abel, Jong-ju still liked this long black sword best, probably some kind of manly romance. But it was too late. Jong-ju did a 360-degree turn in the air with the black sword in his hand. The sword swung and slashed all over the men's fingers or wrists. Crackle! Their hands were injured and couldn't hold such heavy firearms, and one by one, the pistols fell off in response to the sound. A few even had their hands cut off directly, blood splattering everywhere, and if they weren't bandaged in time, they would die from blood loss, but Jong-ju didn't care about them at all. First of all, he didn't have the ability to do something similar. Secondly, he had no such obligation either, and most importantly, so far, the man behind the curtain hadn't shown himself. He must be inside the cabin. Jong-ju was thinking. Suddenly, the cabin's doors opened. A man with blonde hair stepped out from inside. Clap, 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 clap. He applauded as he said, "Not bad for you, Advisor Zhangju." After the blonde-haired man showed up, the cold hairs on Zhangju's body stood up. He could feel that the enemy was strong, very strong. Strong enough to make him think that the odds were that he was going to be put down here. Now that he thinks about it, the reason the enemy chose to do it on the plane was to give him nowhere to run to. "Advisor Zhang, what are your last words?" the blonde man asked. "Let's see," Zhangju said, "can I know who's trying to kill me?" The blonde man shook his head, "No. I guess no one hates me that much anyway. Except for the Chaos Insurgency, those assholes," Zhangju said as he paid attention to the blonde man's expression. Sure enough, although the other man's expression was unbroken, the flickering of his eyes told Zhangju that he had guessed correctly. "Well, time is running out, Advisor Zhangju. It's time for you to be on your way," the blonde man said. Zhangju held the long black sword in his hand across his body and stood at him. It was most important not to be impatient when fighting a strong man, and attacking without knowing their capabilities would easily leave a weak spot and ruin all your efforts. Therefore, Zhangju chose to attack later. He wanted to see what the enemy was capable of. The blonde man knew Zhangju's tactics and smiled faintly. "Advisor Zhangju, the difference in our strength is no longer something that can be reversed by tactics. Less struggle will lead to less pain." "Who knows?" Zhangju grunted. The blonde man knew Zhangju's modus operandi well enough to know that more words would be useless. The company's main business is to provide a wide range of products and services to the market. Not only that, a gun appeared in their hands. They held two guns in their hands and faced Zhangju again. "What the fuck?" Zhangju did not even have time to say a word before he was wounded in the shoulder by a shot. After being revived by the blonde man, the passengers were also much faster. In the small space, Zhangju kept circling them, but he was immediately forced to a dead end this time. Zhangju clenched his fist slightly, and it looked like it was time to use that move. Zhangju suddenly disappeared into thin air as the last shot came towards his head. The blonde man froze. Then he felt a chill in his chest. Zhangju had appeared behind him at some point and pierced the sword through his heart. Zhangju maintained the stance of his sword and said behind him, "Oh brother, who exactly is hanging by a thread with whose strength?" "Now you know." The blonde man did not die immediately after being pierced through the heart with a sword. He turned back slightly and looked at Zhangju. "Advisor Zhang, you do have many powerful abilities. You have a powerful ability to heal yourself. You have the ability to make freeze people, the ability to make people feel fear, and the ability to nullify people's abilities. You are very powerful, but you should know that in this world, there are many powerful people too." The blonde man smiled faintly and suddenly appeared behind Zhangju. He smiled grimly and said, "Advisor Zhang, take a good look. Did you really stab me?" At the blonde man's reminder, Zhangju slowly looked down, and to his surprise, he found that the long black sword in his hand had actually plunged into his heart. Chapter 91. Swiss Airport. Somewhere in a cafe, a young man in a white suit is casually stirring a cup of coffee with a spoon. He placed the prepared coffee in front of him and gently sniffed it, showing an expression of enjoyment. The old servant standing behind him had his eyes closed and seemed to be asleep, but his ears kept twitching. "Joseph, no need to be so nervous." The young man took a sip of coffee. "Young master, this is Switzerland after all." "Near the SCP headquarters." The old servant said, "I must ensure your safety." The young man smiled faintly. "You and I both know that Site 19 is just a relatively large site, the real headquarters of SCP is not here. There is only one person from the O5 Council stationed here. With your strength, there is no need to worry at all." "Yes." The old servant owed a slight bow but did not let down his guard. The young man knew his character and didn't say much, smiling as he changed the subject. Have you wondered why I came here? It's your own thing naturally, there is also your reasoning for it. All I have to do is to protect the young master's safety, that's all. The old servant's answer did not surprise him, and the young man nodded his head. The reason I came here, 1, was to meet that old friend of father, and after all the things that Chaos Insurgency have done, it's never too much to ask for more pay. As for the second reason, I wanted to come and see that man named Jiangju. He set his coffee cup down on the table, the smile fading from the corners of his mouth. Joseph, you remember, we met him, and back then, I didn't see anything special about him. The old servant nodded slightly. After the failed Site 14 infiltration, they went to Jiangzhou City to wrap up and once met Jiangju from afar. But you know, father actually knew his name and said he would be the one to change the world. The young man let out a chortle, seemingly having trouble accepting such an outcome. This time, when Jiangju came to Europe, count him unlucky that it just so happened that Sensei Smollett was here, on an assassination mission. Sensei Smollett never failed on his task. The young man narrowed his eyes as the table in front of him continued to shake. The coffee cup on the table shattered inch by inch, and the coffee spilled out of it. He finally stopped hiding his killing intent. The person who could only change the world is me, and those who stand in my way will all have to die. Jiangju looked at the long sword through his chest, froze for a fraction of a second, and then accepted his reality. The reason he was able to come behind the blonde man in an instant just now was because he had used his pocket dimension ability. He entered the other dimension at the original place and then came out of the other dimension behind the blonde man. This calculation was quite complicated because the length inside the other dimension was completely different from the real world. Even with his arithmetic power, he could only make this kind of operation within a few meters. This blonde man was too strong, and he tried to win in one move, but he still lost. Feeling the sharp pain coming from his chest, Jiangju couldn't help but sigh. So that's what killed me. Still, if I didn't have a self-healing ability, I wouldn't have known how many times I would have died. Jiangju endured the sharp pain and pulled the sword out of his chest. He could feel that the wound was healing much slower than usual. This able sword was not an ordinary sword. Besides producing strong astral wind, it also had a strong inhibiting effect on some abilities. This was already known to him when he was fighting with Abel. Smollett watched his movements with a calm face, seemingly used to the reaction of his prey. He enjoyed the process of seeing his target gradually giving up. I told you long ago. The less you struggle, the less you feel pain, he said. As Smollett finished speaking, those passengers around him who were under his control once again aimed their guns at Jiangju. Faced with their siege, Jiangju stood tall and undaunted as he flung his blood from his long sword outward, licked his lips, and looked the other man in the eye. Sorry, I'm not in the habit of sitting around waiting to die. As soon as his words left his mouth, he rushed towards Smollett. This time, he chose to attack strongly head-on. Jiangju unleashed both terror projection and mind freeze to ensure that Smollett would not escape. With this move, even Abel, who was bursting with rage, could not resist and could only stay honestly in place, and Smollett was no exception. Jiangju's sword once again plunged into his heart. This time it was a head-on encounter, and Jiangju kept his eyes on Smollett's, not letting go for a moment. How many times do I have to say it before you understand that the huge gap between our strengths simply cannot be bridged by tactics? Smollett's voice came from the front. Jiangju fixed his eyes and saw that Smollett had moved a few meters back at some point, and it was this 1 meter distance that allowed his sword not to stab him. What had just happened was like a hallucination on his part. Did he really hallucinate? Just like the time he met SCP-3844? Jiangju looked around at the passengers and denied his suspicions. They were all real people, not figments of his imagination. After ruling out all impossibilities, there was only one explanation. I see. Jiangju put away his long sword and looked at the blond man in front of him. You are a reality bender. Reality bender, also known as Type Green, was the SCP Foundation's collective name for a class of individuals with a high Hume index. They are able to create reality distortion by depressing the stability of the surrounding reality, changing and manipulating the surrounding reality according to their own will, and are a very dangerous type of SCP. The SCP Foundation classifies reality benders into 6 levels according to the level of threat and the difficulty of containing them. Low-level reality distorters can use their thoughts to bend spoons or take things from space, while high-grade reality distorters can do what they say or even reshape the entire world with just a thought. Another sleeping little girl at Site 17, SCP-239 is a Level 4 reality bender. She can create humans or abnormal objects at will while awake and largely unharmed, or turn the entire Site 17 into a puppet show. She was afraid that Dr. Clef would come to kill her, and Dr. Clef actually came to kill her. The horror of the reality bender is evident. So, are reality benders invincible? Of course not. In order to contain those reality benders, Dr. Robert Scranton of the Foundation invented a prop that can effectively suppress their abilities. The Foundation named this prop after this Dr. Scranton Reality Stabilization Anchor. The Foundation would have a fighting chance even against the strongest reality benders as long as you have it. However, Jiangju did not have such a thing. So even though Jiangju had recognized his ability, Smollett was still invincible. What can you do if you know? You have no way to kill me. In this plane, I am the master. Everything here, I can control as I wish. Including you. Smollett's tone was monotonous, and he had plenty of confidence in killing Jiangju. Inside this plane, 10.000 meters in height, he was a god. If it were an ordinary person, I'm afraid that at this point, they would be intimidated by his aura and simply lose their fighting spirit. But not for Jiangju. No matter what condition it was, he maintained his absolute sanity. Don't be silly. If you can really control me, just explode my head directly. Why do you even bother with this kind of stuff? Jiangju laughed. Hey Blondie, if I'm not wrong. Your ability doesn't work on me, right? Chapter 92. Jiangju's analysis was good. Smollett was indeed bluffing. He couldn't control Jiangju at all. Even he couldn't figure out why this was happening. With his strength, he could make an ordinary person commit suicide with just a thought at such a close distance. This was not the case for Jiangju. To reality benders, the so-called reality is like a piece of clay that they can pinch and change the shape of reality as they wish. No matter how hard Smollett tried, he could not exert any influence on him. He could only use external objects to kill Jiangju. Figuring this out, Jiangju put away his long sword. He rubbed his wrists and turned his ankles, doing the 8th set of radio gymnastics. Seeing Jiangju's mischievous smile, Smollett instinctively felt a hint of fear as he took a half step back and asked, "What do you want?" "What do I want?" Jiangju smiled heatedly, "Of course it's you." Before he made a word, Jiangju disappeared from his spot. Smollett froze. In the next second, a casserole-sized fist appeared in front of him. Pow! That was the sound of a fist hitting the bridge of his nose. This time, Jiangju did not use a weapon but went straight to his fists and feet. His idea was simple: if you could change the state and position of an object, let's see how you can still change the reality of getting punched. And it was proven that Jiangju's tactic worked. Smollett had not expected that Jiangju would analyze his weakness in such a short time and decisively abandon the use of weapons in favor of this simplest and most effective method. It was the first time Smollett had been injured since his ability to bend reality. But soon, he had a second and third experience. Because of the special nature of the ability, Smollett usually won by a great amount when fighting. Therefore, He had never practiced confrontation, and his resistance to blows was basically zero. Jiangju's fist, on the other hand, had been trained for a long time and had beaten up many dudes. It was so powerful that Smollett could not withstand it. After one punch, his defenses were already broken, and the intense pain of a broken nose immediately took away his ability to think. Jiangju took advantage of the situation and smashed his fists like rain on Smollett's face and head. The man who was still playing handsome was beaten to a pulp. Jiangju's fists kept up, attempting to use the advantage of speed to suppress Smollett's ability to bend reality around as long as he continued to interrupt his mind. Jiangju saw his chance and leaped behind Smollett in the small space of the cabin. He pressed one hand on Smollett's chin and one hand on the top of his head, then quickly turned 90 degrees to the right. With a click, Smollett's neck broke with a sound. Whew! Crisis lifted, Jiangju breathed a long sigh of relief. However, before he could relax, Smollett's voice could be heard again. Still. It's too slow. Smollett almost roared out. His face had twisted and out of its shape but did not use his ability to bend back to its original form. His eyes were red, and he was looking at Jiangju viciously. It was evident that Smollett had become furious to the fullest. Ever since he had mastered the ability to bend reality, no one had been able to harm him, ever. Jiangju had broken that record. Die, you Jiangju! Smollett let out a loud shout and continued to transform reality in his consciousness. The first thing he did was create a suit of armor for himself to ensure that his mind would not be interrupted by Jiangju. Done. Jiangju rubbed his sore fist and felt helpless. He hadn't even managed to kill him like this. His luck was really bad to the extreme. It was like a turn-based game, now it was someone else's turn to counterattack, but hopefully, he would live to see another round. Inside the cabin, the lights went out, and Jiangju quickly found a corner to hide in. But the imagined gunfire had not come, and presumably, Smollett had given up on the idea of letting those passengers kill him. To Jiangju, this was very bad news. It meant that Smollett had other ways to kill him. Jiangju felt the air slowly becoming heavy as if he was riding not a plane but a submarine that was leaking. Soon, Jiangju found that his breathing was becoming somewhat difficult. He guessed what Smollett was trying to do. This blondie wanted to drown him. This was an indiscriminate attack. If the other party turned all the air in the cabin into water, not only him but all the passengers and crew would not survive. It looked like Smollett was really pissed off by him. Facing an angry reality bender, even Jiangju didn't have a good solution. But he still had a killer move. The one that the kind old man, SCP-106, had given him, the reality anchor. Just by hearing the name, one could tell that this thing was absolutely inseparable from this reality bender. I don't know what SCP-106 had done with it. In the end, at this 10,000-mile altitude, Jiangju could only rely on it to save his life if any of his skills were useless. Jiangju summoned the dragon crystal in his left hand and held the reality anchor in his right hand, struggling against Smollett's power. The two opposed reality-bending powers collided together and instantly emitted a dazzling light. The entire plane was like a laboratory flying through the air, with the reality inside constantly being negated, reorganized, and then negated again. Jiangju's willpower was strong, but Smollett was enraged by Jiangju, and his mental strength wasn't bad either. Neither of them could give up because giving up would mean defeat, and it would also mean death. But the reality is fragile. As the two kept exchanging blows, cracks were already appearing in the airliner's fuselage, and if both sides didn't stop, everyone would become a firework 10,000 meters in the air with the plane's explosion. It was in the nick of time. Jiangju suddenly heard that someone sighed softly. My, the voice was filled with helplessness. You people, you just never let people live in peace. A young woman's voice came out, but her tone was old-fashioned. The pregnant woman that Jiangju had given up her seat had appeared between the two at some point. She was surprisingly not under Smollett's control. The pregnant woman took off her hat and slowly looked up, and Jongju recognized her at once. That was not the pregnant woman, and it was the little girl who had eaten his pasta in the restaurant. The passenger cabin lights were flickering under the reality-bending effect of both sides, and those seats were constantly distorted. Only around the little girl, the reality was stable. This made Jongju feel very strange. The little girl took her fake pregnant belly out, and hidden inside the package was a small safe made of metal. She opened the safe, and inside lay a strangely shaped stick-like object, very similar to the reality anchor Jongju was holding. The only difference was that the tip of the reality anchor was in the shape of a needle, while the object in the young girl's hand had a barbed hook at the end. If I had to say what that shape resembled, it was like an anchor used on a ship. Without her introduction, both Smollett and Jongju realized what it was. The famous Scranton Reality Stabilization Anchor. Chapter 93. Speaking of the Scranton Reality Stabilization Anchor, it is important to talk about the principles of reality bending by the powerful reality benders. According to the Foundation's research, the so-called reality is like a plate of sand, which is not necessarily evenly distributed in space. Imagine that everything in the universe is covered by a thin layer of sand. Where there is more sand, there is more reality, and where there is less sand, there is less reality. The Foundation uses the word Hume as the basic unit to measure how realistic reality is. In other words, the higher the Hume index, the more stable reality is, and conversely, the lower the Humea index, the more fragile reality is, and the more easily it can be modified. Understanding this basic concept, the way reality benders play with the reality can be explained by science. Usually, a reality distortionist is surrounded by fewer Hume traces than normal, and their personal Hume readings are higher than the average person's. The reason for this, of course, is their ability to distort reality. To give a specific example, for most ordinary people, their surroundings have a Hume index of 100, and their own Hume index is 100, which means that reality is reality for them. For a first-class reality distorter, the Hume index of their surroundings is 75 to 80, while their own Hume index will be stable at 130 to 150, and they will be able to bend reality when the Hume index of the individual and their surroundings reach a certain difference. Knowing the principle of how reality bending works, the Scranton Reality Stabilization Anchor was created. When the fine sand in an area is removed for some reason, the reality of this area becomes weak, and the stabilization anchor stabilizes reality by filling the sand pit by extracting sand from other parallel universes to this universe. The principle of the Scranton Reality Stabilization Anchor is not complicated, but the technology used is quite advanced. Generally speaking, it will be very large and have a relatively wide range of actions. The stabilizing anchor in this little girl's hand should be a specially made pocket version. To condense so many precision parts into such a small thing, its maker must be very smart. Although its range of action will be relatively small, for personal use, it is enough. Once the reality stabilization anchor was out, Smollett's reality bending ability and Jongju's reality anchor were strongly inhibited. The reality inside the passenger cabin gradually stabilized. Those passengers and crew members who were controlled by Smollett dropped the guns in their hands, and they fell to the ground with their heads covered, emitting guttural wails. After another 2 minutes, with the stabilizing anchor, the chaotic reality inside the cabin had all returned to normal. The pistols that had appeared out of thin air disappeared, the misaligned seats all returned to their original positions, and the air finally became breathable. Smollett and Jongju both gasped for air. The duel just now had been a huge drain on the mental energy of both parties. "Look at what you've done." Smollett gnashing his teeth, he had never been in such a mess before. Jongju gloated, "Hey Blondie, now you have no more tricks." "Ha ha ha ha." The little girl gave them a look and said, "Boring." Smollett revealed a sinister look as he suddenly launched himself and lunged at the little girl, targeting the very reality stabilization anchor she was holding. But Jongju had been watching his movements, so how could he let him get away with it? Oh no, you don't. He flew up and kicked Smollett away. Smollett, who had lost his reality bending ability, now is an ordinary person. In terms of fighting, he was no match for Jongju. Jongju subdued him in 3 blows and used the other passenger's clothes to tie up his hands and feet. Be honest. He kicked at Smollett's body like a village bully. The little girl watched as he tied Smollett up in 5s and asked, "What are you going to do with this man?" To Jongju, Blondie was very dangerous. Of course, it was better to kill him as soon as possible. But he was from the Chaos Insurgency, and his rank was not low, so the Foundation should want him alive. The little girl in front of him was mysterious. She had the reality stability anchor in her hands and had a great relationship with the Foundation, so Jongju intended to see what kind of attitude she had first. "What do you think?" He tossed the question back. The little girl shook her head. "I don't care what you're going to do with him, but there's something wrong with the way you're handling it. Dealing with reality benders requires them to lose consciousness. The stabilizing anchor in my hands doesn't have much energy, and it won't last long. Once he regains his consciousness, it will be very troublesome." Jongju chuckled, thinking that if she weren't here, he would have killed him with a single slash. Knowing the little girl's response, it seems she's not someone from the Foundation, and Jongju was a little curious as to where she got her SRA from. This was all an afterthought. The most important thing now was to solve the problem at hand. Jongju got up and tried to knock Smollett out. You stay away." Smollett moved backward with great force, looking very scared. Jongju rubbed his hands together with a naughty expression. "Don't be afraid, it'll be fine in a second. It won't hurt. I won't let you get away with it. We're all going to die together." Smollett roared. Jongju thought he was babbling and completely ignored it, striking him in the neck with a hand slash. But Jongju was ultimately a bit too slow, and Smollett bit off the tip of his tongue at the last minute. "Ha ha ha ha," he laughed maniacally as blood continued to gush out of his mouth. "You guys, just you wait, you're all going to die, ha ha ha." Smollett's speech was no longer clear, and his eyes were filled with madness. Jongju instinctively felt that things were not good. Sure enough, Smollett's body swelled up extremely quickly. He was the same as Mr. Samuel that Jongju had met before, and both chose to blow themselves up at the last minute. Shit, again. Jongju couldn't help but want to curse. How on earth did the Chaos Insurgency brainwash them? They were too damn loyal too. Smollett's expansion was so fast that it had reached its limit in the blink of an eye. Jongju stretched out his hand to activate his paralyze ability on him. However, just as he was about to touch Smollett, he was hurt. The young girl scolded him, "What are you doing? Do you want to die?" Jongju's eyes widened, and his heart was racing. Will he die from this? Smollett's body was about to explode when the little girl turned off the stabilizer with her left hand and slightly extended her right hand forward. Jongju felt a burst of dizziness, and when he came back to his senses, Smollett had already disappeared. Holy crap! She was hiding something. Jongju looked at the little girl, not knowing what to say for a moment. He didn't know that she was that strong. Thinking about her actions just now, Jongju instantly guessed her ability. "You're also a reality bender, right?" Jongju asked. The little girl hummed, "It's none of your business." This little girl was not friendly. She was a reality bender herself, and she had a reality stabilization anchor in her hand. This was the rhythm of being an athlete and a referee simultaneously. Jongju looked at her and suddenly remembered where he'd seen her before. She looked exactly like the woman in the blurry photo of Anna's tombstone. Jongju pointed at her and said in surprise, "Wait, you're Anna." Chapter 94. Jongju pointed at the little girl and said in surprise, "Wait, you're Anna." The little girl was about to speak when a loud bang suddenly came from outside the cabin, followed by the plane shaking violently. Jongju and Smollett had staged a reality-bending battle in the cabin, affecting the flight of the plane. Jongju hurriedly looked out the plane's window, and in the darkness, he could only see that underneath the wing, an open fire had begun to emerge from a certain part of the plane. Damn it, this is bad. Jongju's heart was cold. No matter how good he was, he had to be blinded when the plane went out of control. He hurried to run straight to the cockpit. The little girl followed him all the way. Inside the cockpit, the captain and co-pilot both covered their heads, curled up in their chairs, screaming in pain, not knowing what Smollett had done to them. "Can you get them back to normal?" Jongju asked. Seeing Jongju's serious face, the young girl nodded. She put the backpack with the stabilizing anchor on her back and placed both hands on top of the two pilots' heads. A few moments later, the two let out a violent cough, and their eyes had returned to normal. "Both of you, although I know you're confused right now. The plane's left wing engine is out. Please respond quickly." Jongju kept his words brief and concise. "Huh?" The co-pilot was still in a dazed state. Jongju took out his wallet and waved it in front of the captain. "International counter-terrorism forces are on a mission. Someone just hijacked the plane, and you were knocked out. Now that the terrorists have been dealt with, please ensure that the plane flies smoothly." International Anti-Terrorism Force? Hearing this name, the captain froze. Even the young girl gave him a look. Jongju was familiar with this line. He had said so when he first met SCP-3844 and later simply had the Foundation forge a document directly. The captain was skeptical about the authenticity of the story, but his instincts told him that now was not the time to dwell on it. He immediately checked all the indicators on the plane. The left engine was out of order. The fuselage was damaged in multiple places. The captain's face suddenly turned serious. "We need to find a place to make a forced landing. If we continue to fly, the whole plane will disintegrate." The communication equipment on the plane had all been destroyed by Smollett, and the young girl hadn't fixed it, so Jongju wondered if she had done it on purpose. After calling the tower to no avail, the captain had also given up on that option and concentrated on finding a forced landing site. "Our current position is over the northern coast of the Mediterranean Sea. The plane won't last long. So we'll have to make a forced landing in the sea. Aircraft forced landing, of course, the best choice is the airport. Alternatively, a road could be used too. Only when there is really no choice we'll choose to do a forced landing in the sea." But they had no other choice. Soon after, the right engine also died. The experienced captain piloted the plane to glide along the airflow and came above sea level. "Attention, we're about to make a forced landing," the captain said. "Wait a minute," the little girl shouted, then returned to the passenger cabin. Jongju turned around and saw that the little girl had used her reality-bending ability to move all the passengers and crew to their seats and fasten their seat belts. Most of them were still in a dazed state, unable to defend themselves at all. "Now it's good to go," the young girl shouted. "No, I'm not ready yet." Jongju hurried back to the passenger cabin and found an empty seat to sit. Seeing that everyone had been properly arranged, the captain immediately decided and pushed the propellers forward. The plane swooped down towards the sea level at a specific angle. The moment the plane touched sea level, the whole body of the plane shook violently, and all the people in the cabin were shaken and twisted. All kinds of things were scattered all over the place. The lights in the cabin were flickering and emitting a terrifying sound of electricity. Jongju kept looking around, ready to pull everyone into the pocket dimension. Although coming out was also on the sea, it was better than being blown up by a plane. The little girl's face was gradually turning white. The plane was badly damaged, and if she hadn't been using her reality distortion ability to protect it, it would have disintegrated the moment it touched the sea level. 10 minutes later, the plane came to a stop at sea level. Inside the cockpit, the captain and co-pilot, both covered in a cold sweat, exhausted in their seats, hardly believing that they had made it. After the plane completely stopped, Jong-ju immediately unbuckled his seat belt and went to check on the little girl's condition. The little girl's face was pale and sweating. The constant bending of reality had been very exhausting for her. "It's okay." Jong-ju helped her up. The little girl was gasping for air and seemed to have shed her strength, but still braced herself and said, "Now is not the time to rest, the plane will sink in just a minute. I got a lifeboat outside, hurry up. Take everyone outside." I don't know how long it took, but the little girl slowly woke up. She sat up, rubbed her eyes, and found herself lying on a flat reef, covered with someone's clothes. Her backpack was beside her, and she flipped through it, relieved to find that it showed that the stabilizing anchor was still there. The time was late afternoon, and the afterglow of the setting sun was spilling over the calm sea in a golden hue. In the distance, a few seagulls flew in formation, making a quacking sound. "Where is this?" The little girl tried to remember. The plane landed on the sea. She saw a small island in the distance before she passed out. "Did we make it?" She was about to stand up and look out when a male voice came from not far away. "Hey you, tie the tent a little stronger, or the wind will lift it. You, gather some water. You can find it with buckets and give it to the women and children first. And you, I let you cook the fish. Don't make sure you cook and guard them. If I see anyone stealing food again, I will hang them to a tree and beat him." Jong-ju directed those fallen passengers to do something, although his tone was rude, but arranged everything. The little girl saw the big man who had stolen the grilled fish stand up and argue with him. Then he was put down with 3 punches and 2 kicks, tied up, and hung on the branch of a tree. Jong-ju took a cane and made a gesture to beat it. The big man then begged for mercy. After this incident, everyone has no more complaints. The young girl smiled and immediately saw Jong-ju's trick. Deliberately sent the big man to roast fish, probably to make him steal food, and then beaten, so that the others will honestly listen to him. "Awake yet?" Jong-ju saw her wake up and crossed his feet onto the reef to her side. The little girl nodded and returned the clothes to him. Jong-ju put the clothes back on and gave her a look. "You don't look too good." The little girl hummed, "I used my ability too often. It will be fine after a few days of recovery." Jong-ju simply sat down side by side with her and gazed at the sunset. "Our current location should be some island in the Mediterranean Sea. The plane has blown up, and all communication devices are not working. Do you have any ideas?" The little girl said, "I can visualize a satellite phone out, but not now." Looking at the little girl's pale face, Jong-ju nodded his head. After the incident, the two sat side by side, and Jong-ju took a branch dipped in water and sketched on the reef, seemingly calculating their location. The young girl felt a little embarrassed. She didn't know what to say when Jong-ju didn't speak. "Hey, can I have a look at your reality anchor?" the young girl asked. "My name is Jong-ju, thanks." Jong-ju didn't hesitate and handed his life-preserving artifact directly to the little girl. He had a hunch that this little girl must have something to do with this thing. The little girl took the reality anchor in her hand and looked it over from side to side, her eyes gradually reddening. Jong-ju noticed this detail. He looked at the little girl and said, "We're considered brothers who have shared the same fate. Now, can you tell me who you really are?" Chapter 95. The little girl looked at the reality anchor in her hand and was silent for a while. Just when Jong-ju ran out of patience and thought she wouldn't tell him, the little girl spoke slowly. "My name is Karina. Robert Scranton and Anna Long are my parents." Hearing her say this, Jong-ju was slightly stunned. Dr. Robert Scranton, the very inventor of the reality stabilization anchor. Zhangju looked at her and frowned slightly. I've investigated, and according to the information provided by the Foundation, it seems that the two of them have no children. Karina lowered her head, because my parents hid my existence from the Foundation. Zhangju stopped in the middle of his sentence because he had already guessed the answer. This little girl, called Karina, was a reality bender. That reason alone was enough. If the Foundation knew about this, she would be forcibly institutionalized. Just like Dr. Bright's sister. So, the reason Dr. Scranton is so obsessed with reality bending technology and invented the reality stabilization anchor is to get you back to normal. The little girl took a deep breath and nodded. At least that's what it's supposed to be. Zhangju understood what she meant. The two doctors had worked diligently at the Foundation all their lives, perhaps started because of their daughter's anomalous trait, but the fact that they had devoted their lives to the Foundation could never be attributed to their selfishness alone. Zhangju remembered something and asked, so the person who offered flowers to Dr. Anna at the cemetery and later erased the staff member's memory was also you? It was me. The little girl hummed, then looked at Zhangju with a strange gaze. Zhangju was puzzled by her look. What's wrong? Karina continued to stare at him. I also tried to distort your memories, but I failed twice. Twice? After she reminded him, Zhangju remembered that Karina had taken the opportunity to talk to him in the restaurant at the airport and on the plane. Little did he know that it was because she was trying to bend his memory. Zhangju had concluded that reality benders were useless to him during the battle with Smollett, but the exact cause was not clear. The little girl in front of him should know the answer or at least be able to tell him something he didn't know. Do you know why? Zhangju asked. Karina said, at first, I thought you were also a reality bender and that my powers were nullified by yours, but I was wrong. Zhangju waved his hand. Don't sell the story. Hurry up and talk. The sun will go down soon. You know the Hume Index, right? Karina looked at Zhangju, and after receiving an affirmative answer, she continued, 4 things that exist in this universe, whether they are people or things, they all have their own Hume Index, and it is by that the reality benders rely on for the purpose of bending reality, and you are different from everything. How am I different? Zhangju asked subconsciously. Karina paused for a second, her brow furrowed as if she didn't know how to describe it to Zhangju. She casually picked up a stone. For example, if my Hume Index is 100 and this Hume Index is 80, then I can transform this stone. When I try to transform you, I find that your Hume Index is not a specific number, not 0, not 100, not 1000. It's not readable. If you compare us to a strip of data, then you, as a person, are like using a string of special characters of other types where a numeric type should be used, which doesn't make sense at all. You are different from all objects in this world. So that's how it is. After hearing Karina's words, Zhangju suddenly realized. Karina was worthy of being the daughter of the two doctors. She spoke in a very organized manner, and her descriptions were very accurate, appearing very professional. Her explanation resolved one of Zhangju's doubts. He hadn't acquired any special abilities from Karina. When Smollett had exploded himself, he made contact with Karina but had not developed that feeling of gaining abilities. He had thought that Karina also possessed a special physique similar to SCP-343, but now it seemed that it was probably because he simply did not possess the basic conditions to bend objects in this world. 100 is greater than 80, 1000 is greater than 800, so reality benders can bend reality to their own will. But if the Hume Index on him is unreadable, even if some reality benders' Hume Index is 10 million, they can't bend him even for a bit. Likewise, he can't change the world. I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing. The two spoke for a long time on this issue. Zhangju noticed that Karina's eyes had changed when discussing such a highly specialized issue. I guess under the influence of her parents, and she was also very knowledgeable about it. Still, due to her condition, she could not join the foundation to continue her parents' unfinished business. Jongju thought about helping her by introducing her to the foundation, but then thought that he didn't necessarily have a good reputation at the top of the foundation, so he finally gave up on the idea. Karina asked again about how Jongju had gotten this reality anchor and why he had given her mother flowers, so Jongju told the truth about his encounter with SCP-106. After hearing what happened to Jongju, the young girl was silent for a moment, then smiled. She wiped the corners of her eyes and returned the reality anchor to Jongju, since this is what he gave you. It's yours. I just hope you don't do something bad with it. Well, that's it, or I won't let you off the hook. Karina lit up her fist and put on a little tween act. Karina was slightly jumpy and rebellious, but Jongju could see that she was a very gentle person at heart. She was a reality bender herself, yet she never used that ability to hurt anyone but instead saved the entire plane's passengers without regard for her own safety. Based on this alone, she was stronger than the vast majority of people. If she were in Jongju's world, she might even be called a mother saint by those keyboard warriors. I don't know what exactly made their worldview twist like this. The two of them gossiped for a while longer as the sky grew dark. Those passengers have already done most of the things almost, spend the night here, it should not matter. Once Karina's spirits had recovered a bit, they could use the satellite phone she had manifested to call for help. Jongju's reality anchor would also need a few days to recharge before it could be used again. The two were about to get something to eat when Jongju inadvertently looked at the distant sea level, then frowned. What's wrong? Seeing that he looked uncomfortable, Karina asked. Jongju gulped, his face indignant. You've gotta be kidding me. Something dangerous is coming. Can't you just let me rest for a while? Damn it. Chapter 96. It was dark. Dark clouds were thick in the distance. The sea has become quieter. Anyone who lives by the sea all the time knows that this is not a good thing. As Jongju said, a storm was coming. Sensing the abnormal weather, everyone put down the work in their hands and looked into the distance. These passengers had just experienced a plane crash, and it was a miracle that they survived. If they were to encounter another problem, some wounded people would probably have to die. Karina's face is even paler. Not to mention that she is now weak. In the face of the power of nature, there is no way to preserve so many people. The danger would descend in a few hours, and the island would become a tomb for everyone. Jongju narrowed his eyes and started to count the passengers and crew on shore. 23 women, 25 men, and a child of a few years old. Transferring all of these people into the pocket dimension would consume a great deal of his mental energy. It's not even worth the risk in front of these people. These people might even report him to the government to receive a huge bonus. It didn't fit his utilitarian persona at all. But Jongju was indeed considering the matter for a simple reason. He wanted to return a favor to Karina, that was all. Just as Jongju considered the possibilities, a helicopter suddenly appeared in view. It appeared so abruptly that everyone froze, then shouted frantically, afraid of the danger incoming. Help had come so quickly? Jongju felt a little incredulous. It had only been a few hours since the plane had crashed, and their distress signal hadn't even been sent out yet, so how could anyone know where they were? Helicopters were not like other aircraft. They flew short distances and slow speeds and could not be used for search and rescue missions unless the target location had been confirmed. But the reality is so magical. Without the slightest hesitation, the helicopter made its way forward, targeting what appeared to be the island they were on. Something was wrong. Jongju narrowed his eyes. He didn't believe there was such a coincidence in the world that they had just been stranded, and someone had come to their rescue. They might have been sent by the enemy to finish the job. He was about to pull Karina into hiding when the helicopter suddenly flashed up with lights of varying lengths. He immediately recognized it as Morse code. Dash. SCP. Zhangju was also stunned. Was it someone from the SCP Foundation? Or could he have guessed it wrong? But one could not rule out the possibility that it was the enemy trying to trick him. It was a matter of probability. Zhangju sighed and simply stopped walking, staying to see who was coming. The helicopter made its way forward, and 5 minutes later, it finally arrived over the island. The hatch opened, and a person who was least expected to be here appeared. Getting a good look at her, Zhangju's mouth dropped open, seriously wondering if he was hallucinating. Zhangju. Yang Shui was in the helicopter, waving her arms. Our current location is the northern coast of the Mediterranean Sea, near an island called Camillet in Italy. According to the Foundation's internal weather system forecast, the storm will hit in 3 hours. There are 2 more vehicles behind us. As soon as they arrive, we'll leave here immediately. Yang Shui had the information in her hands in the makeshift tent, explaining the current situation to Zhangju. But Zhangju wasn't even listening to what she was saying, and he just kept staring at her. Yang Shui was a little embarrassed by his stare and asked, "What's wrong? How did you find us?" Zhangju took the map from her hand and threw it aside. "Dr. Yang, I haven't seen you for more than a month. Did you learn the immortal art of foresight? Can you teach me? It's just that I'm free in the evening so that we can have a deeper exchange." Zhangju said this. Naturally, Yang Shui glanced at him and said softly, "Don't talk nonsense." Next to him, besides other staff members, there was a teenage girl. "It's okay. It's okay. You guys can talk to each other. Just pretend I don't exist." Karina looked at Zhangju and then at Yang Shui. A hint of excitement flashed in her eyes. Her dream was to join the Foundation and become a researcher for the Foundation, and Yang Shui's competent look was exactly what her heart yearned for. Yang Shui looked at the little girl and then at Zhangju. Both of them kept staring at her, with the attitude that if she didn't tell him about it, he'd stay here today. Yang Shui knew he could definitely do it. "Okay." Yang Shui sighed. "Remember, when you were leaving, you said you had a bad feeling? In fact, I also had it. So I put a GPS locator on you. After your return flight, the tower lost your signal, and I immediately contacted the Foundation headquarters. They sent a special helicopter to pick me up." "GPS locator? Where is it?" Hearing Yang Shui says that, Zhangju hurriedly checked his body but didn't find anything like it. If he went out to steal food in the future, he would be caught in a minute. He frowned. In the countless exchanges between the two, Yang Shui easily won once, and she laughed. "I'm not telling you, you can find it yourself." "Damn you," Zhangju grunted, no longer dwelling on this matter. As long as the thing is on him, he can find it sooner or later. The two of them were talking when there was a sudden commotion outside. Zhangju lifted the tent to see the 2 transport planes coming from the back, both with big SCP logos on them. Some of the passengers were a little surprised because they had no idea what SCP was, let alone why it wasn't government people coming to pick them up, but instead this organization whose name they hadn't heard of. Yang Shui looked at the little girl beside Zhangju. Zhangju knew what she meant and shook her head gently. With a twinkle in her eye, Karina asked, "Sister Yang Shui, are you guys trying to perform memory deletion on me?" Yang Shui froze, somewhat wondering why this little girl knew this word. On the other hand, Zhangju waved his hand and said, "Her situation is rather special. I'll explain it to you later." On the way back, Karina kept relying on Zhangju and insisted on sharing the same plane with Yang Shui. She called her sister Yang Shui bit by bit, and her attitude was much better than when she was facing Zhangju. Zhangju whispered her story to Yang Shui, and after hearing it, Yang Shui sighed. She could understand the pain of not having her parents with her since she was a child. The company's main goal is to provide a better solution to the problem. Sister Yang Shui, no need to feel sorry for me. In this world, to survive, nothing is easy. People always have to continue forward. The little girl speaks, sounding old-fashioned as if she has experienced many things. Jiangju suddenly thought of a problem, and his brow furrowed deeply. Karina, I remember that according to the Foundation's records, Dr. Scranton invented the reality stabilization anchor over 40 years ago, and Dr. Anna died over 20 years ago. So if you really are their daughter, then may I ask how old you really are now? Chapter 97. Jiangju and his group took the plane, and after a flight of more than 2 hours, they finally returned to Italy. Along the way, Jiangju kept covering the left side of his face. Some staff members found it strange and asked him if he needed help, but he refused them all. Not long after they landed, a huge sea storm swept in. Jiangju had seen many storms in his lifetime, but it was indeed the first time he had seen such a big storm. If Yang Shui hadn't come, he probably would have had to drag those passengers to take refuge in the pocket dimension, and there was no telling what would happen then. After the storm stopped, the Foundation staff began to perform memory deletion on all the passengers and crew. Jiangju wanted to rest, but he was dragged by Karina to accompany her for the memory deletion process. To be honest, Jiangju wasn't interested in this, but because Jiangju owed her a favor, Jiangju admitted it himself, and had Yang Shui's backing, Jiangju was so annoyed by her that he agreed to do it. The Foundation's memory deletion technology is divided into several levels, such as A, B, C, D, E, and F, with shorter to longer periods and increasing side effects. Generally speaking, using A-level memory deletion would be sufficient for things that happened within 6 to 12 hours. Karina had thought that was a very advanced technology like the Scranton Reality Stabilization Anchor. She couldn't have been more disappointed when she saw the SCP staff pull out a nebulizer-like object. She turned her head and looked at Jiangju. From her expression, Jiangju could see only 2 words. That's it? Jiangju stretched out his hand to her. That's right, that's it. After being rescued by Yang Shui, the little girl's existence was considered thoroughly exposed to the Foundation. How to dispose of her was a bit of a headache. The person in charge of the same trip asked Yang Shui and Jiangju for their opinions, and before Yang Shui could say anything, Jiangju took everything on himself. This time, even Yang Shui couldn't guess what he would do. That night, Jiangju dialed a phone number. When he thought about it, it seemed that only this person could solve Karina's problem. The call was answered, and before he could speak, a slightly gentle voice belonging to a male came through. Hello, Advisor Jiangju. Jiangju frowned and said, how did you know it was me? The person on the other side of the phone smiled, because I only left this number for you. Lei Shan, you need to stop playing this stupid game. Jiangju grunted, you tricked me last time. I still haven't settled the score with you. If you dare to play dirty with me again, the next time we meet, I'll find a way to strip your pants and throw you onto the street. See how you can still play handsome in front of those nymphomaniacs. Cough cough cough. Hearing Jiangju's words, Lei Shan cried out laughed, almost choking on his coffee. In Lei Shan's opinion, Jiangju's ideas were so wild and unpredictable that it was impossible to use common sense to guess, and he could do some things that seemed absurd. Advisor Jiang, is it the time for me to pay my debt? Lei Shan asked. Don't make it sounds worse than how it looks. Jiangju laughed, I'm just having a little trouble, just a little trouble. Jiangju told Lei Shan about the small trouble he had encountered, and Lei Shan was silent for a moment and said, I understand, but I can't make the decision on this matter. I need to contact the boss. Jiangju knew that the person Lei Shan was talking about was his boss, one of the Foundation's upper echelons, 05-6. During the Site-14 infiltration, Jiangju had a call with him and had sort of completed the task given to him relatively successfully. The fact that Lei Shan couldn't handle the matter directly made Zhang Ju slightly disappointed, but it was understandable. After all, the Foundation was not entirely in his hand. When the SCP-701, the Hanged King tragedy, incident occurred, Lei Shan had given him his full support because the impact of the incident was relatively small, and the worst outcome was only a memory erasure of the entire school. The case of Karina is very different because her identity is indeed more sensitive. On the one hand, she is the daughter of Dr. Scranton and Anna, and on the other hand, she is a reality bender. She was somewhat similar to the trouble Zhang Ju brought to the Foundation, whether to trust or take in. Lei Shan didn't dare to commit to him easily because a mishandling will fall easily failed. If things went wrong, it would become a weapon for their political opponents to attack them, not to mention that the Foundation was a barrel of gunpowder, and there were people waiting to lit fire on it. An hour later, Zhang Ju's phone rang again. Before pressing the answer button, he had already prepared for the worst. It was a good thing that Lei Shan brought good news. Advisor Zhang Ju, the matter of Karina joining the Foundation has been agreed to by the boss, but there are a few conditions. There was a hint of imperceptible exhaustion in Lei Shan's tone. She must serve within Site-17 and needs to have the Foundation's special positioning device embedded in her body. If she wants to leave Site-17 premise, she must report to her supervisors. Seeing Zhang Ju's silence, Lei Shan added, "Advisor Zhang Ju, this is the best act we can strive for." Zhang Ju sighed. He didn't speak at the final result in just a few words, but Zhang Ju could imagine that Lei Shan and the people behind him must have used a considerable level of power for this to happen. "I see, thanks." Zhang Ju hung up the phone. This was the best he could muster. If Karina didn't accept it, he'd have to help her escape. But if the Foundation caught her again later, he guessed it wouldn't be such a great deal. He called the young girl into the room and explained her situation. Karina kept her head down, unable to see her expression, and Zhang Ju didn't know what she was thinking. "Why do you want to help me?" the little girl suddenly asked. "Why do I want to help?" Zhang Ju smiled, "Because you are a good person, your mother and father are also good people, and although I am a bad person, I don't want to see good people suffer. It's as simple as that." After the matter was decided, Zhang Ju took Karina and Yang Shui back to Site-17 together. Deputy Site Director Harvey was surprised to see their group parked outside the site. "Oh my God, Advisor Zhang Ju, didn't you already leave?" Zhang Ju shrugged and gave Harvey a big hug. "Hey, old buddy. I bet you'll never guess what I've been through. I swear to the Virgin Mary, if I find out who leaked my itinerary, I'll cut his neck with a knife just like that simpleton Abel did." Karina looked at the two embracing each other. Goosebumps rose all over. "Sister Yang Shui, why do they speak with such a strange accent?" Yang Shui had long been surprised by these odd fetishes of Zhang Ju. "I know you're curious and wanted to ask him about it, but I advise you better not," Yang Shui said, "if you don't want to be devastated once again." Chapter 98. Zhang Ju's return to Site-17 once again caused a considerable stir. Those who were already reluctant to let him go hurriedly asked him about his situation. "Advisor Zhang, I heard that the plane you were on crashed. No injuries, right?" These were the words from normal people. "Advisor Zhang, my experiment has failed again. When can you come and guide me?" This is what those who are focusing themselves on research only. "Advisor Zhang, come and play in my dormitory at night." These are the people who are looking for trouble. "Advisor Zhang." Experiment Supervisor Clement ran all the way from the distance, hugged him, and looked at him for half a minute, and confirming that he was okay, he breathed a sigh of relief. "Advisor Zhang, it's great that you're still alive. We saw the news on TV that the plane you were on was lost. I can't even explain how worried we were. Several of our male colleagues wanted to go jump off a building." Hearing the first half of Clement's sentence, Zhang Ju had been somewhat moved, but his face was left with only a few black lines once that last sentence was out. Karina tugged at Yang Shue's shirt. "Sister Yang Shue, why is he so popular?" Yang Shue laughed, remembering those colleagues inside 14. The reason for Zhangju's popularity was naturally because of the information in his head at first, but after getting along for a long time, there was another reason. As a person, he seemed to have some kind of magic, although sometimes annoying, but you would always unconsciously approach him. "Karina, as long as you work well, one day you will be like him, to be recognized by everyone," Yang Shui said. Karina, who is only a teenager at heart, nodded, but why would a male colleague want to jump off a building? Well, Yang Shui thought for half a minute and could not understand the reason why. She shook her head. "I'm not sure about this. Probably advisor Zhang had helped them." Karina was thinking about the reason for this when Zhangju suddenly greeted her. "Karina, come here." The young girl didn't know what he wanted, but she walked over anyway. Zhangju didn't look at her. Instead, he said to Clement, "This is the neighbor of my 7th granduncle's third niece. She will do some odd jobs here in the future. She is rather stupid, so you can guide her if you are free. If you are busy, just let her watch from the side." Let's not mention how Zhangju used English to express this complicated kinship, but Karina grunted at his words, probably because he had hit a sore spot with his dumb comment. Clement looked at Karina and then at Zhangju, speculating on the relationship between the two. Seeing that Zhangju looked serious and did not look like he was joking, he also looked solemn and said, "Don't worry. I will try to bring her with me when there are experiments." After a few pleasantries, Zhangju took Karina to the office of Dr. Bright, head of personnel. Karina and Yang Shui were surprised to see that a monkey was sitting in front of a computer working. It wasn't surprising to see anything in the foundation, so neither of them raised a question. Zhangju introduced them to each other, and only then did Karina realize that this was one of those 4 big-name doctors. Dr. Bright had received a personnel appointment from the Foundation's headquarters, and Karina's position was that of an experimental assistant, but because her situation was special, her supervisor was him. You could also say that the Foundation sent Dr. Bright to monitor her every move. If Karina wanted to do anything, she had to get Dr. Bright's permission. Zhangju called Karina to his side, and before he could speak, Dr. Bright made the characteristic crunching sound of a monkey. "I know what you want to say, don't worry. This doctor is not old yet and confused. Little girl, do you know how to play cards?" Dr. Bright had a rather odd emotion. Zhangju was afraid that he and Karina wouldn't get along, so he brought Karina along to meet him. As soon as Dr. Bright saw Zhangju, he immediately guessed his intention. Zhangju gave him a hug and asked Karina to say hello to him. Luckily, the young girl was also very human and didn't act rudely because of Dr. Bright's strange appearance. After saying a few words, he took Karina away. Zhangju was quick on his feet and made a mad detour within Site 17. Along the way, a number of employees he knew well greeted him, and he stopped to say a few words or crack a few jokes with each other. But without exception, he would pull Karina over and introduce himself to each other each time before leaving. At first, Karina was a little impatient. She was used to living alone. Without parental care, she could live just as well. But after a few times, she became silent. Yang Shui was behind them, taking in the movements of both of them, and knew that Karina finally understood Zhangju's good intentions. I believed that in a short time, this little girl would understand why so many people cared for Zhangju and trusted him wherever he went. After circling the entire Site 17, Zhangju asked Clement to take her to the lab to familiarize herself with the environment. He himself came to the door of an unnumbered room. He knocked on the door. Shortly after, the door opened, and the person living inside was none other than Kane. Zhangju walked into the room and sat down on the special couch. "I have something I want to ask you." he said straightforwardly. There was no need to be polite when talking to fellow Kane. Kane nodded, please do. Jongju took out a picture of Karina and placed it on the table. This little girl, her parents have contributed to the foundation with what has always been a very powerful invention that may have touched some people's interests. At Site 17, she is safe for now. But no one can guarantee if the safety will last forever. Jongju looked at Kane. If there really is that day when someone wants to harm her, either internally or externally. Kane, I hope you can help me protect her, or at least make her safe while she was here. Kane picked up the photo and looked at it. A light was flashing in his eyes as if it were a scanner. He then handed the photo back to Jongju. He tucked the photo away and left Kane's room, refusing to stay even a second longer. In the evening, Yang Shui went to go through all the formalities for Karina while Jongju was blowing the wind on the roof of the building as usual. You're leaving tomorrow. Somehow, Karina appeared next to him. Jongju glanced at her and said, I'm most annoyed with you people. Who appears directly next to others at any given moment. What are you guys? Ghosts. I heard from Sister Yang Shui say that you are not afraid of ghosts. The little girl hummed and asked again, are you leaving tomorrow? Jongju nodded, well yeah, I have a flight to catch tomorrow. If I hadn't run into that silly pussy, I would have had my wife and kids in a jacuzzi. Will you ever come back here? Of course. Jongju said, I still have a sister here. I heard that she fell into a coma. Do you need my help? Jongju quickly waved his hand, no need. Just act nicely and avoid any trouble. Karina asked again, this afternoon, why did you introduce me to so many people? Is it because you are afraid that I will be bullied here? All I can say is that you think too much. Karina stopped talking and looked at Jongju with a special look. Goosebumps crawling all over Jongju's body. What exactly do you want? Karina untied her backpack and took out the contents. This is for you. Jongju recognized that that was none other than the special version of the Scranton reality stabilization anchor she was using. He rubbed his hands together, his eyes glowing, you wanted to give it to me. Don't come closer. You're drooling, and it's disgusting, you know. The little girl stuffed the stuff into Jongju's arms, then walked away without looking back. Hey, you really don't want it? Jongju shouted. The little girl's head waved her hand in annoyance, no, just give it to a stray dog if you don't want it. Remember to come to see your sister. Jongju took the object in his hand and sighed. A few moments later, Yang Shui came from a distance, saw what he was holding, and couldn't help but smile. Jongju spread his hands, a helpless face, I told you long ago, I'm too handsome. It's really a burden to be in my position. The next day, Jongju took one last look at Shirley and then stepped on the flight back to China with Yang Shui. Harvey and Hel came to see him off, and Karina said she was experimenting with Clement, so she didn't come. The little girl has some talent and love to learn, not to mention her parents' achievements. But it's more than enough to be a senior researcher. Jongju wasn't worried about her future as long as she was safe. He hadn't been in Europe for very long, but there was always a sense of urgency, and he hadn't stopped for a moment. With Yang Shui by his side on this return trip, he completely dropped his guard and slept on the plane until it landed. Yang Shui slapped him awake and wiped the saliva from his shoulder, and only then did Jongju come to his senses. Jongju was in a good mood as he stepped back onto the land of his country. He faced the sky and opened his arms wide like someone who hadn't met their family in a long time. I'm back. Chapter 99. The fog was scattered around the area. Jongju returned to his world for the third time. This time, he appeared in the screening room of a movie theater. He was in the center of the curtain. Across from him, dozens of viewers were staring straight at him. Jongju is not surprised by the situation. These lifeless people can't attack him, not contagious, not a threat to him, and the street window models are no different. What concerned him was that they all seemed to have black hair and eyes. They looked Asian, but I didn't know exactly which country they were from. Zhang walked out of the cinema and onto the street, looking at the secondary elements that filled the street. He initially confirmed his location. Despite the fog, he could still tell that the time should be about 12 p.m. There were countless zombies walking around, but Zhang simply ignored their existence. He found a subway station and looked at the English names of the stations. He pinpointed his location to a popular place. So, what to do now? Right, find a computer. He remembered clearly that before he woke up last time, he saw that people were replying to his post. This question had always been on his mind. This time, he had to confirm it. If he could talk to them directly, he could get first-hand information about what happened, which was much more reliable than guessing. He found a random store on the street. Only after entering did he realize that the store sold audio and cassette products, with many familiar figures printed on the covers of the merchandise. But Zhang didn't have the heart to support the original right now, so he could only say hello to them for now and agree to buy them again sometime. The shopkeeper inside the counter was a greasy middle-aged uncle. His computer was on, and he seemed to be playing a game. He had lost consciousness and was just sitting there lifeless like the others. Zhang pushed him away with his chair, found another chair, and sat in front of the computer. In terms of his timeline in the SCP world, several months had passed since he had last returned to this world, but the flow of time here did not seem to be the same as in the SCP world. He clicked on the calendar and found that only a week had passed since he had first returned. Changing his search engine to Chinese as usual, Zhang opened the forum he visited. The notification was still there. There is a new reply to your post. Please click to view it. Zhang placed his mouse over it, surprisingly nervous for a moment. Click, the page jumps. He prayed silently in his heart that it wouldn't be something like an advertisement, or he would smash his computer. Zhang couldn't wait to pull it to the bottom when the page finished loading. Zhang was relieved to see that the people replying were users and not bots. He smashed his desk in excitement, then shook his hand. The title of the post he'd made was, "Is there a living person in this world? Please reply when you receive this message, over." And the reply only had 3 words. Who are you? The username that replied to his post was Yu Ching Cheng. Zhang cupped his chin and fell into contemplation again. The person's tone didn't seem right. What the heck? I'm just going to reply to them first. Zhang logged into his account and posted back at the bottom of that thread, "I'm a survivor, I woke up, and the whole world had changed, can you tell me what happened?" In the end, he added a sentence at the bottom, "Everyone ignores me, people are so scared of me. Where are you, can I come to you? I promise I won't do anything bad." Zhang finished posting, leaned back in his chair, and waited for the fish to take the bait. However, an hour had passed, the user hadn't made any reply. He was getting a little annoyed. Did that person not have time to log on to the forum, or was there something else going on? Zhang realized something. If one of them had survived and seen this post, he would have known the whole truth in less than 2 minutes. Zhang clicked on the person's avatar and found that the gender field said it was a female. Oh no, this isn't good. Zhang thought, but it's okay. Maybe this user named Yu Ching Cheng is also a stingy person? Who can say for sure about such things? He saw a pretty lady with the name and made a post, "I don't wash my hair for 10 years because I'm bald," so how was he supposed to react to this? The username's account was visible 7 days back, so Zhang clicked on it and found that this Yu Ching Cheng had posted a post 7 days earlier before the day of the red moon happened. So annoying. I'm going to cosplay this tonight. The following is accompanied by a picture of a wizard's outfit located in Star City, Taiping Street. So, This Yu Ching Cheng is from Star City? Or a tourist visiting Star City? Was the reason why the red moon appeared is because of her sorcery? A series of questions flashed through Zhang Ju's mind. But there was too little evidence, and he had no way to confirm whether there was a necessary connection between the two events, or perhaps it was just a coincidence. The greatest hope now was that the person would reply to him. Zhang Ju was like a licking dog, sitting in front of the screen waiting for the person to reply to him. Just when he was bored and ready to walk away, the sky outside suddenly made a loud sound, as if it was thunder. Zhang Ju goes out to see it by himself just to see a thunder for the first time. He had thought that these ordinary weather phenomena would not exist after the abnormalities of this world, but it seems that this is not the case. Zhang Ju thought about it and felt that something was wrong, then ran out of the store quickly and looked in the direction where the sound was coming from. It was still foggy outside, and the visible distance was very limited, but he could still see that there was a huge shadow floating in the air millions of miles away from him. Zhang Ju couldn't describe it because it was so huge that he couldn't even see the outline clearly. To his surprise, since the giant shadow appeared, all the pedestrians on the road stopped in their tracks. They turned around, faced the direction of the shadow, and knelt down. All of them fell to their knees, and Zhang Ju was the only one standing on the street looking abruptly. He stared at the huge shadow, attempting to discern what it really was. But it was all in vain. He grabbed one of the people kneeling on the ground and found that they were muttering something. Words that he couldn't understand. It seemed to be some kind of incantation. After 10 minutes, the huge shadow disappeared. Everyone was back to normal and continued to do the same things as before, being lifeless again. Zhang Ju looked at the sky, searching for some clues, but he ended up getting nothing. Zhang Ju returned to the store. Then to his surprise, he found that Yu Ching Cheng had replied to his post. Talk to you later. Be safe. It's coming. Chapter 100. When Zhang Ju opened his eyes, it was already dawn, and the bright sunlight spilling through the gaps in the curtains was somewhat blinding. He lay in bed and did not get up immediately but carefully recalled the contents of his dream, fitting them all into his memory hall. This time, there are quite a few new discoveries and more mysteries. What was that shadow? What was the it that Yu Ching Cheng was talking about? What happened to the people? Why didn't Yu Ching Cheng turn to those lifeless people? Is she still normal, or is she really a human? A long list of questions lingered in Zhang Ju's mind, but there were too few clues now, and he didn't know what the answers were. Zhang Ju hated himself sleeping for a short amount of time. If he could have stayed in that world longer, he might have made more discoveries. He had tried to do this with the help of drugs, but there was one most important problem he couldn't solve. He didn't know at what point he was digging too much. From the first time he went back, there weren't any normal things that happened to the world. It was all abnormal as he suddenly had a dream one day. Despite his strict routine, he was able to sleep until dawn. It was as if fate must have caught him off guard. But Zhang Ju was not a pretentious person, and it looked like the lifeless people that would always stay that way, so there was no need to rush. Zhang Ju had been in Europe for almost a month, except for the occasional research on Shirley. He was living his shameless life again here. He sleeps until he wakes up naturally, does experiments when he wants to or doesn't want to do them, and goes to Chen Xiao for a little sparring if he's really bored. Of course, most of the time, he will still be the gatekeeper of other researchers' experiments to ensure that there will be no casualties. Yang Shui wouldn't rush him, probably because she had a better understanding of his character. She might not be reliable in small things, but she never made a commotion. This day, Zhang Ju was bored and was discussing academic issues with a female researcher. Suddenly, he heard an alarm in a lab. Zhang Ju hurried over and found that a hole had suddenly appeared in the originally smooth wall. The hole was deep and bottomless, with a diameter as big as 2 fists. The hole was said to have appeared suddenly, and the researcher was experimenting with something and then was startled by it the next second of it. People who work at the SCP Foundation are very sensitive to such strange things, so he immediately called the other colleagues. Everyone was surrounding the hole as if they were afraid that it would suddenly appear in another place again. A few researchers called Yang Shui over as well. During Zhangju's absence, she had been promoted to site director to watch the experiments at Site 14. In Site 14, apart from the older experiment supervisor and Zhangju, the special advisor, she was the highest ranking. Zhangju looked at it for half a minute but couldn't remember what the hole was. Yang Shui suddenly patted her head and seemed to have an idea. Zhangju saw her expression and laughed. "Dr. Yang. Do you know what it is?" Yang Shui sighed, "I can't rely on you for everything. I just think it's a bit like an SCP I've heard of before, but we won't know if it is or not until we confirm it." Yang Shui dialed a phone number, and after a few minutes, she hung up the phone. "Confirmed?" Zhangju asked. Yang Shui nodded. "It's SCP-1162. SCP-1162 is a hole that grows in the wall with a diameter of about 14.5 centimeters, and its depth will vary depending on the current user. Once a person sticks their arm into the hole, they will take out an object they have lost or are looking for, and accordingly, the person will immediately lose another object. SCP-1162 also has the feature that if it is not used within 168 hours, it will randomly move to another stone, concrete, brick wall, or floor, and the previous hole will remain. Despite it will no longer have the anomalous property. SCP-1162 was previously contained in Site 31. Some years ago, when Yang Shui went to study, she had heard others talk about it. It is to be believed that the staff of Site 31 did not know what mistake was made and did not use SCP-1162 in the last 168 hours, so it ran amok and just so happened to come to Site 14. Yang Shui just called to confirm that the original SCP-1162 hole in Site 31 is already not working. After receiving an affirmative answer, she then confirmed that the hole that suddenly appeared was SCP-1162 without a doubt. Because SCP-1162 itself is not dangerous and must be used frequently to ensure that it does not break through the containment, the Foundation has experimented with it a lot, and the permission level is not high, and many researchers have records of their interactions with SCP-1162. After learning of its characteristics, the researchers within Site 14 began to fist pump and jump at the chance to try it. "Dr. Yang, can we try it?" a researcher asked. Seeing everyone's expression, Yang Shui couldn't afford to spoil their fun. She glanced at Zhangju and saw the latter nod before saying reluctantly, "Remember to fill in the application report." "Oh yeah!" everyone shouted excitedly. These researchers probably didn't have any recreational activities, and doing interactive experiments with a harmless SCP would make them happy as hell. The following excerpt is from the Site 14 part of the SCP-1162 experiment record. Test person, researcher Ding Zinkai. Recovered item, Contra game cassette. Lost item, a notebook. Note, I lost this when I was in elementary school. Is it telling me that there is no future in research and that I should go home and play video games? Test person, researcher Zhangfa Cai. Recovered item, a Nokia cell phone. Lost items, an Apple brand phone. Note, oh, shit. That's a whole month's salary. Recovered items, a ballpoint pen without oil. Lost item, a Mont Blanc pen. Note, oh shit. That's a whole year's salary. Recovered item, 10 yuan paper money. Lost item, 100 yuan paper money. Note, I data expunged, I'm not playing with this anymore. Test person, senior researcher Huang Shang. Recovered items, 100 yuan paper money. Lost items, 10 yuan paper money. Note, ha ha ha. Old Zhang, let's go down to a restaurant tonight. I'll treat you. Test person, Agent Liu. Recovered item, a bullet casing. Missing items, a round of ammunition. Note, well, looks like it was lost during the last mission. Recovered item, a round of ammunition. Lost item, the same bullet casing. Note, did this hole just backfired at me? Test person, Dr. Zhao. Recovered item, a Durex. Lost item, a piece of chewing gum. Note, reasonable. Test person, researcher Tian Huijin. Recovered item, a butterfly hairpin. Missing item, a lipstick. Note, this was given to me by my first love, we didn't end up together, and now he's my ex's ex. A consultant's note, you have quite a lot of information here. Test person, Agent Deng. Recovered item, a smelly sock. Lost items, left foot sock. Note, it's okay. It's only a left foot anyway. Recovered item, left foot sock. Lost item, right foot sock. Note, it's okay. It's the same when you wear it differently. Recovered item, right foot sock. Lost item, left foot sock. Note. Recovered item, left foot sock. Lost item, right foot sock. Note, I feel like it's playing with me. Test person, researcher Wang Lei. Recovered item, a pair of red G-string underwear. Missing item, a button. Note, it's not mine. It's really not mine. Come on, guys. Believe me. Test person, Deputy Director of Experiment Yang Shui. Recovered item, a notebook. Missing item, a pencil. Note, this was my notebook when I was in elementary school. I remember this. It has my signature on it. Hey, why can't I find my signature? Test person, Special Advisor Zhang. Recovered items, a wallet. Lost items, a ball of waste paper. Note, it's really my wallet. Can this thing cross between worlds? Notes from Deputy Head of Experiment Yang, the wallet contained items suspected to be an SCP, which were burned by Advisor Zhang for unknown reasons.